Mexico, I'm Army Sergeant Janelle Sennert.
In addition to the Genset Eliminator, 2nd Brigade soldiers are also evaluating other green technologies utilizing solar power. Many private organizations have stepped forward to support our returning warriors. One such warrior, a Purple Heart recipient, recently received a gift that he and his wife will never forget. Sergeant Eric Provost has the story.
This young man is truly a hero.
Staff Sergeant Edward Cummings from the 2nd Battalion, 30th Infantry Regiment received a very special thank you this Veterans Day. The Military Warrior Support Foundation awarded him and his wife a 100% mortgage-free house up in their home of New Hampshire.
Thank you.
We're just very grateful for this blessing, and it's a gigantic financial relief that it's going to help out me and my wife here, April, to transition into civilian life. So again, thank you, everybody.
After being sent home due to injuries sustained in combat, Sergeant Cummings successfully petitioned to rejoin his unit in Afghanistan and finished off his deployment. Once he's out, Sergeant Cummings plans on going back to school and becoming an air traffic controller. For the 4th Brigade, 10th Mountain Division, I'm Sergeant Eric Provost.
At the end of World War II, a U.S. Army veteran helped turn a German Army camp into what is known today as U.S. Army Garrison Grafenwehr. Almost 70 years later, he came back for the first time and says he still recognizes some of those same buildings on the base in Germany. Army Sergeant Rebecca Schwab reports.
See if there's anything there that looks familiar.
Harmon Brown was only 18 when he got a summons from Uncle Sam.
That side over there or this side?
They said, we need your scrawny body. That was the beginning of my adventure, and that was August of 1944. And those windows look the same, don't they?
By January 1945,
Wow.
he was on a boat headed to Germany.
There was nothing that was that terribly dangerous. That was a relief to all of us. But
A short time later, he arrived at a former German army camp called Grafenwehr.
it seemed luxurious to me. I mean, the barracks were beautiful. Let's go in and see. The first room's the door. My room was right here.
He would spend 14 months in Grafenwehr. His job? Playing movies. In this building, which now serves as a motor pool for the 709th MP Battalion.
I was a motion picture projection. My responsibility. We had a stage back there. We had USO shows in there.
So you had him perform?
Oh, yeah.
Harmon left Germany in 1946 and went home to Pennsylvania. It's his first time back in Grafenwehr in almost 70 years.
Good grief. Yeah, it was a projection room back up there.
Up there.
Mm-hmm. And so you pick out one thing, and then that triggers a little bit of thought, and you remember something else. But I remember the theater was down that direction. The motor pool was down here.
Yep.
But it's been fascinating. See a mess hall at that one time.
In Grafenwehr, Germany.
Yeah, that one straight ahead.
I'm Army Sergeant Rebecca Schwab.
That's now the legal office.
Ah.
Yeah.
After the break, we'll go around the Army to check out canine dog training in Afghanistan and see soldiers filling up a food bank in Alaska. As we go around the Army, we travel to Israel, Alaska, Hawaii, and Spain. But first, we go to Afghanistan. Forward Operating Base Shank. Soldiers from the 101st Pathfinders, an infantry unit within the 101st Aviation Regiment, trained with military working dogs and their handlers. The unit stopped a fleeing vehicle and watched how a working dog can take down a suspect. Pathfinders and canine units use this training to understand each other's jobs and what working dogs can do, which includes sniffing out explosives, narcotics, and chasing down bad guys. Israel. As we've seen in recent news, missile defense has been critical of the protection of that country. Recently, the U.S. and Israel completed Exercise Austere Challenge 12, a bilateral air defense exercise between the U.S. and Israel involving more than 3,500 U.S. personnel in Israel and Europe. This large-scale air defense exercise included both field training and command post simulations. Hawaii. more than 200 U.S. Army Pacific soldiers kicked off the holiday season with a focus on motorcycle safety. Warriors from units across Hawaii participate in a community-based Esprit de Corps ride. This is an effort by riders to raise everyone's awareness and place a renewed emphasis on safety while enjoying the beauty of the islands. The riders use the training to build confidence in their skills and to share experiences. Alaska. Just in time for the holidays, the 1st Stryker Brigade Combat Team from Fort Wainwright, Alaska, provided canned goods to the Fairbanks Community Food Bank. The unit collected donations for over 2 months with a goal of 5,000 cans. The soldiers well exceeded that goal with a total donation of 9,000 cans of food. Spain. Engineers from the 21st Theater Sustainment Command trained with their Spanish counterparts during a multinational joint training exercise known as Interdict 12. Hosted by the Spanish Engineer Command, the exercise was designed to foster and enhance interoperability among engineer units and improve counter-improvised explosive device operations. The intent was to focus on the roles military engineers can perform to defeat enemy IED systems using a scenario similar to past combat deployments. And that's a look around the Army. After the break, we'll see soldiers training others to have a blast. Coalition forces continue to transition security operations to the Afghan National Army. Specialist Tiana Waite shows us one area of mentorship that's taking off with a bang.
What we're doing, and you'll understand it better.
Learning can be a tedious task, but for 9 Afghan National Army soldiers going through mortar training, it's a complete blast. The recent instructional course took place in Nangarhar Province, Afghanistan, and included a live fire exercise. The instructor of the training, Staff Sergeant Lazarus Gonzalez, says the A&E soldiers have positive attitudes toward their training.
They've been very motivated to want to learn and be proficient in their jobs, and there has been times that after we've done our training that they still stay out there and take out their own personal time to continue on training.
Overcoming the language barrier is just the beginning, as instructors like Gonzalez need to teach math that involves distance, elevation, and direction, all through a translator. Enlisted Afghan National Army soldier Shaidullah Gajan says he looks forward to learning more from U.S. soldiers.
The officers in my unit are not professional with the motors and other stuff we have learned, so we would like to continue working with American soldiers shoulder by shoulder and learn as much we can from them.
The 2 weeks of training finished with a live fire exercise that sent 40 rounds of 60mm mortars arcing onto their target zone. Staff Sergeant Gonzalez says he believes his time and efforts working with the ANA will stick with them for years to come.
This live fire that we did today definitely showed them the effects that they can cause out in the battlefield environment. So they definitely understand that training is very important, and then I can see them, yes, continue on with their training and passing on their knowledge to other fellow mortarmen.
Reporting from Nangarhar Province, Afghanistan, I'm Specialist Tiana Waite.
Look for us throughout the week with the latest in news about the Army on Soldiers Update. Also, check us out on radio with Soldiers Radio News on the American Forces Radio and TV network. That does it for this edition of the Soldier's Journal. Join us again next time for the stories all about you, the soldier.
And welcome back to another great season of Operation Rising Star. We have a great week of shows here for you on the Pentagon Channel, where with your help, we will determine this year's Rising Star and the winner of $1,000 cash and the ultimate recording experience. Now, on behalf of our presenting organizations, the United States Army Installation Management Command and family in MWR, it is my pleasure to present your 2012 Operation Rising Star Top 12. Representing Fort Gordon, Georgia, Captain Jackson Allen. Representing U.S. Army Garrison, North Korea, Air Force Staff Sergeant John Edelman. Representing Strategic Maryland Specialist, Walter Ashcraft. Representing Joint Base San Antonio, Senior Airman Sharita Cummings. Representing Fort Houston, Senior Specialist Smith Eldridge. Representing Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, Private First Class Marvin Ford. Representing Fort Jackson, South Carolina, First Lieutenant Thomas Johnson. Representing the City of Monterey, California, Specialist Constance Nash. Representing United States Army Garrison, Grafenberg, Germany, Staff Sergeant Derek Eichwald. Representing Fort Wainwright, Alaska, Army veteran, reservist, and family member, Alvin Staples. Representing the United States Navy for the first time on Operation Rising Star from the Naval Support Facility, Dahlgren, Virginia, family member, Christina Williams. And representing United States Army Garrison, First Germany Specialist, Mary Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, here they are, your Operation Rising Star 12 finalists. I can tell you from watching the rehearsals that we are in for a great week of talented competition. And this is due in part to the fact that this year's finalists competed against hundreds of other talented family and service members around the world. Now, as you might imagine, this was not an overnight process. So let's take a look at how they got here. We are incredibly privileged to have the three people that have been a part of this television program since the beginning, our distinguished panel of judges. Joining us for his 8th season, everybody's Operation Rising Star favorite, the 12th Sergeant Major of the Army, Sergeant Major of the Army retired, Jack Tilley. Country singer and songwriter of such hits as From Here to Eternity and Drink, Swear, Steal and Lie, and the 2008 recipient of the Bob Hope Spirit of Hope Award, the distinguished Mr. Michael Peterson. And last but not least, producer, recording artist, and vocal coach for The Voice, our dear friend, the lovely and very talented Miss Deborah Bird. So Bird, can you tell us about your new job with The Voice and maybe give us a sneak peek to the upcoming season?
A sneak peek to the upcoming season of The Voice, which will be season 4, is that, as you know, Christina Aguilera will not be there and neither will CeeLo Green. Blake Shelton will still be there, as will Adam Levine. However, you're going to be surprised at how much you're going to love seeing Shakira and Usher judge. They are very wonderful. I was very pleasantly surprised. So that's my sneak peek.
Well, thanks for the inside scoop. Now, Michael, I hear you've been busy since we were last with you last year. You want to give us any updates?
Well, the biggest thing I learned today is that if you really want to get a lot of applause, all you have to do is say Navy.
Sergeant Major, of course, it's great to see you again. I heard you've been doing a new project with Kaplan University, but you want to talk about this first, right? He does.
I did a lot of stuff this year. I was really fortunate to give away about $1.58 billion of scholarships to military spouses, doesn't matter what service. We did a program this year. We just started another program to give away one $60,000 scholarship and 50 $30,000 goes away. You can go to the American Freedom Foundation website, look for Kaplan University, click on that, fill out your application. Last year alone, there was only 191 people applied for those scholarships. They wanted to give away 70, but they only got 50 people that qualified. And one last thing before I really be quiet, with the American Freedom Foundation, we've been able to do job fairs around the country. We just started it last year, and we put 454 people to work. So I'm proud about this.
Great. Thank you. Certainly been busy with some exciting projects. Now, for tonight, our contestants will have just one chance to impress our judges and win your vote. On Tuesday, we'll see who the top 8 will be, and you will again have an opportunity to vote on your favorite performer. On Thursday, we will reveal the top 4. On Saturday's show, we will reveal your top 2 finalists. And you don't want to miss next Sunday's grand finale when we will announce this year's Rising Star and the winner of the Ultimate Recording Experience. But right now, we're going to take a break. And when we get back, we'll hear the first of our finalists perform the Marvin Gaye classic, Let's Get It On. Don't go away, we'll be right back.
I'd like to give a shout out to all my family, friends, National Society of Preservation, and all those who choose to raise the light
Rising Star. This year, we have split our top 12 into 2 groups of 6 that will perform the same group number for you prior to their individual performances. This will give us a better chance to highlight each performer in the group number for our judges and for you at home. So, without further delay, the first 6 of our top 12 performing for you now, here is Good Time by Carly Rae Jepsen and Owl City.
What's up, Prince? It's on my head. Hands up, it's down tonight. We're having a good time. Something wrong, close my eyes and share. I'll send you again, take it anywhere. Well, I can't get you down, to you down. We're having a good time. We don't even have to try, it's always a good time. It's always a good time. We don't even have to try, it's always a good time. Yeah.
Rising Star. Great job, everyone. Now, yesterday, our contestants had a chance to meet one-on-one with each of our judges for mentoring and advice on their week here. So let's take a quick look at our first 6 contestants and their time with the judges.
Do you feel like you just ran a sprint, or do you feel like you took a casual walk? Right. You sing in tune, which is like, that's like the big thing, right? There's a couple of times toward the end when you were supposed to be singing an O vowel, but you had an ah posture. I'm yours. Somehow it affects pitch. So if it's an O, signed, sealed, delivered, I'm yours.
Walking down that wrong road. You don't have to move around a lot. You have such a goddamn talent with your voice. The thing about this, for me now, is connecting with the people that you're dealing with. It's connecting with the audience. And I've never been the kind to ever let my feelings show. Make sure that you can say the word correctly. And hopefully you're at the right note so you can pronounce the words correctly. You don't slang or stuff like that. People can pick up on that. And lay you down.
It's a joyous thing, so make sure you convey that. Because when you ooze, the ladies will love that. And it'll make you so sexy if you say, I'm going to lay you down. I realize what life is all about. Be concerned about how you're singing. I want you to be concerned about what this emotion is. It's not like, and now I'm going to sing. It becomes, let me tell you a story.
Time with the contestants help you prepare today as a judge, or maybe even set some expectations?
think even more than my expectations, I believe that it serves the singers very well when the three of us are able to meet with them before they hit the stage, because builds a rapport, and it also lets them know what's expected of them, because they come from different parts of the planet, and once they get here, we get a chance to be able to mentor and say, you know what, you have a wonderful gift. Now let's take it to the next step. And I think that's very important for them. So I think it's more important for them than it is for us. But for us, it becomes enjoying their talent and seeing who they really are.
All right. Michael, anything to add?
Well, you know, in the past, we haven't had a chance to meet with singers till later. And last year, Bird, suggested and really encouraged that we ought to do it ahead of time. And I think that was a great idea. It gives us a chance. You're nervous enough if you're a contestant on a show like this. So you need to have a chance to spend some time with the judges and realize that you can trust them, that they're here to help you improve. I think that helps them relax and deliver their best performance. So fun for us to get to know them, but really we're here for them.
Ditto. I think I just agree with everything they said right there on this. I think that for me, and I think it relaxes them, they feel a little more confident. You can work on the basic fundamentals of little things that we've seen over the last 8 years that we can help them correct before they do perform. So I think it's always a lot of fun for me. But I think it's really interesting this year because they have a real spark to all the entertainers that I met, and they're real motivated. And each one of them, I think, told me that they was ready to win this competition. So I'm excited about it.
All right. Well, I know the contestants have all expressed how glad they are that they had time to meet with each and every one of you, and it was an amazing experience for them. So thank you so much. Now, let's kick off the competition by taking a look at our first contestant, performing Marvin Gaye's Let's Get It On, representing Joint Base Langley Eustis, Virginia Specialist, Ruben Eldridge.
My name is Specialist Eldridge. I am from Fort Eustis, Virginia, which is now Joint Base Langley Eustis. I'm representing 688 Automotive.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an 88 Mike, which is Army driver, truck driver.
Can you tell us a little bit about your family?
We're from Georgia, South Georgia. I have 3 beautiful children, Carly, Carter, and Ivy.
What's your favorite Christmas carol?
Favorite Christmas carol? It's not really a carol song I grew up with. I really like it a lot. Grandma got run over.
What's your most embarrassing performance moment?
One time, it was my birthday, 23rd birthday. Josh will remember this. I was singing karaoke and I kept paying the KJ, so I didn't have to get off stage. I didn't know any of the songs that were playing, but I wouldn't let anybody else sing it. I think that's probably my most embarrassing.
Let's get it on. Let's get it on. Let's get it on.
All right, let's go to our judges for some feedback. Sergeant Major?
I knew you'd call me first. First of all, I wrote all this down. You have a good time? That really comes across when you're singing because you're motivated, you're enthusiastic. So I know you had a good time. And I like the way that you work the crowd. I thought, there's no question that you like talking and singing with people, you like being in front of people. I think that some of the notes, though, was a little hard for you. Hitting some of those notes, it's a little tough. It sounded pretty good, but probably need to work on that just a little bit. And I think I told you this yesterday. I wish you probably would have started out with a country song, because I think a country song is probably more in your wheelhouse. It's based on what I've heard before. Other than that, I thought you did a great job.
Well, thank you.
That's a very bold song choice.
Really
Very bold. And I applaud you for being the sexiest man wearing glasses. You're very welcome. And it's also hard being the first one. So you had a lot of weight and pressure on you, and I think you handled it well. It wasn't a perfect performance, but it was a wonderful one. And that's really what it's about. I enjoyed you with your boldness and everything. So I applaud you. You're welcome.
I just want to challenge that glasses.
Oh, yeah.
No, all kidding aside, I that was a bold choice. And, to go from your chest voice to your head voice and falsetto to that chest thing and go back and forth like that is not easy to do. And, I'd say you hit like 95% in terms of your transitions, in terms of pitch and all of that. And that's cool. They show a lot of range. I'm really excited to see what you do the rest of the competition. Should you have a chance to proceed forward. I'd really like to see stylistically, like Sergeant Major said, maybe something that maybe might be more in your more historical wheelhouse. From the South, grew up in the South, love country music. I'd like to see how that fits in. So, nice job.
All right, to vote for Specialist Ruben Everidge, log on to oprisingstar.com immediately following the end of our show. The voting window will be open for 2 hours. Find the photo of the contestant you want to vote for and select the vote button. You can vote as many times as you want. Also, new this year, our top 2 contestants will be chosen based on the combined votes of the first 3 rounds of competition. Those totals will count toward the 50% audience vote to determine who will be in the finals. So your votes are important if you want Ruben to continue his journey. Thank you, Ruben. Now let's keep the excitement going and see what our next contestant has in store for us. From Fort Gordon, Georgia, performing Stevie Wonder's Signed, Sealed, Delivered, Captain Jacqueline Allen.
I'm representing Fort Gordon, Georgia.
And what is your MOS?
I'm a 25 Alpha, which is a signal officer. I deal in communications, so you can talk about me, but you can't talk without me.
What's in your iPod right now?
In my iPod, I have a little bit of everything, from country to soul, rock, R&B, so anything you think of, I have it.
What's your favorite Christmas carol or song?
My favorite Christmas carol or song would have to be Donny Hathaway's This Christmas. It's very soulful and happy and joyous song. I just really like it.
What's your most embarrassing performance moment?
Most embarrassing performance moment? I have a lot. I tend to be very ambitious. I tend to go for the high notes, and sometimes I shoot for the stars and land on the moon.
won yesterday. I'm really impressed. And I also, you know, some people forget to sing with their eyes because they forget that the audience hears with their eyes. You know, like it's a visual experience. And your eyes were just dancing and full of life. And boy, that really was captivating to me. And your singing was just more accurate, more punchy, more alive as well. So whatever it is you did between yesterday and today, do it again.
All right, Bird. Jackie, you are a prime example of what a day like yesterday is like, because exactly the same for me. It's as if you got it. You took everything that we gave you and you threw it on that stage and you delivered it. Who can ask for anything more? I mean, you sang great. You were alive. You were vibrant. I could feel the audience going with you. You got it. I applaud you for that. You're wonderful.
Sergeant Major.
I gotta tell you, somebody gave you some great advice about that eye contact. I don't know who that was, but no, you did exactly what you should have done. It was a great performance. You motivated the crowd, and I really like the fact that you really worked the crowd. I mean, you wouldn't stand at one person. You were singing to all of us, and that's what you're supposed to be doing. I absolutely love it. Great job.
Thank you so much. All right. To vote for Captain Jacqueline Allen, log on to oprisingstar.com immediately following the end of our show. The voting window will be open for 2 hours. Find the photo of the contestant you want to vote for and select the vote button. You can vote as many times as you want. Remember, our top 2 contestants will be chosen based on the combined votes of the first 3 rounds of competition. Those totals will count toward the 50% audience vote to determine who will be in the finals. So your votes are important if you want Jacqueline to continue her journey. Thank you. Let's see our next contestant. Now performing from Dreamgirls, I Am Changing, representing Fort Detrick, Maryland, and now stationed at United States Army Garrison, Camp Carroll, Korea, Specialist Paula Ashcraft.
I'm representing Fort Detrick, 298 Signal Company in Maryland, and I'm also representing DLA Mapping in Camp Carroll, Korea.
Tell us a little bit about your family.
I have 3 beautiful children. I'm married. My children's names are Marquise, Micaiah, and Maya.
Have you ever been deployed? If so, where?
I have been deployed one time, 2007, supporting Iraqi freedom. Went to the cops like Iraq.
About your performances, your most embarrassing moment.
Learning the song The Last Minute.
What's your favorite Christmas carol?
My mom played a lot. She passed away at 6. So.
Look at me. I am changing.
construction on that song. And it's a very hard edit, and the beginning was very hard. It's very ambitious. I applaud you for you maneuvered through that song nicely. However, I think that all the applause either scared you, frightened you, or it made you excited or whatever, because bless your heart, the end of the song, you kind of missed the key change. And I know you knew it, but what I love about you is you never let us see you sweat. I applaud you. You just plowed on like a trooper. So we're gonna have to. It's something we can work on in the near future. But other than that, I applaud you. You're welcome.
All right, Sergeant Major.
Yeah, I agree with the word. At the end, you can really tell the difference. And you was pushing out there real hard. But I thought you worked the crowd real well. You was motivated. You was really engaged. And I was watching today outside on the corner of the building, practicing with you. I think you did a good job. And I'm proud of you. God bless you.
Michael.
What would you change? Yeah. So there's probably nothing we can tell you that you don't already know. Stay with it, because there's something really, really total quality in your voice, and I think you're still searching for the right material. Just stay with it. You have a lot of courage, and your smile is like $1 million smile. It wins me over completely. So I almost couldn't hear you. So.
To vote for Paula Ashcraft, log on to oprisingstar.com immediately following the end of our show. The voting window will be open for 2 hours. Find the photo of the contestant you want to vote for and select the vote button. You can vote as many times as you want. Remember, our top 2 contestants will be chosen based on the combined votes of the first 3 rounds of competition. Those totals will count toward the 50% audience vote to determine who will be in the finals. Your votes are important if you want Paula to continue her journey. Thank you, Paula. Well, there you have it, our first 3 contestants. It's been a great start to this year's competition. We want to take a moment to thank U.S. Army Installation Management Command, whose support makes this competition possible. And we would also wish to thank United States Army Family and MWR, who supports, educates, and entertains soldiers, families, retirees, and civilians at home and around the world. Thank you for making this great service and family member programming possible here on the Pentagon Channel. We especially want to thank all of you out there for watching us here on the Pentagon Channel and for casting your votes at oprisingstar.com. Tonight and this coming week would not be possible without you. But now we're going to take a short break, so don't go away. We'll be right back.
Everybody on this journey to 70s and
Welcome back to Operation Rising Star. We've only seen our first 3 contestants, and already it's been a talent-packed show. Excellent job to all of you. So tell me, what has been the most rewarding experience so far about being here in the top 12?
Janine, for me, the most rewarding experience is being around all this amazing talent. I mean, there's a plethora of knowledge, and I just can't wait to soak it all up.
Right.
Yeah, I think we're all just grateful to God for allowing us the opportunity, the chance to share our gifts with others.
Janine, I have to agree with my contestants. I mean, they are absolutely world class, and our instructors, vocal coach, choreographer, they're all top-notch people. It's just a privilege.
All right. So let's get right back to it and see what our 4th contestant is bringing to us tonight. Performing Keith Urban's Tonight I Wanna Cry. Representing United States Army Garrison Grafenwehr, Germany, Staff Sergeant Darren McGraw.
Representing Grafenwehr, Germany.
Have you ever been deployed, and if so, where?
Yes, numerous times to Taji, Mosul, Kosovo, Kuwait, in a couple places.
So what's in your iPod right now?
A little bit of everything. If it catches my ear, I just listen to it. I pretty much open to anything.
What's your most embarrassing performance moment?
I was doing a talent show in Camp Taji. I was performing Usher, You Got It Bad. And because the ladies in the audience were singing, I got a little bit ahead of myself. I forgot the lyrics. So where I told them, we all know the lyrics. I go ahead and sing along. They started laughing. I started laughing. And I kept going. Chestnut. I did not King Cole version.
Alone in this house again tonight. The captivity on sounds turned down and up wine. This picture of you and I on the wall around me. Waiting was I couldn't get surrounded, but I'll never get over you. And I'll never be the kind to ever find you so. And I know that me is strong and never losing self-control. I'm just rough enough to let go of my pain, to handle my pride. And all like rain from my eyes. Tonight I
You know, there are people who have like classic great voices, Celine Dion or people like that, and then most people judge themselves by that. They say, well, I can't sing like that. But they forget the fact that most people who make records that move people with music, they're not that kind of voice. They have something else that just moves people, whether it's a little scratchy or whether it's a little off pitch. And sometimes the whole point is to move people, right? So while there were some pitch issues in that middle section, right, I was moved by your performance. And the second thing that I really want to applaud you with is to take a song that was done in a different style, like let's say country song by a country artist, a country genre, and to take it and give it an R&B kind of like soulful your spin on it and make it yours. That's not easy to do. You did that. And that's powerful. You have a lot of talent. And I really moved. And I think you moved this audience as well.
Sergeant Major.
All right. Well, look. First of all, I think it's a great selection. The song is perfect for you. It stayed in your. I mean, you sort of stayed. You didn't push yourself. It's a nice, smooth song. It's a great performance. Whether or not there's pitch issues or not, as soon as you started singing, I was connected. I listened to every word you said. So I think the whole crowd was the same way. I thought you did a wonderful job. Great job.
Barry? I think it was a combination of things. The great song choice. And one of the things that I applaud you on, what we worked on yesterday, was the honesty you brought to it. And I think that's what we in the room felt, was the honesty of that emotion. And what I'm gonna tell on you. You had to really work hard to get there, and I applaud you for delivering, because it lets us know that that's what makes the dividing line between this is piggybacking on what Michael said. It's like, yes, we're great singers, but it puts you closer to being a great artist. That's a big difference. Yeah, big difference. And one more thing. And Michael, I always have to say to you that I always feel the connection between country music and R&B. It's like seamless to me. So
I agree. I think they're cousins, but transferring a style. They're different styles, you know, and to deliver stylistically and not try to copy. That's what I loved about it. But you didn't try to copy Peter. You just brought your thing.
I can't wait to see what you're going to do next because I want to see how long you keep that great song choice pattern going. That was a good one.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
All right, to vote for Staff Sergeant Darren McGraw, log on to OPMicrostar.com from our show. The voting window will be open for 2 hours. Find the photo of the contestant you want to vote for and select the vote button. You can vote as many times as you want. Remember, our top 2 contestants will be chosen based on the combined votes of the first 3 rounds of competition. Those totals will count toward the 50% audience vote to determine who will be in the finals. So your votes are important if you want Darren to continue his journey. Thank you. We're moving on to our 5th contestant performing Bon Jovi's Bed of Roses. Let's meet Staff Sergeant John Abelfinger.
Born in Germany, and I'm representing USAG Amazon.
What is your MOS?
My MOS, I'm security forces in the Air Force, which is pretty much a police officer and security patrolman.
Have you ever been deployed? If so, where?
Yes, I've been deployed once, and it's to Ali B, Qatar.
What's in your iPod right now? What are you jamming to?
In my iPod right now, I have a pretty good mix. I have Fine Frenzy, Bon Jovi, Metallica, Avenged Sevenfold.
What's your most embarrassing performance?
I would say almost forgetting the words to the national anthem during a times. I got through it.
Trying hard to capture the moment, this moment I don't know. Because of that, I still lost in my head, so long getting coming. I think that she's feeling mine. Dream about movies that only go dreams I was close my eyes, so I'll be thinking about you. On this trip she comes to stand in her spotlight again. Tonight, I won't be alone. She knows that don't mean I'm not lonely. I won't let you down, roses.
This time, I think you put a lot more into it, and I thought it sounded real good, so my hats off to you. There may have been a couple things that you squeak in there, or not squeak, but some notes I think you had a little bit of problem with, but other than that, I think you did a fine job.
How did that performance feel to you?
Felt great, natural.
Yeah? Okay, good. I'm glad that you started off sitting down because I felt that you needed to do that. And it made you more at ease. I think it was a very smart choice, whoever's choice that was. And then as soon as you got up, then I think you made me a little nervous. And I couldn't tell if I was picking up the nervousness from you or if it was my own nervousness about, oh my goodness, is he going to do it? Is he going to do it? You know, it wasn't perfect, but I felt that, like Sergeant Major, I felt like you have grown since we were all together with you yesterday. And I can't wait to see more of your growth because I love your instrument. I think you have a wonderful voice. It really is great. But I would love to see you more at ease in your performance. It remind me of the guy that's like, okay, I don't really want to do this. That's why I asked you. I really don't want to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway because I love doing it. I want to see more of your heart as opposed to, I felt as if I was watching you sing from your head and not your heart. But I do think you're a wonderful singer. You're very welcome.
Michael.
Honestly, there's nothing I can say really that Bird didn't say. She said everything I was going to say. I thought it was interesting. You and I spent most of our time yesterday talking about body posture and how it affects how you feel. Because how you feel translates into how you sing. So was that your choice to sit? Beginning, somebody kind of gave you that. Yeah. If you had to do it over again, what would you do different in your performance? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, you know, I think Bird had I felt the same as she did. In that I started feeling nervous once you got up and started moving towards the front of the stage. And I think what I was feeling is you're a little bit uncomfortability. So, you know, on your journey from here, you know, you might find some other postures besides a seated thing there. Maybe get up and maybe sit in another spot. Maybe ask for a prop, a stool, a cane, or something to have in your hand, or, you know, so play around with some different props that maybe you can have on a stage that will help you to feel anchored. I know if I get up without my guitar, after years of singing with my guitar, I feel a little naked. And it helps to have something in my hand. So, I mean, it's not an amateur thing. It's a sort of experiential thing. So maybe that would help you.
Can I throw one thing? This may or may not make sense, but I agree exactly what you're saying. Sometimes when you do things like this, make it simple the first time. You know what I'm talking about? That you don't move around. You don't do a whole lot of stuff. You make it real easy so you don't forget to do certain kind of things. You get up and move around. Well, yeah, you're thinking too much when you do your performance. Make it simple, easy for you. You know, walk out, stop a little bit, maybe move back and forth. And because you have a God-given talent, you have a great voice. It's the additional things that you try to do sometimes.
And with that said, you were most comfortable seated.
Mm-hmm.
And if you had stayed most comfortable the whole time, I think you'd have sang better.
Yep.
So whatever it is, the combination between finding a prop or whatever and keeping it simple so that you can stay comfortable.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. To vote for Staff Sergeant John Andelfinger, log on to oprisingstar.com immediately following the end of our show. The voting window will be open for 2 hours. Find the photo of the contestant you want to vote for and select the vote button. You can vote as many times as you want. Remember, our top 2 contestants will be chosen based on the combined votes of the first 3 rounds of competition. Those totals will count toward the 50% audience vote to determine who will be in the finals. So your votes are important if you want John to continue his journey. We're moving on to the last of our first 6 contestants who are ready to perform. Performing Martina McBrade's In My Daughter's Eyes from United States Army Garrison, Wiesenbach Specialist Mary Wilson.
I'm originally from Atascadero, California, and I'm representing Wiesbaden, Germany.
What is your MOS, and can you explain it?
I'm a 68 Papa X-ray tech, so I can do X-rays, CAT scans. I work in the ER, OR, everything like that.
Can you tell us a little bit about your family?
Well, I have a 4-year-old son named Dylan, 6-year-old daughter named Haley, and then my husband Rick, who are all, well, he's in Germany and the kids are here, so I miss them.
What's your favorite difference?
I like Oh Holy Night. It's just really beautiful and them out.
What's your best favorite as you perform?
Well, I'd have to say, I guess Operation Rising Star, the first round, I forgot. I started with the second verse, and I just kind of sang it again. And I don't think anybody noticed, but I sure did.
song choice, and I think you delivered it well, Mary. You really did. I look forward to the next time, and I look forward to you not so much performing as feeling what that is. There was one word that I kept looking for, an emotion I kept looking for, and I didn't find it enough. And the one word I was looking for in the lyric is pride. And every time you sang in my daughter's eyes, I wanted a glow to come up from your whole body, because you listen to your package, you've got kids, right? And that's that one little thing. If you had kicked into that pride, it would have, in addition to your sounding wonderful, it would have taken that performance way over the top into this great place. So one of the things I say to all of you guys, all of you singers, is have another look, revisit your lyric. After you learn the words, you learn the melody, you learn the song, then go over it again to ingest the emotion with, so that you can let it bubble up and get past the footlights and go around the room. That's the one thing I missed, but you did a great job. So the next time, just dig a little deeper for it. Yeah.
You know, when they were doing the interview preceding your performance, and you were talking about your kids and about your work, about your husband and how you missed them, you were just in the place of just being that. You asked a question and you responded conversationally. You were being all that she said she missed. A little more of, wanted more of, not missed, but wanted more of in your performance. And I think she's exactly right. How do you get there from here? There's not an exact road, but having the eye on the ball, that somehow makes it less of a performance and more of just her answering the question. Make it more conversation. And reviewing it, like she said, I think is a good way to start.
I thought it was a great selection. I love that song. I heard it yesterday. I was doing a great job. If I would give you any recommendation, when you close your eyes, you're singing to yourself. And I wish the way to connect with the crowd is to look at the crowd. When you started singing, I started looking right at you. And when you close your eyes, you turn me off. You know what I'm talking about? I love the song. You did a great job. But the only suggestion, open your eyes and look at the crowd and get them involved with that song, because that's how you connect with them. Every time you close your eyes and leave them closed for a while, you sort of disconnect from them. So just a better connection with the crowd is leaving those eyes on. Okay? Great job, though. I love it.
To vote for specialist Barry Wilson, log on to OPRisingStar.com immediately following the end of our show. The voting window will be open for 2 hours. Find the photo of the contestant you want to vote for and select the vote button. You can vote as many times as you want. Remember, our top 2 contestants will be chosen based on the combined votes of the first 3 rounds of competition. Those totals will count toward the 50% audience vote to determine who will be in the finals. So your votes are important if you want Mary to continue her journey. Thanks, Mary. Coming up, we're going to hear from our next 6 performers. So don't go away. We'll be right back after this. We also want to thank our presenters, the United States Army Installation Management Command and Family at MWR, who supports, educates, and entertains soldiers, families, retirees, and civilians at home and around the world. Thank you for making this great service and family member programming possible here on the Pentagon Channel. Watching us here on the Pentagon Channel and for casting your votes at OPRisingStar.com. Tonight and this coming week will not be possible without you as well.
I think that the first 6 were wonderful contenders. I think that the second 6 are going to be a little nervous because they know that the expectations are high. That's my thought.
I agree with her. I mean, I thought they did a great job. Some of them, I think the song selection, it's always about song selection. But overall, I think they're probably, I say this, probably shouldn't say that, but they're a little bit better than what they've been in the past. I think the competition's getting tougher and tougher. So good job.
Michael?
You know, I've been grateful for the level of talent that's here, and I'm also grateful for the Navy.
Yes.
Tonight, they've made a huge difference in inspiring these artists. Because when you sing to a wall, you sing by yourself, it's not the same. So really, I mean, I said that because it's sort of a funny thing to do. But honestly, the audience has been a big part of making this first part of the show spectacular. We applaud you, audience, and thank you. Go
To prepare for this week. So let's take a quick look at their mentoring sessions.
Yet still I rise above all my problems.
I suspect that being in the spotlight and having the spotlight on you and knowing everybody's kind of looking at you causes a lot of self-consciousness.
Of course.
In you, I can be strong. Here's one thing I noticed. The word strong isn't being sung the way you'd speak it. You want the word to always sound what it means. Right. There's something you're doing to the word strong that feels like it's sort of cutting it short or squishing it.
Everything about me seems to have changed step by step.
I think there's a balance between using too much hands and not enough. You know what I'm talking about? You can use too much hands as you're going through there. So I think you got to be conscious about that. I would ask, will I live or die? But I know. I don't know how you do it, but you don't move your arms at all. Sure. I think if you stayed all the way through, and you look so stern that you almost have attention.
I'm your man, you're my girl. I'm gonna tell it to the whole wide world.
Whenever people pick these, I call them the dancing men song. There's a cool that comes with it, and there's a stylized energy, even if it's nothing.
Right.
Bring me some swag up in here.
Okay.
You're not bringing enough swag, my love.
If my body froze in bed, if I just listened to it right outside the window.
Make sure that when you hit a low note, you have to approach the low note like you approach the high note. You know, you take a big old breath to go high.
Okay.
I need you to take a big old breath to go low.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing their version of Good Time, here are your final 6 contestants of the night.
Hands up, it's down to get down tonight. Just so it's good time. Come here to the sky, take it there. It's down to get down tonight. Just so it's good time. Check out
Wow, another great performance, and from the sound of it, the competition is still heating up. So let's get to our next solo performance. Ladies and gentlemen, performing Yolanda Adams' hit, Still I Rise, representing Presidio of Monterey, California, specialist Constance Mack.
My name is Constance Mack. I'm originally from Stone Mountain, Georgia, and I'm representing Presidio of Monterey in California.
Have you ever been deployed? If not, would you like to be?
I've never been deployed, but I would really love to be. I'm still in training status, so I have a little bit of time left before I do that.
What is your MOS?
My MOS is 35 Papa, which is a pictological linguist. I'm studying Chinese.
So can you say something in Chinese for us?
Sure. 你们好，我的中文名字是李康熙，我很高兴在德州三人同游时给你们表演，我也很感谢这个计划。And that was just basically, hello, my Chinese name is Wei Kangxi. I'm very happy to be in San Antonio, Texas, to do this performance. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Yet still
This is beautiful. Really, really well done. And Still I Rise, I felt like when you did that thing with your arm, I felt everything, the energy of everything went up, you know. And this audience, you know, wanted to rise with that. They felt that, you know.
Sergeant Major?
Wow. That's all I got to say. You know, you gave me goosebumps. I mean, it was incredible. What a great job. I fully enjoyed. I mean, if I had any suggestions, I'm not sure what they are, but I thought you did a great job. It was, you know, I know that
Bird does the voice and all the other stuff. I think we ought to take maybe get her motivated for the voice or something. But you did a wonderful job. My hats off to you. God bless you. Keep singing. Good job.
Bird.
Same, Constance. Same. Number one, thank you for trusting me. Thank you very, very, very much. And you saw the response. It's very small, but I applaud you for taking that step that I dared you to take. And it worked.
Absolutely.
Wonderful job, my dear.
You're welcome. Thank you. To vote for specialist Constance Mack, log on to oprisengstar.com immediately following the end of our show. The voting window will be open for 2 hours. Find the photo of the contestant you want to vote for and select the vote button. You can vote as many times as you want. Remember, our top 2 contestants will be chosen based on the combined votes of the first 3 rounds of competition. Those totals will count toward the 50% audience vote to determine who will be in the finals. So your votes are important if you want Constance to continue her journey. Thank you. I believe our next contestant is ready, and here he is, performing Whitney Houston's I Look to You, representing Fort Wainwright, Alaska, Army veteran, reservist, and family member, Calvin Sneed.
My name is Calvin Sneed. I'm originally from Tifton, Georgia, and I'm representing Fort Wainwright, Alaska.
All right, tell us a little bit about your family.
My family is great. My wife, she's a staff sergeant in the DENTAC command in Fort Wainwright, Alaska. Together we have 7 kids.
And what's your favorite Christmas carol?
Favorite Christmas carol has to be Silent Night. Just because it's just a song that you can just really sing with your heart and kind of connect with the audience while they're singing to it.
What's currently in your album?
Listen to all sorts of music. Smokey Norfolk, James Fortune, Fred Hammond. Most of this to a lot of guys.
What's your most embarrassing performance?
I'll probably forget the words to a rap on stage with Soldier Show.
Wonderful job, my dear.
Thank you.
So there's an echo. I would have, I want to thank you for trusting me as well. And you know exactly what I mean. It worked, as you heard from the response, number one. Also, if I have one word of caution for you, I would like to caution you against some of your riffs that become what I call the super fast riffs. We get lost and we miss some of your notes. It's okay. Relax within your riff, and they will become more effective. That's my only word of caution for you. Okay?
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Sergeant Major.
I have one question. With those 7 kids, I guess you're singing every day, trying to get them to go in the right direction. I thought it was a great job. If I did have a word of advice to you, and I think we talked about it yesterday, when you leave your eyes open, you connect with the audience. When you close your eyes, you're singing to yourself. So I know there's some points there. I think you can close your eyes just for a second and come back. But you need to, I think, when you're singing, look at people and get them involved with your song. That's what people do. They look at them and they sort of pull everybody in the audience. But other than that, I thought you did a great job.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Michael?
You know, it's each his own, right? I thought your sort of body language choices were honest, authentic, real, very engaging, communicated your passion. So, you know, of all the performers I've seen tonight, I thought you put it all together. Like you seemed comfortable, you seemed at ease. I liked you right away when you walked out. I liked your vibe. I liked your song choice. I liked the way you sang in tune. You put it all together in a really powerful way for me.
Thank you so much.
To vote for Army veteran, reservist, and family member Calvin Sneed, log on to oprisingstar.com immediately following the end of our show. The voting window will be open for 2 hours. Find the photo of the contestant you want to vote for and select the vote button. You can vote as many times as you want. Remember, our top 2 contestants will be chosen based on the combined votes of the first 3 rounds of competition. Those totals will count toward the 50% audience vote to determine who will be in the finals. Your votes are important if you want Calvin to continue his journey. Thank you. Continuing on, let's meet our 9th contestant, Christina Aguilera's Something's Got a Hold on Me, representing Joint Base San Antonio, Texas, Senior Airman Sharita Cummings.
I'm originally from Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm representing Joint Base San Antonio.
What is your MOS?
My MOS is a 48031. That's a medical administrative personnel. I normally do clerical things in the hospital. Right now I'm working in the ER as a clerk.
Can you tell us a little bit about your family?
My father, he's a singer. My mother is a singer. My little brother plays the saxophone. I have 5 brothers, 1 little sister, and that's pretty much my family.
What music are you into right now?
Well, I listen to a lot of Alicia Keys, a lot of Whitney, and Erykah Badu. Those are about my 3 favorite R&B artists. Well, Erykah Badu is more of a jazz artist, but
sometimes I get the feeling, yeah. I believe some kind of hold on me, yeah. Oh, some kind of hold on me right now. Let me tell you now, I'm not feeling, I feel so strange. Everything about it seems to have changed. Step by step, I gotta bring the world. I get down to it up, and I'm talking about it all. Oh, oh, I'm not crazy. Oh, must be good. Let me tell you now, don't gotta hold on me, yeah. Oh, 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 some gotta hold me right now, child. Let me tell you now, I'm ready. I can feel like I say, oh, I feel alright. Like it before. Some gotta hold me away. I never thought it we didn't break it. Just a falling, but I hurt no.
Let's go to our judges. Sergeant Major?
Oh, I know you always pick me. I wrote this down. You might be the 3 year old, but I was listening to singing or something. Anyway, I thought you did a great job. You connected with the audience, you motivated the audience, and everybody was really into your performance. So I thought, great job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Michael?
It was like a whole motor was going, man. It was like your body was helping you sing. Wow, what a beautiful concept. And the energy of it was so engaging and alive. You captured at the end there, I felt like you were singing me. I felt a little blush. I don't, and I didn't expect that from you. Why'd you do that to me?
Well, I thought you were singing to me.
Great.
Thank you. Michael, she did that to you because she's sparkly and spunky.
That's fun.
Yeah. Really nice job. Nice job. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed watching you captivate the room. And you got me when you walked down the steps. I don't know what the lyric was, but it was like perfect. It couldn't have been more perfect. Yeah. Well done, my
Well
dear.
done.
Thank you.
To vote for Senior Airman Sharita Cummings, log on to oprisingstar.com immediately following the end of our show. The voting window will be open for 2 hours. Find the photo of the contestant you want to vote for and select the vote button. You can vote as many times as you want. Remember, our top 2 contestants will be chosen based on the combined votes of the first 3 rounds of competition. Those totals will count toward the 50% audience vote to determine who will be in the finals. So your votes are important if you want Sharita to continue her journey.
Thank you.
We're 3/4 of the way through, and there's still more great entertainment to come. So don't go away. We'll be right back after this short break.
I'd like to give a shout out to Presidio of Monterey, Alpha Company, First Sergeant Younghans, and Captain Kachowski. Also to Monterey Church.
Just like to say to my wife and my kids, I love you all. Daddy be home soon.
Management Command and Family and MWR, welcome back to Operation Rising Star. I am joined by Seaman Apprentice Taylor Nolan, who is in training here at Joint Base San Antonio. So what do you think of the show so far?
The show's great. It's amazing. It's a really good opportunity to be here.
Right. Well, we appreciate you being here. And for all of you at home, please don't forget to vote for your favorite at oprisingstar.com. Now let's get back to it and welcome our 10th performer this evening. Performing Broadway musical hit Close Every Door, representing Fort Jackson, South Carolina, First Lieutenant Thomas Johnson.
From Hacienda Heights, California, and I am representing Fort Jackson, South Carolina.
Tell us a little bit about your family.
I have a wife and a little baby girl. She's 18 months old, and they're out in Fort Jackson area.
Have you ever been deployed, and if so, where?
Yes, I've been deployed Iraq twice, and Afghanistan once.
What's your most embarrassing performance moment?
I really can't think of anything that is an embarrassing performance moment.
You're that good, huh?
I hope so.
Michael?
Well, we talked yesterday about commitment and about intensity and about focus. From the moment you walked on stage, you had put yourself in a place where that was going to be your total, complete focus. And until the very end of your last note. And then your energy completely changed. You grabbed the mic, walked downstairs, a big smile on your face. You're like a different guy, you know? And I think one of the challenges in a contest like this, or an exhibition like this, is when you choose a stylistic thing that's so vastly different from what current pop music is, you know, sometimes that can stand against you, you know. But I think it takes a lot of courage to say, this is who I am, this is where I come from, and this is what I feel most comfortable. So I applaud you for the courage to do that, and I hope that the audience will understand the context, you know, when it sort of weighs against popular music that they might have heard today on the show, and recognize your great talent.
Sergeant Major?
I really agree. I thought you did an outstanding job, and there's no question in my mind that you was just what Michael just said too. That you was definitely focused when you come out. I really enjoyed it, and the other thing I liked about it is I listened to every word that you said. Because once you start singing, I listened to it. It was very well done. I thought it was a great job. I may have liked to listen to something else, but I thought what you just performed out here was outstanding. Great job.
Thank you, Sergeant Major.
Bird?
I'm glad that Michael had that commitment conversation when you were in your mentoring session with him, because it made a big difference, huge difference. I thank you for hearing me, and you did, as I put so much pressure on you guys, you know, vocally, and I nailed you too, and you got it. You got it, and it worked. I applaud you. I'm glad you're here because you're so uniquely different. And we've done this for quite a few seasons, and I wanted you to be here. I wanted the Pentagon channel to experience you, to experience someone like you and your talent. So I'm very glad you're here. Well done.
Thank you.
To vote for First Lieutenant Thomas Johnson, log on to oprisingstar.com immediately following the end of our show. The voting window will be open for 2 hours. Find the photo of the contestant you want to vote for and select the vote button. You can vote as many times as you want. Remember, our top 2 contestants will be chosen based on the combined votes of the first 3 rounds of competition. Those totals will count toward the 50% audience vote to determine who will be in the finals. So your votes are important if you want Thomas to continue his journey. Thank you. Only 2 contestants to go, so let's move on. Performing Usher's You Got It Bad, Private First Class Marvin Forbes.
I am PFC Marvin Forbes. I am originally from New York, it's where I was born. It's not where I was raised. And I'm representing Fort Leonard Woodlands.
Great. Can you talk a little bit about your family?
My grandmother is from Italy. She grew up in New York. My grandfather is Cherokee Indian Black. So I grew up in a mixed household.
What's your favorite Christmas carol or song?
Well, it's not really a carol. My favorite Christmas song is This Christmas. Donny Hathaway, I believe, was the first person to sing it, and it's been covered by Chris Brown over the years. But I like the beat of it. It's something I grew up listening to a lot for Christmas.
What's in your iPod?
A lot of stuff. I have stuff from like Pat Benatar, Beyonce, Michael Jackson, a lot of old school stuff, new school stuff, Neo, Chris Brown. I listen to
You got it bad. If you miss a day without your friend, your whole life's on track. miss a day that you feel your whole life's off track. You know you got it bad when you're out with someone, but you keep on thinking about somebody out there.
All right, let's go to our judges. Michael?
You know, having a voice that doesn't sound like anybody else's, I suppose at times in your life, you know, might feel awkward. Like, kind of like the girl who had really curly hair who always wanted to straighten it because everybody else had straight hair. But having a unique voice that's instantly recognizable is part of what makes a pop star. And you have a voice that doesn't sound like anybody else's, you know. And you sing well, you got style, you got a little cool thing going on. You have, I think you have a very unique gift. You just don't sound like anybody else. You know, and if I heard a song of yours on the radio and it became a hit, and then I heard another song, I'd know who it was. I'd know it was you. And that's a great gift, and I hope that'll take you to places that you want to go.
Thank you. I was
Sergeant Major?
Yeah, I keep saying I agree with Michael here and Bird, but you are a great entertainer. I mean, I sort of listen to you. I mean, that's certainly not my style of music, but I liked it. You engaged me. I listened to you. I liked the way you worked the room. And I just think you did a super job. And really what's going to be tough is the competition this year is probably the best I think I've ever seen in the last 8 years. So you did a wonderful, wonderful job.
Thanks so much.
Really.
Yeah. I agree. I love it. The fear on your face. I agree with Michael and Sergeant Major. You really did a great job. I enjoyed it. My challenge to you is I look forward to hearing you sing something else. I want to hear what else is in your arsenal, in your musical arsenal, because of what Michael said. Because your voice is so recognizable, and what would that be? Because unfortunately, those dancing guy songs, those dancing guy songs kind of hang out in this one spot because it's got swag to it, because of the vibe. That's what you're going for. I can't wait to see what you're going to do next week. I enjoy it. Next show.
To vote for Private First Class Marvin Forbes, log on to oprisingstar.com immediately following the end of our show. The voting window will be open for 2 hours. Find the photo of the contestant you want to vote for and select the vote button. You can vote as many times as you want. Remember, our top 2 contestants will be chosen based on the combined votes of the first 3 rounds of competition. Those totals will count toward the 50% audience vote to determine who will be in the finals. So your votes are important if you want Marvin to continue his journey. Thank you.
Thank you.
We've seen 11 talented contestants. There's only one left. Please give a warm welcome to the United States Navy representative, Christina Williams.
I'm from Tennessee, and I'm representing Naval Support Facility Zone. What do you do back home? I'm a stay-at-home wife. My husband and I are recently married 6 months ago. So tell us a little bit about your family. My husband, Cody Williams, is a fire controlman 3rd class in the Navy. I have a mom and dad and 2 sisters back in Covington and grandparents in Florida. What's your favorite Christmas carol or song? My favorite Christmas carol or song would be My Grown Up Christmas List. We did it in high school and I really liked it. What's your most embarrassing performance moment would probably have to be me starting the music before the track came on.
Excellent job, Christina. You worked it out. You really did. I think it's a very hard song to sing, and you did it proud. You did it justice. You're very, very welcome. I acknowledge the emotion that you brought to it, and your vocal performance was spot on. Really great job, Christina.
You're very welcome.
Sergeant Major.
You know, I'm getting tired of saying great job. I don't know about you, but this, you know, but you did a great job. I mean, it was super. Now, it was a little biased, the Navy people that are in the audience here, but I know not to say that word, but you did a wonderful job. I enjoyed your entire performance. And what a great way to finish up the show. Great job. You represented the Navy very well.
Michael.
And I did that by accident.
Michael.
You know, there's something about that song that demands a sort of a big, bombastic kind of emotional performance. It just kind of demands that, you know. And I'm just curious to see if you have the other side of the coin. I'm curious to see if you have the ability to deliver that much energy with something more subtle, something a little softer, something more intimate. And you know, should you have the chance to go forward, I hope we'll have a chance to see that, because I have a suspicion that you have it in you, as any good Navy person would. You have a Okay. All right. Okay. Wait a minute. Now I had to say that because it's the end of the show and I'm the last guy to speak. So thank you very much.
All right. To book for Navy family member Christina Williams, log on to oprisingstar.com immediately following the end of our show. The voting window will be open for 2 hours. Find the photo of the contestant you want to vote for and select the vote button. You can vote as many times as you want. Remember, our top 2 contestants will be chosen based on the combined votes of the first 3 rounds of competition. Those totals will count toward the 50% audience vote to determine who will be in the finals. Your votes are important if you want Christina to continue her journey. Thank you. Now we have seen them all, and what a talented top 12 we have. So don't forget to log on to oprisingstar.com immediately following the show to vote for your favorite. We'll get final thoughts and a recap of tonight's performances right after this break.
I want to give a shout out to Columbus, Georgia, to my grandmother, my mother, my grandparents, my father, my brothers, sisters, all my family, everybody supporting me back in Columbus, Georgia.
Hi, Mom and Dad and girls. Can't wait to see you. Hey, Navy, it's the first time we're out here. Better represent, get online and vote.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's find out what the judges about our last 6 contestants. Bird?
The last 6 contestants were pretty strong. I thought they brought it. I thought that they had an advantage because they got a chance to watch the first 6. So they played well into that advantage. People are very
Sergeant Major?
This is going to be a tough competition. I mean, I'm with Birdie. You know, you sit down and you say, well, this is a good selection. But gee, Christmas, I found myself coming in line and pointing. So it's going to be hard. This is really going to be a tough competition. I think the last 6 really brought it on. They was raised. I think they all did a good job. I mean, they all did. Just the last, all of them did a good job. But the last 6 probably looked somewhat really strong.
So, do we go from 12 to 6 or 12 to 8 on this next round?
12 to 8.
12 to 8. This is going to be tough.
It is tough.
You know, there were some surprises for me tonight. I mean, after seeing them yesterday in the coaching sessions, there's a couple today that I was like, wow. I mean, you know, it's just going to be tough. And that's the way it should be.
Yes. Absolutely. They may have been holding back just a little bit.
Yeah. Well, they're certainly impressing us.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you. Well, I think our Operation Rising Star finalists are filled with anticipation as they wonder if their performances were strong enough to move them to the next level of competition. Don't forget to tune in Tuesday to see who the top 8 will be. And again, you will have an opportunity to vote on your favorite performer. Then on Thursday, we will reveal the top 4, and your votes that night will reveal our top 2 on Saturday. And you definitely don't want to miss the grand finale on Sunday when this year's Rising Star and the winner of the Ultimate Recording Experience is revealed. Before we go, we're going to give you one last look at tonight's performances before we ask you to cast your vote. Let's take a look.
Let's get it on. Let's slow, baby. There's no shame in cry, ooh, baby. I feel the living of yours. All of my life, I've been a fool who said I could do it all alone. I feel it show. And I know that being strong means never losing yourself. Roses for tonight, I play from a bed of nails. What life is all about, it's hanging on when your heart has had enough. It's giving more when you feel like giving up. Never to give up. Never to give in against all odds. Rain is falling. I need you to be here. I need you to set me free. Oh yeah. Said, oh, 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 oh. I said, baby, oh, must be love. Important I would ask. Will I live or die? But I know the answers right for maybe you. Hey, oh, oh, hang up, you call right back. Hey, like this, and if you need me like that, it was dead long ago, but it's all coming back to you.
Remember to log on to oprisingstar.com immediately following the end of our show. The voting window will be open for 2 hours, and you only need to find the photo of the contestant you want to vote for and select the vote button. You can vote as many times as you want. Remember, our top 2 contestants will be chosen based on the combined votes of the first 3 rounds of competition. Those totals will count toward the 50% audience vote to determine who will be in the finals. So your votes are important if you want your favorite contestant to continue their journey. Now we want to take a moment to thank our top 12 contestants for their outstanding performances. We also want to thank everyone out there for tuning into the Pentagon channel and on the web, and a special thank you to our esteemed judges. We want to thank our presenters, the United States Army Installation Management Command and Family and MWR, for providing quality of life programs for soldiers, families, retirees, and civilians, such as Operation Rising Star. Thank you for making this great service and family member programming possible here on the Pentagon Channel. We'll be back in just 2 days to find out which 8 of our 12 contestants will remain on their journey to this year's Rising Star. Don't forget, we will have special guest performances for you from Sugar Money recording artist and American Idol runner-up, Bo Bice. We'll see you right here on the Pentagon Channel Monday evening. Good night, everyone.
November 12th, 1992, I saw my husband and 7 other soldiers off on what was to be just a routine flight out to visit a unit. If it was 17 years, you wanted 18. If it was 3 days, 40. This is kind of what I like to think of as our continued contribution.
She will get everything in the world she can for a survivor.
This is a godsend.
Oh, honey. We're linked not through the death of someone we love. You and I are linked through the love of someone we still love.
My husband and I met in 1998 while I was working in the West Wing of the White House for Ronald Reagan, and he was an Army National Guard colonel up in Alaska. We actually met during the rescue of 3 stranded gray whales.
3 gray whales are now trapped in walls of ice 6 inches thick.
Their love story played out in the Universal Studios movie Big Miracle. Tom Carroll, a colonel in the Alaska National Guard.
Nothing's that simple in the Arctic.
Played by Dermot Mulroney.
If I'd known you were this pretty, I would have returned that first phone call of yours right away.
Bonnie Mersinger, played by Vanessa Shaw.
I was in the neighborhood.
Was sent by the president to see how the White House could help with the small town big story.
I think they're getting ready to move.
Hollywood loves a happy ending. With the help of a Soviet icebreaker boarded by Colonel Carroll, no small feat during the Cold War of the 80s, the whales are freed. And the hero gets the girl.
Life was amazing. It was wonderful. I was working for the National Guard at the time, for the Air National Guard. He was the Deputy Commissioner of Military and Veterans Affairs. Our family was doing great. Life was just as good as it could possibly be. November 12th, 1992, I saw my husband and 7 other soldiers off on what was to be just a routine flight out to visit a unit. 2 hours later, and hundreds of miles away, they went into the mountains in a complete whiteout snowstorm, having mechanical difficulties. For several hours, there was a search underway, and we hoped. The families came together at the headquarters, and we huddled and prayed and hung on to each other.
A Coast Guard helicopter found the wreckage smashed into the side of a mountain about 30 miles west of Juneau. There were no survivors.
When the word came, the support that we found with each other was tremendous. It was just this immediate bond that our lives would forever be different from that day forward. At a ceremony honoring our husbands, the wives who lost loved ones that fated day came together, and we just spent the entire day finding out that we had lived parallel lives. We had everything in common. We had the same dreams, the same nightmares, the same fears, the same questions, the same pain. And we found in talking with each other, it just helped lift that burden just a little bit.
It was that bond between sudden widows that formed the basis for her life's work. Nearly 20 years later, the TAPS annual national conference hosts more than 2,000 survivors in Washington, D.C.
My husband was killed in Afghanistan. He was killed the day after Memorial Day when a suicide bomber ran into his convoy vehicle. You get that knock on the door and they tell you your husband is killed. And I couldn't even process that information. I was still an officer's wife, and I still had jobs and duties and obligations to perform for him. And I wanted to represent him well. And I had to take care of my children right away. So it took a few months before I could concentrate on what I was feeling, what I needed to go through. About grief is you have to go through it. There's no way to fix.
The Stratton family marked Mark Stratton's death with their TAPS family.
Mark died. They were 2, 5, and 6. What I have learned through their experiences with TAPS is they know that it's okay to talk about Dad. It's okay for them to cry. It's okay for them to come to me and ask any kind of question, either if it's about how he died. We've had a lot of conversations about bad guys and good guys. And then they ask a lot of things about future things.
Now, let's go. I think that a little quick. Right in the camera and smile when you do that.
I like taps because it kind of helps you cope with your feelings, and it helps you understand like why they feel that, and it's okay to cry.
Now, I want you to put on your real bad face, all right? Look at me. Like somebody just stole one of your things.
Delaney is just my little sweetie, and I always describe her as my old soul in a 9-year-old's body because she's very mature for her age, and she's just wonderful. She is so sweet because now she starts to look at what I do as a single parent, and she says, you need to take some time for yourself, or I want to make sure that that people treat you right.
Oh, way to go. Ooh, almost hit the camera.
Jake just turned 8 a few months ago. He's our little family clown and is always laughing and talking and everything. But I actually had an incident with Jake about a month and a half ago. His guidance counselor called me and says, Jake's in my office missing Daddy. We saw a picture of Mark that morning. We were going to take a family trip for spring break, and he was feeling that Daddy should be with us, or wish Daddy was here. And that's probably the hardest thing as a parent to handle, because there's going to be lots of milestones in the future when they graduate, when they get married. AJ just turned 5. He will say things like, I remember when Daddy did this. Now, he was 2 when Mark was killed, so he doesn't remember, but the stories that we have told him have become his memories.
Nearly 500 young survivors are at this year's camp, where they learn about grief, how to cry, and how to be happy again. Some things they're taught by experts, many things they learn from each other.
Some of these kids have been here for years, and so they remember what it was like being at the Good Grief Camp for the first year. And so they are very, very comforting to the other kids too, who may have been the first year. Some of these kids have never talked about the loss. Some of them keep telling friends that don't understand that their dad's deployed, or that they don't have a dad, or that he even left. So being in a like group with other kids, first of all, that have lost a loved one and then lost a loved one in the military is huge.
My special person was Todd Weaver. He was my uncle. He died on September 9th, 2010. I met him last year.
Yeah. And how'd you guys meet? In one of these camps?
Yeah. Me and him were almost the only boy. There were about 2 or 3 others. And so we just sort of became friends. I'll never forget the day I learned my dad had died. I wrote that I would like to meet him and know what he was like, because I never really knew what he was like, because he died when I was 2 months old. It's our journey book. We have to draw a picture of our special person, my dad. He passed away by a roadside bomb. But sometimes, if I start talking about my dad, what happened to him, sometimes I'll
start getting teary-eyed.
Kids are great. The amazing stories you get to hear from some of these kids and the stuff they've been through and the strength and courage they have, it's amazing. It's very humbling, honoring, and it gives you a sense of service of actually what you're doing. It kind of brings it back to reality.
We have now trained over 1,000 peer mentors to be there to comfort those who are newly bereaved. The secret of making that connection is finding those who have had a similar loss. And now that we have so many wonderful peer mentors, we can match folks right down to, this was their only son, he was killed in combat, maybe he grew up as a baseball player, and we'll find a similar mom.
Every single person in this room has been where you are now. Every one of us who wears a red shirt has been where you are now.
Adult mentors learn less about what to say and more about how to listen.
My mentees both have children, roughly the same age as my children. One of her husband was also Air Force. So they try and match similar experiences or the ways of the death. And just kind of another level of support.
You're in your father grieves, and you've got people saying, this is your best, this is for your best interest.
Dozens of workshops at the National Seminar offer information on everything from benefits
And there are also tax implications.
to how to handle some well-meaning but awkward responses to a loved one's death.
I was told, well, at least you had him for 17 years.
Kind of on the flip side of it. And you know what, at least if it was 17 years, you wanted 18. If it was 3 days, 40, forever. You wanted forever.
A family formed through sometimes unlikely bonds, held fast by common tragedy.
We're linked not through the death of someone we love. You and I are linked through the love of someone we still love.
The theme of our weekend is remember the love, celebrate the life, and share the journey. It's not just about the fact that our loved ones died. It's about the fact that they lived an extraordinary life, a life that was filled with selfless service.
I asked her how he had died, and she told me that he had shot himself in the head and that he was gone.
Marine Major Jeff Hackett, an explosives ordnance disposal expert, had left the Corps after losing 8 of his men in combat. Some were like sons to him.
And that just weighed so heavy on him because he told me he was a failure because he didn't keep his word to the wives of those killed.
Hackett had trouble finding work in the small town, and there were money troubles. In June of 2010, he drove to the American Legion Hall in Cheyenne and shot himself.
We buried him on Saturday, and on Tuesday I was given a pamphlet with all the signs of PTSD, and he had all but 3. And I just wish I would have known, because maybe I could have saved him.
Of the thousands of cases TAPS handles, 12% or 3,000 of them are suicides.
We're seeing actually an increase in losses by suicide.
Marine Corps Major John Ruocco made it home safely after flying dozens of combat missions in Iraq. His wife, a trained social worker, recognized the signs and even asked her husband if he was going to kill himself. He said he would never do that to her and their boys. 2 hours later, he hung himself.
Kim has turned that pain around and is now there to help thousands of other survivors.
For suicide survivors, it's a whole complicated process of going through the many layers of feelings that you have when someone dies by suicide. You know, you love them, you admire them. At one time, they were your hero, and now what do you do with that death?
Attendance at retreats tailored for military suicide survivors tripled in 3 years.
it's been an incredible support system because people walk in and they don't have to be ashamed and they don't have to worry about people judging what happened with their loss. They can come and talk about their life and their love and their memories instead of trying to defend how they died.
Carol co-chaired the Department of Defense's 2010 Task Force on Suicide Prevention, which hosted families of those who'd taken their own lives.
And the day before Brian was to return to Iraq, he took his life at my home while I was sleeping.
And some who'd survived their own attempts.
I thought suicide was terminal, thought my situation was terminal. I thought I was terminal. I was wrong.
People die by suicide when they've reached a point of hopelessness and helplessness. It's complicated by traumatic brain injury, by post-traumatic stress, by other factors in their lives. And for our survivors, you know, they really are facing a very difficult road of trying to figure out the why that they may never know.
A widow at 24.
At one suicide survivors retreat, spouses, parents, and children were able to release some of their grief in an art therapy workshop.
But like this represents infantry blue, Army infantry. My husband was Army infantry. And then like the Army boot, the American flag. He was a proud soldier. And I'm gonna put some black in there because that's how I feel right about now.
Well, I had a nice solid life. And when my son committed suicide, it just sort of turned upside down and broke and got black and white instead of being colorful. I used to read the funny papers before he died. I haven't read them since.
No.
I don't really find much funny in life anymore.
When you look back and you see, oh geez, I remember being there. Maybe I have healed a little bit, you know? Or look at her, boy, that's where I want to get to, where I can actually get up and talk about it without, you know, breaking down. You know, they can see all different stages and know that they too can heal from it.
We're gonna take you up 2.5 miles above Homestead, Florida, throw you out of our airplane, bring you screaming back down at 120 miles per hour, and land you safe and soft on the drop zone. You ready to go?
I'm ready. I can't
All
wait.
right. Have a good jump.
Like here we feel normal.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not the only one. I don't have to make anybody else feel better when they ask me what is up with my, you know, if they ask me if I'm married or usually my response is, okay, once I tell you, I don't want you to feel bad for me.
Wives of fallen service members find refuge at a retreat in Key Largo, Florida.
We've all had to grow. Like I say, when Gil died, I was full up. Like he gave me everything I needed. But the minute that he wasn't here anymore, all of a sudden there were these parts of me that weren't there anymore. All these empty spaces.
Emily Munoz's husband was a captain with the 7th Special Forces Group. Shortly after he returned from Iraq, he was hospitalized with flu-like symptoms. 2 days later, he died.
I think we were talking the other day about how much TAPS does that it helps us. It fills some of the spaces, but it also like teaches us to help do it on our own.
We started doing the regional survivor seminars back in 2005 and getting people together just in that way. But it was really focused on, you know, talking about the grief, learning coping strategies, processing our loss. And, you know, we started recognizing, wow, there is a need to just get together and bond in a different way. Can they see us? Ah!
Hi! Oh yeah, that's Donna and somebody.
You know what it is? It's kind of a metaphor for seeing the world in a whole different
Isn't it?
way.
And also, you know, I remember flying a kite one time and thinking, you know, just because I can't see it when it disappears, I can still feel it. I think Tom knew that you would have done something huge.
It's just having someone to talk to that understands what you mean. I mean, you know, like Bonnie, I mean, look at this lady's a godsend.
Oh, honey.
You know, the things she's done for everybody, you know? It's like some of my friends here, I just met them 3 days ago, and I feel like I met one of them on the plane, and we instantly, you know, I met a bunch of them on Facebook when we were getting ready to come, and we were already friends talking on the phone and sharing stories. It's just really, I just think now maybe I can go home and function. Maybe might even go back to work, you know. Wouldn't hurt. Now I found out I can get out of the house and I can function and not cry.
To get up, you know, and just say, you know, I'm Jen and I lost my husband to suicide. Nobody treated me any differently.
You know, TAPS is about the love and, you know, really giving all those that service member loved and left behind a safe place to grieve and to find hope and to find healing and find support. So, you know, we're just there for each other.
There's a time when you think, is anyone going to remember that he ever lived? Because the world does go on. But then when you get to support, peer support, you get to keep telling a story.
Yeah.
I get to keep saying Mike's name and no one looks at me funny. No one goes, why are you still talking about him? Why haven't you remarried or moved on?
Creating new memories eventually softens the loss.
Yeah, so we can get together, have fun, talk over dinner, talk just sitting around by the beach, go out, build new memories, you know, process things that have happened, overcome fears.
A little nervous.
I was really emotional this morning about it, and then I did pretty good, but that's the first I've been back to the drop zone.
Terry Starlipper has tandem jumped out of airplanes before, strapped in with Chris Schaefer, her husband.
Chris was a military free fall instructor in Yuma Proving Grounds. He was Air Force.
He was working as the jump master on a night operation when a student collided with him. The master sergeant landed on the mark, but died on impact. That was just 5 weeks after their wedding.
Once he was killed, I just said, you know, I'm not going to jump. A lot of the guys that worked with him said, hey, you know, if you want to go up, I'll take you up. And now I'm just going to do that with him. I'm not going to do it with anybody else. So when this opportunity came up, I said, you know, it's been almost 12 years and why not? I think it'll be very healing and I think it's time to just do it. It felt good to let it go. And I think he would have been proud too. And the guys certainly made it very special and made me feel very important and special. And that made it that much better.
Kyle Harper's fiance, Staff Sergeant Mike Hollander, was killed by an IED in Iraq in April of 2007. That June, she went to a TAPS meeting, but left early.
Funny enough, a few days later, or maybe a few weeks later, I don't remember, it's kind of a blur, I got a call from this lady. And she was like, hi, Kyle, it's Bonnie. I was like, I'm not sure who you are, but okay.
Now, Kyle works for TAPS and puts together retreats like this one, coming up with creative ways to help survivors let go.
For 5 minutes, like someone else is totally and completely in control. And like, you don't have a care in the world. Like, there's nothing you can do just but sit there and enjoy like that moment. Just look forward to that feeling because it's so much fun and it's just so freeing.
Wow.
That's nice.
That's perfect.
It is. It really is.
You ready to be free tomorrow? For
Yeah, that's great.
My name is Staff Sergeant Noah Watts, and I'm glad you guys are here. It's an honor for us to be able to jump with you guys today. First things first, we have here our parachute. So you guys definitely had your loved ones and everything. Hopefully this allows you guys to get a little bit of an idea of what they might have done or things like that. Are we ready to skydive? Yes, sir. All right, remember, when you're asked, are you ready to skydive? Remember, no, so hold up, let go. Let's go.
My hero is my husband. I mean, he inspires me every day. He was an extraordinary leader in this Army. So that's what inspires me, to do good things, to do bigger things. I loved every moment of it. It was incredible. You know, my husband was airborne, and to do this and feel what he felt is an incredible feeling. I'm so grateful to the Golden Knights.
Come on, let's do it.
Awesome. Oh, yay. It was just amazing.
I got emotional. I did. It's like they pulled the canopy, and all of a sudden I got it. Like what they must feel like. It's like the peace they must have felt, like the pressure of the world off and just peace. And I got it, and I just felt like he's okay. I know he's okay. He's okay. I just know it. So blue skies, girl. Blue skies.
We have a really special closing ceremony tonight, and we're going to ask Emily to start off by reading some of the wonderful words that were written for each of you.
Terry, I think your husband loves your amazing combination of sweetness and toughness. Vicky, you have an inviting and protective personality, a quality that so many of us greatly admire. Donna, your husband saw in you so much joy and love and excitement about life. He lives on in you. Yep. Okay. I think Tom also loved you for your courage and strength. Who else but you could create such an amazing organization to honor our men and support so many families? We love you like Tom. I don't know if you guys have seen Big Miracle, but at the end of the movie, you know, when the little kid comes on and he says the hole in the ice let the whole world through, that was when I realized the hole in Bonnie's heart let all of us in.
Here is to falling out of an airplane and falling back into life. For it is my hope that each one of us finds a new dream to live, to grow, and to become the women that we are meant to be. To our men.
Army Reserve soldiers are trained professionals, leaders, logisticians, medics, engineers, balancing civilian life with military readiness. Let's follow along with the mighty soldiers of the 377 Theater Sustainment Command as they conduct a monthly battle assembly. This is what it really looks like to be a U.S. Army Reserve soldier.
Camp Shelby, Mississippi. We're doing cruiser weapons qualifications. We're doing individual weapons qualifications on your small arms, M4. Making sure that things are squared away, making sure we got accountability. We have 1230 formation. We'll get accountability, make sure all section leaders are doing what they're supposed to be doing, and then know where their soldiers are. Sure that everybody has their, drop their stuff off in their barracks and their respective areas where they're going to put their head down.
Get ready for the challenges. We got a chartered bus. We stop, got the soldiers something to eat, you know, so we get our minds right, so we get ready for the weapons ball.
Hey, we waiting on y'all. Come on.
Let's go. Training spots in 3, 2, 1.
EST 2000 is a virtual platform that allows the soldier to work on their breathing techniques. They get to basically put virtual bullets downrange.
Are you excited?
Oh yeah, always excited, sir. If you're not excited, you just keep smiling.
I'm feeling good. Professional optimism.
There you go.
I was usually the officers, we don't shoot the enforced, but it was good familiarization.
It's pretty good. It's been a while since I've been behind the M4, so it's kind of good to get familiarized again. You know, nice enjoying the AC. You know, kind of like a video game. So it's a good time.
That was great. We got to go in the EST.
Did some zeroing, refreshed our skills. Got to do all the call tables and practice shooting.
We are getting ready to do some zeroing and then weapons qual.
Hopefully we can get everybody through quickly and get a bunch of experts out here today.
Y'all hungry?
Oh, I'm finished.
This is the best field feeding unit that I've experienced in my career.
So we're making some buffalo chicken, some pulled pork, green beans, and some white rice. We have 6 cooks. 3 of them are from the 905th, and then the other one is coming from, I want to say, the 908th from Laurel, Mississippi. So yeah, we're very capable of handling this.
Got the pork, rice and green beans. So far, it's been really good.
It looks like you put it inside of some bread and make it a sandwich. Is that the way to do it? That's the way to go?
Oh, yeah.
There's nothing like Army ingenuity in the field when it comes to food.
Oh, yeah, make it your way.
Exactly.
This weekend was a pretty good weekend. Can't complain. Everything was pretty thorough when it came to teamwork. No one got hurt. Being able to get out on a range, just a man up down the line. This is my first time I've been at a range with the group. So I had a good time, and everybody, making sure I was comfortable, being able to translate from my training to it.
All right, folks. That was just a snapshot of what your Army Reserve warfighters do when they report for battle assembly. The U.S. Army Reserve stands ready to defend this nation at a moment's notice, at home and abroad, all while balancing civilian careers, families, and community life. This is what it looks like to serve with purpose, pride, and power.
When you're in a war, there's only one thing that counts. You win it. Second best is not going to help.
We were all gung-ho, But the night before I left, I went into my mother's bedroom and I sat alongside of her. I said, Mom, I really don't want to go. I don't want to leave home and all that. And she looked at me, and my mother was a real Irish woman. She said, Arthur, I don't want you to go either. But if you don't go, I'd be ashamed of you.
I played with guys who served in there. I played with guys that came back, and I never heard anybody gripe about it or complain about it, and everybody felt it was their sense of duty. So you just went and you did it.
Military was a part of my life. It wasn't my vocation, obviously, like some people, but it played a part in who I am today.
When professional athletes hit the field of play, the battlefield is often far removed. War is a headline in the paper or a piece on the evening news. These men are focused on the game, their opponent, bringing home a win. The line between the playing field and the battlefield wasn't always so clear. For a number of years, baseball players and football players moved seamlessly from a team uniform to a military one and back again. They served with a sense of duty, for a love of country, and for some, there would be no more opening day, no more championship games, no more ticker tape parades. What motivated an athlete to move from one field to another? For many, it was a single moment in history.
A date which will live in infamy.
December 7th, 1941.
United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the empire of Japan.
For the first time in U.S. history, the safety of America's shores was called into question. Young men from around the country answered that call. Among them, names more suited to the back of a jersey than a set of dog tags. Williams, Donovan, Feller. For these athletes, there was no hesitation. They knew they had to serve.
In many ways, the response reflected what was going on in the country, and it reflected the country's response. I think so many of the athletes, when I talked to them, said that they felt that the country was in trouble. You know, that there was a real sense that, hey, when Pearl Harbor hit, you know, this isn't good. You know, this isn't going the right way. They saw Germany, you know, just going through Europe, and then with the Japanese entry, they felt, you know, our country's in trouble. We need to do something. And so, just like every other American, they reacted, and they felt that, you know, service was what mattered most. It didn't matter what you were doing and what your occupation was. Service to the country was the most important thing at that time. And so they did their part.
Bob Feller was an Iowa farm boy in his 6th year in the majors when the world changed in an instant. His 3A classification allowed him to stay home and take care of the family and the farm. But for Bob, when the news came down, staying home was not an option.
Well, the day of Pearl Harbor, I was on the way to Chicago, which is halfway between Cleveland and Des Moines, where I'm from, right near Des Moines area, Van Meter, Iowa, about 15 miles west of Des Moines. I heard about the attack on Pearl Harbor. Went in and made a phone call from the Palmer House Hotel to a friend of mine in Washington, and he said he'd fly out on Monday and sign me up on Tuesday, and it was Gene Tunney, the undefeated heavyweight champion of the world, who was the head of the Navy Physical Department. So I went to War College up in Newport, Rhode Island, and came out, took my gun crew to the Alabama.
In 1941, Bob Feller went from being one of the highest paid and best players in Major League Baseball to a job as a gunner on the USS Alabama. He saw combat on board the ship from 1943 to 1945, and although baseball was a part of his military life, there was only one W that mattered.
We played catch on board ship a lot, even sea, and when it wasn't too rough, or when the military obligations, you didn't have to be standing around your gun or having your helmet on or your life jacket and looking for the enemy. So we played catch. Well, when they had the Army-Navy World Series, Admiral Nimitz, in charge of all the Navy in the Pacific, he wanted me to come back and pitch in the Army-Navy World Series, and the captain asked me if I wanted to do it. When we were in the Philippine Sea, and I said, "Thank you, Captain. If you please radio Admiral Nimitz, if I thank you very much for the invitation, but he's going to win the Army-Navy World Series anyway." I named the ball players you had there, and I say, "I haven't pitched Major League ball for a couple of years, and I'm out here to help win a war." And the captain said, "Bob, I know that I knew the answer to that question before I even asked you." So he radioed Admiral Nimitz back, and Bob's staying with me, and that's what happened. I only wanted one win during those years, and that was to win World War II. One win satisfied me. Winning World War II was the most important war in the history of the world. When you're in a war, there's only one thing that counts. You win it. Second best is not going to help.
Just a comment, Bob. 19, the big was 54. You pitched a no-hit, no-run game at Cleveland Stadium. Was that 54?
Bob Feller was away from the game he loved for almost 4 years. He was a highly decorated war veteran when he came back to the pros and worked to regain his dominance on the mound. Baseball historians often note that Feller's stats as a pitcher would have hit even higher pinnacles if he had played through that 4-year absence.
His dominance at the time that he went in to serve was unquestioned. I mean, he was the best pitcher by a long shot. When he came back, he was still the best pitcher. But there's that gap that really did have a significant impact on what his final numbers are. But yet when you talk to him, you say, you know, "Hey, would you have done it over?" And he looks at you like you're crazy. You know, he said, "Without question, my service in the war was way more important. I would have taken that one big win rather than another 100 wins any day."
Bob Feller was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame on the first ballot in 1962. Experts say that without his time in the Navy, he would have had another 100 wins and another 1,000 strikeouts. These are stats Feller simply didn't think about.
I made a lot of mistakes in my life, and I made more right decisions than wrong ones. As I say, there's a lot of luck in life, some good and some bad. And I've been probably luckier than most of the average of people. But I have made wrong decisions. I didn't lose 162 ball games by accident because I wanted to. Of course, I wanted a few more than that. The 4 years or almost 4 years I lost in professional baseball mean nothing to me. The only thing that means anything to me is that we're a free nation, the greatest nation on earth, and I was part of it.
More than 300 major leaguers served during World War II, and some 3,000 athletes from minor league ball. But they weren't the only professional athletes on the battlefield.
Guy comes up to us, a soldier, and he says, you guys join the Army right now, and we'll get you a good job. I said, what's that? So we'll send you to cooks and bakers school. Guys, you get the hell out of here. I don't want to be a cook for the rest of the war.
On December 7th, 1941, when many of the biggest names in the majors left for the war, baseball was America's sport. But the fledgling NFL wasn't far behind. A long list of gridiron greats and future NFL Hall of Famers joined the fight on the front lines of World War II.
You know, when you were getting to be in high school and you were getting to be near 18, you had to go down and register for the draft. We got in there, and the guy comes up to us, a soldier, and he says, you guys join the Army right now, and we'll get you a good job. I said, what's that? So we'll send you to cooks and bakers school. Guys, you get the hell out of here. I don't want to be a cook for the rest of the war. So 3 of us went across the aisle to the Marine thing, and the only thing you had to be that you could get into the Marine Corps, you had to pass the colorblind test. So 3 of us passed it, and they said, I go home and we'll be in touch with you. So we went home, and about 2 weeks later, we get the letter, report to your draft board. We did, right down to 6 of us sitting on the curb on the Grand Concourse, waiting for this guy to come to pick us up.
Art Donovan, NFL Hall of Famer and longtime Baltimore Colt, grew up in the Bronx. Sports were a part of his life. His grandfather taught Theodore Roosevelt how to spar. His father was a famous boxing referee. His dream was to become a football player, but the Marines would come first.
The night before I left, my father had gone away and he was in the service, the third war he was in. And I went into my mother's bedroom and I sat on one side of her. I said, you know, Mom, we were all gung-ho, you know, but the night before you're leaving, I says, I really don't want to go. I don't want to leave home and all that. And she looked at me, my mother was a real Irish woman. She says, Arthur, I don't want you to go either. But if you don't go, I'd be ashamed of you. I started at Guam on the aircraft carrier. And it got worse going up, getting closer to Japan, because now they started with the kamikaze planes. And oh, you know, what a mess it was. So you're just lucky to make it. A lot of guys, God rest their soul, didn't make it.
From 1943 to 1945, Art Donovan served on the USS San Jacinto. He was told he was in 10 battles, and after his time on the carrier, he went to the Fleet Marine Force, which landed him in the middle of combat on Okinawa. After 4 years in the war, Art came home to the Bronx.
I got discharged from Bainbridge, Maryland. We had to go back to Baltimore to get the train to go to New York. That was just a trunk line going up there. And I got off the train, got on the subway and 34th Street, and went up to Bedford Park Boulevard, the train station, the subway station, walked up the steps. My cousin was waiting there for me. And hey, Arthur, you know, and he hugged me, walked across the street up to the second floor of the apartment house, went in the door, and my mother was in the kitchen baking a ham. Nobody ever talked about their experiences. It was like we left the night before, went home, and came back the next night, and here we are on the corner.
Art played ball at Boston College, and at the ripe old age of 26, he started his championship career with the Baltimore Colts. But he never forgot his military training.
That was discipline, like going through Paris Island, like halfway through, and the way they treated you. And these guys, I said, this can't be true. And maybe 6 months, these guys maybe fight with us, and they're treating us like a bunch of hoodlums. And sure enough, maybe a year later, you'd bunk into your DI, and you'd say, I should really knock you on your rear end, but you taught us discipline, and that was it. And you know what? If I had been an officer, I would have stayed in the Marine Corps.
Art Donovan ended up in the NFL Hall of Fame. Over 60 years later, his memories are crystal clear, but his view is only on the future.
You never look backwards. I would never want to do it again, but I wouldn't want to miss it.
World War II claimed the lives of 21 NFL men. 2 players, Maurice Britt and Jack Loomis, received the Medal of Honor. And it would not be long before the NFL was represented on the battlefield again.
I grew up during the Depression, and when World War II broke out, family lived above a barroom, and I was shining shoes down there. And it was all talking about the war, and I couldn't wait to join. And it was just one of those days, there was 3 things that was emphasized: God, family, country.
I just thought it was a duty you had to take care of. It was a responsibility. When I went in, I had no idea when I went to Fort Polk. I thought I was just on a short stay there, and I was heading over to Korea. And that's what we were sent down there for. I never asked for deferment. I never asked to stay there. I never asked for anything, At that time, you couldn't anyway. You know what I mean? It was what it was. It was back to pass, and everybody was covered, and I just took off and ran about 30, 40 yards for a touchdown. And I remember that game very well.
Butch Mahoney and Tom Usick had more in common than a sense of duty. They both left sports for military service, and they both came out and played professional football for the then Boston Patriots.
At the time, I had served by 18 months, or if I would have been called for the Vietnam War, I would have had to go. There wouldn't have been any question about it. I played with guys who served in there. I've played with guys that came back, and I never heard anybody gripe about it or complain about it, and everybody felt it was their sense of duty, so you just went and you did it.
Baseball and football were still missing some of their big names when the U.S. entered the Korean conflict. Boston Red Sox great Ted Williams, already 34 years old, thought his time in a military uniform was up, but ended up flying 39 combat missions over Korea. Ralph Haywood, who played for the New York Football Giants after serving with the Marines during World War II, also served in Korea and was soon to become the only professional athlete and 3-war veteran. Ultimately, it was the conflict in Vietnam that would stem the tide of professional ballplayers serving their country.
And I can remember it was dark. It was dreary. Helicopters coming in, gunships coming in, tracers, bullets. I grew up in, Appleton. Appleton was the epitome of life. It was the happy days. It was basically between wars. Eisenhower was president. As I was growing up in the latter part of the 50s, things were fine. Nothing was going on. You lived life. You had the neighborhood. You had your bike.
Rocky Bleier grew up playing football. So when the telegram came from legendary coach Ara Parseghian to come and play for the University of Notre Dame, Rocky thought his playbook was set.
there was something going on in Vietnam. It wasn't a part of my life. It didn't affect me at that moment in time. So I went to college. I went to Notre Dame in 1964 and graduated in 1968. Was my head in the sand, so to speak? Maybe it was. I mean, my world consisted of trying to get out of school, trying to graduate, getting through class, playing football and playing sports. And that was our focus and not necessarily what was happening, around the world.
Rocky Bleier had his eye on the prize, and that prize was a roster spot on an NFL team. For Rocky, the draft meant the NFL draft, and his new unit was the Pittsburgh Steelers.
When I came to Pittsburgh, the happiest day of my life was in training camp, and we're going in between meetings, and Bill Austin was the head coach, and he takes me aside, and he said, "Listen, Rocky," he said, "we got this letter in the mail, and accidentally it was opened, and it was my 1A classification." He said, "We think you are good enough to make this team, and we will take care of this for you."
It was 1968. Many professional athletes were finding themselves places in the reserves or the National Guard. It was also the height of the war, and the clock on Rocky's draft notice was ticking.
It was now in October, and so I went down to the office to ask, is anything happening with this 1A classification that I do have? And he said, "Well, do you know anybody back in Appleton?" When they said this, I knew I was in trouble. And then with a conflict that is taking place, a war that is happening over here, all of a sudden touches my life in this regards. So I get drafted. I got drafted like thousands of other young men during that period of time. And so you have choices. I mean, you have choices in your life of what you can and cannot do. So the choice is, what? Choice is, well, I can leave the country. Well, I don't want to do that. I can I can go to jail. Well, that's a choice, well, I'm not going to do that. And be a conscientious objector, I couldn't do that. And so it was to serve.
Within 24 hours, Rocky was signed, sealed, and delivered to the United States Army. May 1969. Rocky Bleier was thousands of miles away from Pittsburgh and the Steelers. His new formation was in the jungles of Vietnam. He was 4 months in, and the report came down that there was enemy activity in the area.
And I can remember it was dark, it was dreary. There was helicopters coming in, gunships coming in, tracers, bullets going back and forth. I remember a helicopter getting hit. They were trying to extract those wounded out of that area, and we finally got to Delta Company. Ultimately, there was a stream in which we had to cross, and as our front people hit that stream,
When you're in a war, there's only one thing that counts. You win it. Second best is not going to help.
We were all gung-ho, But the night before I left, I went into my mother's bedroom. I sat alongside of her. I said, Mom, I really don't want to go. I don't want to leave home and all that. And she looked at me. My mother was a real Irish woman. She said, well, I don't want you to go either. But if you don't go, I'd be ashamed of you.
I played with guys who served in there. I played with guys that came back, and I never heard anybody gripe about it or complain about it, and everybody felt it was their sense of duty. So you just went and you did it.
Military was a part of my life. It wasn't my vocation, obviously, like some people, but it played a part in who I am today.
When professional athletes hit the field of play, the battlefield is often far removed. War is a headline in the paper or a piece on the evening news. These men are focused on the game, their opponent, bringing home a win. The line between the playing field and the battlefield wasn't always so clear. For a number of years, baseball players and football players moved seamlessly from a team uniform to a military one and back again. They served with a sense of duty, for a love of country, and for some, there would be no more opening day, no more championship games, no more ticker tape parades. What motivated an athlete to move from one field to another? For many, it was a single moment in history.
A day which will live in infamy.
December 7th, 1941.
United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan.
For the first time in U.S. history, the safety of America's shores was called into question. Young men from around the country answered that call. Among them, names more suited to the back of a jersey than a set of dog tags. Williams, Donovan, Feller. For these athletes, there was no hesitation. They knew they had to serve.
In many ways, the response reflected what was going on in the country, and it reflected the country's response. I think so many of the athletes, when I talked to them, said that they felt that the country was in trouble. You know, that there was a real sense that, hey, when Pearl Harbor hit, you know, this isn't good. You know, this isn't going the right way. They saw Germany, you know, just going through Europe, and then with the Japanese entry, they felt, you know, our country's in trouble. We need to do something. And so, just like every other American, they reacted, and they felt that, you know, service was what mattered most. It didn't matter what you were doing and what your occupation was. Service to the country was the most important thing at that time. And so they did their part.
Bob Feller was an Iowa farm boy in his 6th year in the majors when the world changed in an instant. His 3A classification allowed him to stay home and take care of the family and the farm. But for Bob, when the news came down, staying home was not an option.
Well, the day of Pearl Harbor, I was on the way to Chicago, which is halfway between Cleveland and Des Moines, where I'm from, right near Des Moines area, Van Meter, Iowa, about 15 miles west of Des Moines. I heard about the attack on Pearl Harbor. Went in and made a phone call from the Palmer House Hotel to a friend of mine in Washington, and he said he'd fly out on Monday and sign me up on Tuesday, and it was Gene Tunney, the undefeated heavyweight champion of the world, who was the head of the Navy physical department. So I went to War College up in Newport, Rhode Island, and came out and took my gun crew to the Alabama.
In 1941, Bob Feller went from being one of the highest paid and best players in Major League Baseball to a job as a gunner on the USS Alabama. He saw combat on board the ship from 1943 to 1945, and although baseball was a part of his military life, there was only one W that mattered.
We played catch on board ship a lot, even sea, and when it wasn't too rough, or when the military obligations, and you didn't have to be standing around your gun or having your helmet on or your life jacket and looking for the enemy. So we played catch. Well, when they had the Army Navy World Series, Admiral Nimitz, in charge of all the Navy in the Pacific, he wanted me to come back and pitch in the Army Navy World Series, and the captain asked me if I wanted to do it. That was when we were in the Philippine Sea, and I said, "Thank you, Captain. If you please radio Admiral Nimitz, I thank you very much for the invitation, but he's going to win the Army Navy World Series anyway." I named the ball players you had there, and I say I haven't pitched Major League ball for a couple of years, and I'm out here to help win a war. And the captain said, "Bob, I know that I knew the answer to that question before I even asked you." So he radioed Admiral Nimitz back, and Bob's staying with me, and that's what happened. I only wanted one win during those years, and that was to win World War II. One win satisfied me. Winning World War II was the most important war in the history of the world. When you're in a war, there's only one thing that counts. You win it. Second best is not going to help.
Just a comment, Bob. 19, I think it was 54. You pitched a no-hit, no-run game at Cleveland Stadium. Was that 54?
Bob Feller was away from the game he loved for almost 4 years. He was a highly decorated war veteran when he came back to the pros and worked to regain his dominance on the mound. Baseball historians often note that Feller's stats as a pitcher would have hit even higher pinnacles if he had played through that 4-year absence.
His dominance at the time that he went in to serve was unquestioned. I mean, he was the best pitcher by a long shot. When he came back, he was still the best pitcher. But there's that gap that really did have.
Korea has long been called the land of the morning calm. But early in the morning, June 25th, 1950, that calm was shattered by the thunder of artillery shells. North Korean soldiers poured across the border, and within 3 days, Seoul had fallen to the communists. The United Nations responded with a call to member nations. The United States led the effort, and President Truman ordered American combat troops into Korea. For the next 3 years, hard-fought battles would rage across the peninsula. By the end of the war, Korea was in shambles, its infrastructure and resources having been almost completely destroyed. For years, American soldiers served in Korea in what was commonly known as a hardship tour, far away from family in a stressful environment that included austere living conditions and a lot of time in the field. Today, Korea is one of the most modern countries in the world. It's a place where visitors discover spacious Western-style housing, familiar restaurant chains, world-class department stores, and a host of family-friendly activities like museums, festivals, amusement parks, and ancient temples and palaces. Korea is also one of the most connected countries on the planet, whether it's high-speed broadband internet service or flights to Asia's gateway cities through a modern international airport in Incheon. Your first stop in Korea will likely be here. Located just 45 minutes from downtown Seoul, the airport was recently voted best airport worldwide. And as soon as you land, you'll see why. New arrivals to Korea have instant access to a variety of airport shops, eateries, banks, and information outlets, including the United States Forces Korea Help Desk. Getting from the airport to your final destination is easy, and if you're headed off post, there are plenty of inexpensive taxis, subways, and commercial buses to help you get where you need to go. Located in Pyeongtaek, Korea, about 55 miles south of Seoul, United States Army Garrison Humphreys is home to the 2nd Combat Aviation Brigade of the 2nd Infantry Division and a variety of other combat, military intelligence, and support units. For years, Camp Humphreys was known as a very quiet and small post. That image is rapidly changing. Camp Humphreys is undergoing one of the largest transformations in the history of the Army and is rapidly on its way to becoming the Army's premier place to live, work, and play. Not only in Korea, but anywhere in the world. In fact, by 2012, Camp Humphreys will be the new home of the United States Forces Korea and the 8th U.S. Army. But over the next few years, the current installation population of fewer than 10,000 soldiers, family members, civilians, and contractors will grow to more than 44,000 personnel. The mission of USFK and 8th U.S. Army is to strengthen the alliance between the U.S. and the Republic of Korea, while at the same time to provide security and stability within the region.
We're here with Captain Kevin Merrill from 32 Aviation, and he's going to give us a little look at Camp Humphreys from the air. But before we do that, sir, can you please tell us a little bit about your unit and your mission here?
Yes, the mission of 32 General Support Aviation Battalion is to provide command and control and transportation of personnel and equipment throughout the entire peninsula of Korea.
Great. Well, I'm ready if you are.
Well, let's go then.
During our flyover of the base, it was really amazing to see the land expansion project underway. Not only is the Army acquiring new land to build on, they're actually trucking in over 1 million loads of dirt to raise the land above sea level, and simultaneously building structures on that land as soon as it's ready for construction. The plan to realign U.S. forces in Korea and transform Camp Humphreys has been in the works since 2002. As part of this plan, we are adding 2,320 acres to the installation. At the same time, we're building all of the structures needed to house, train, and entertain the folks stationed here. It's paramount that we provide the best support possible for our soldiers and their families. They deserve it, and we're committed to making this a world-class installation, master planned from start to finish with soldiers and families in mind. A key aspect of the master plan is building an installation that will maximize the use of existing land and newly acquired land to support the expected population growth. Although Humphreys is growing in physical size, even with the new land transferred by the Korean government, it can't support a massive sprawl of buildings like you might see on bases in the States. Consequently, the philosophy here is to build up instead of out. Family housing units, as well as barracks and other facilities, are multi-story buildings. This building philosophy is not new to Korea, where land is at a premium. By embracing local construction methods, including high-rise structures and underground parking, Camp Humphreys is optimizing land space in order to conserve our natural resources, an effort that is in direct support of our cooperative alliance with the Republic of Korea. Welcome back to Camp Humphreys. The goal at Camp Humphreys is to build a model Army community that will be unlike any other the military has seen. This project is an estimated $8.25 billion deal, larger than any other project that's on the table in the States today.
I'm here with Greg Reif, Camp Humphreys area engineer, and we're standing in front of the brand new single soldier quarters. Greg, what can you tell me about this great new building?
Well, this is one of the new 8-story buildings. It has 232 rooms. It's got two large laundry rooms on the first floor. It's got a smaller laundry room on every single floor. Plus it has a kitchen and a lounge on all the floors. There's also storage rooms on every floor with individually lockable bins for all the soldiers to use to store their personal belongings. It also has 6 elevators, 4 in the main lobby, 1 on each end. And it has a mud entrance here behind us so they can enter from the field without tracking all the dirt into the building. Pretty much all the comforts of home.
We're here with Joan Bradford, and she's the housing chief here at Camp Humphreys. She's going to tell us a little bit about this new family housing and how it's definitely designed with families in mind. Joan, this housing is unbelievable. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Isn't this great?
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Here at Humphreys, we're building new communities from the ground up. We've kept the families in mind as we built and designed these quarters.
One of the things that makes this such a great place to live is that throughout the entire construction process, families had a hand in helping our engineers to plan and design each home. In fact, spouses were given a chance to test a family housing unit prototype and make changes to the design so that it meets all of their needs.
We armed the families with yellow sticky notes and pens, and we asked them to tell us what they liked and didn't like about the quarters. We had over 900 suggestions.
From choosing the style and location of the kitchen cabinets to deciding the placement of utilities and doors, Army spouses were instrumental in helping make this a great place to live.
We'll take those suggestions and we'll use them as we design the towers for the new land.
So it's almost designed by families for families.
That's correct. We try to keep everything that the families like in mind.
For example, the brand new Child Development Center is located right across the street from family housing and near the soldiers' work sites. This state-of-the-art facility is really a home away from home for preschool-aged youth and contains all of the latest in early childhood development support services. Camp Humphreys has a campus-like feel to it, and that makes it safer and more convenient for our soldiers and their families. To top it off, dining facilities, shopping centers, schools, and recreational facilities are all within walking distance. This housing area was really built with families in mind.
One facility which opened this past summer is this brand new aquatics park, and it's awesome. It's a popular destination for service members, their families, civilians from all over the Korean Peninsula.
The park was specifically designed by IMCOM Korea to provide all of the excitement, safety, and family fun of popular water parks found in the States.
And this is just one of the many new facilities designed to make your life more enjoyable here at Camp Humphreys. I'm here with Greg Reif, Camp Humphreys area engineer. Hi, Greg.
Hi.
Tell me what's going on here.
Well, you probably saw this new community fitness center from your flyover. It's one of 3 new fitness centers currently under construction here at Humphreys. This is the largest and it has many features. It's got an indoor swimming pool, 25 meters, elevated 200-meter running track. It's got racquetball courts, combative room, multi-purpose rooms, aerobic rooms, snack bar, cardio areas, as well as the sky bridge you see that connects it to a 221-car parking garage. And of course, the main feature is a very large basketball court, which can be configured in many different configurations for multiple sports.
Wow, Greg, that really looks like it's going to be awesome. And what I like is it looks like it's designed with soldiers and families in mind.
Definitely.
The Camp Humphreys master plan also calls for construction of an 18-hole golf course, co-located with family housing areas. The course will also include jogging, biking, and walking trails. In addition to the new recreation centers, we are also building a new commissary and PX shopping complex, as well as food, beverage, and entertainment centers. And to top it off, the existing shopping area is getting a facelift. Stay tuned, because when we come back, we're going to take a look at the Korean Demilitarized Zone, also known as the DMZ. Welcome back to Camp Humphreys. Of course, no tour of duty in Korea would be complete without a visit to the Demilitarized Zone. Although USFK still maintains a limited military presence along the DMZ, the easiest way to get there is by taking a tour with the USO. The USO at Camp Humphreys offers regular tours to the DMZ and other popular tourist destinations. Since Korea is about the size of the state of Indiana, it's easy to get there. In fact, it only takes about 3 hours by bus from Camp Humphreys. The 1953 Armistice Agreement between North and South Korea established the DMZ along the approximate line of ground contact between the opposing forces when the truce ended the Korean War. It consists of a 4-kilometer-wide strip of land straddling the 151-mile-long Military Demarcation Line, or MDL. The Republic of Korea provides most of the frontline military forces south of the DMZ. American soldiers also perform duties inside the DMZ. They are assigned to the United Nations Command Security Force Joint Security Area, which supports the Military Armistice Commission either as security guards or in administrative or logistics missions. Visitors to the JSA can see the conference rooms used by the North and South to exchange prisoners or the remains of fallen soldiers.
One of the unique things about serving up here in the Joint Security Area is working with host nation soldiers. As I said, over 90% of our soldiers are soldiers that come from the Republic of Korea. And they are an absolutely outstanding, capable, competent force. And it's been an absolute joy to work with the officers and NCOs in the ROK Army. I've had the unique opportunity to serve in Korea on 3 separate tours. I served here as a platoon leader at this same location back in 1989. I was also a company commander here in 1995, and I was very pleased that I came back again as a lieutenant colonel 2 years ago. And I can tell you that the quality of life improvements in Korea over the past 18 or 19 years has been extremely dramatic. And I have always encouraged other officers and NCOs to take a tour of duty in Korea. It is great training. It's a great place to live. It's a great place for your family.
Whether this is your first tour in Korea or a return visit, one of the things that makes this such a great place to be stationed is the easy and affordable access to food, music, shopping, culture, and adventure Korean style. Seasonal festivals abound in the land of the morning calm. From the summer festivals to traditional holiday celebrations, Koreans find ways to come together and enjoy life's bounty. Whatever the theme, live music is always a part of the festivities. At most venues, you're likely to find a fusion of old-world drum beats and modern Korean-style pop dance performances, sometimes on the same stage. For those not content to simply watch the show, there's no shortage of opportunities to become a karaoke star. Be it on an outdoor festival stage or at a downtown nightclub, karaoke is a mainstay at Korea's social gatherings. If karaoke isn't daring enough, you can also take advantage of Korea's more adventurous activities. Skiing and snowboarding, hands-on taekwondo demonstrations, and deep-sea fishing will get your adrenaline pumping. What about shopping? Well, Namdaemun and Dongdaemun markets, both located in the center of Seoul, are just 2 of Korea's popular shopping areas. In fact, within walking distance from most installations, you can find a dizzying array of street vendors and shopping markets, offering everything from clothing and accessories to techno gadgets, spices, fish, toys, and handicrafts. Korean pottery and handcrafts are especially popular with tourists. Korea's shopping districts are conveniently categorized by the types of products they offer. You can even shop late into the evening at these outdoor shopping venues, leaving no excuse to come home empty-handed. To top it off, Korea is a truly modern country with a variety of easy-to-use public transportation systems. For example, subway systems make getting around a breeze, and trains and subways connect Camp Humphreys to Seoul and most other parts of the country. Korea's color-coded underground railways also offer directions in both Korean and English, allowing visitors to travel around the peninsula with ease. For diners who like some kick to their meals, Korean cuisine is likely to hit the spot. Kimchi is perhaps Korea's most famous dish. It's a centuries-old specialty, and locals say there's a type of kimchi for everyone, be it a small and spicy bowl of onion kimchi, cabbage kimchi, or cucumber kimchi. It's no coincidence that Korea is Asia's top importer of garlic, with garlic and chili paste giving most traditional Korean dishes their fiery flavor.
I'm standing here with Corporal Im. Thanks for being with me today, Corporal Im.
You're welcome, Sir Kramer.
He's a Katusa, and Corporal Im, tell me what that means to be a Katusa.
Katusa stands for Korean Augmentation United States Army. It was first established by the verbal agreement between General MacArthur and President Lee at the time. And Katusa has been there for the half centuries to support all the missions of the 8th United States Army. Katusa also provide language support because being a Katusa, you have to be able to speak English like I'm doing right now.
Can you show me some local cuisine?
Sure, why not?
Let's go.
For lunch, Corporal Kim took me to the local Katusa snack bar, where we had a chance to enjoy a full spread of traditional Korean food. It tasted great, and the prices were good too. Stay tuned, because after the break, we'll return to Pyeongtaek and take a look at what the future holds for our soldiers and families at Camp Humphreys. Welcome back to Camp Humphreys. We're taking what used to be a single soldier post and transforming it into a family and pedestrian-friendly community. Soldiers will be able to walk to work instead of having to travel across post. Kids will be able to walk from their homes to school. But one thing that will not change as Camp Humphreys transforms is the garrison's guiding philosophy: to continue providing world-class customer service, housing, and facilities for our soldiers, families, civilians, and retirees.
For the past 30 minutes, we've learned about the mission, history, and future of Camp Humphreys, and we've gotten a good taste of the Korean culture, too. If you ever come to Camp Humphreys, rest assured it'll be the assignment of choice and the tour of a lifetime. Thank you for watching Tour of Duty on the Pentagon Channel.
Thank you for joining us.
감사합니다.
You can never have too much of a good thing, right? Well, if you plan on maxing out your thrift savings plan contributions, that might not be true. Believe it or not, it's entirely possible to save too much too quickly into your TSP and miss out on some free money. But before we get into that, let's talk about what maxing out your TSP means. Picture your TSP as a piggy bank, a really big piggy bank. For active duty service members, it can accept up to $19,500 of your contributions in 2020, and even more in some situations. Guard and reserve members, the same limit generally applies, but it's across all your employer-provided retirement plans combined. So back to the potential problem. If you plan to max out your TSP, which could be a great idea, it matters how you do it. Let's see why by looking at two slightly oversimplified examples involving service member Randy. Here are the facts for both examples. Randy wants to contribute the IRS maximum to her TSP this year. Her basic pay is $3,800 per month, and she receives a $19,500 bonus in January. In our first example, let's assume Randy decides to contribute her entire January bonus into her TSP, immediately filling up her contribution piggy bank for the year. Here's the problem. BRS matching only applies to contributions made from basic pay, not special pays, incentive pays, or bonuses. This means, first, Randy won't receive any match on the $19,500 she put in. And second, since she won't be able to make any additional contributions for the rest of the year, she'll also miss out on matching contributions she could have received. As this table shows, that's potentially over $1,800 she won't get. And it could be even more if Randy got a pay increase during the year. Now let's look at another way Randy could accidentally miss out on free money. This time, let's assume that she decides to live off her bonus for the first 5 months of the year and contribute 100% of her basic pay to the TSP. Even though she is contributing 100%, only 5% gets matched. This means she'll reach the contribution limit by June, but will only receive $780 in matching contributions, and she'll miss out on $1,000 or even more if her pay increases after that. So let's recap. TSP matching only applies to basic pay and only up to 5%. If you invest too much too quickly, you could miss out on some of this free money. For more help on this topic, speak with a personal financial counselor at your installation.
So we're here to discuss the uniform and equipment displays that we're putting on for the Army's 250th anniversary. And I think if you study the uniforms, and here we're really going to talk about the uniforms of the 20th century, you really chart the history of America's rise to being a world power. But what you also see is the Army's effort to adapt to the changing realities of war and also the needs of the soldiers as we move through the era. And I think that's first evident here. This is a model 1899 cotton uniform. This is worn by the American soldiers in the Philippine insurrection. And to a very large extent, this is the Army's first effort to both blending in tactically, but also comfort of the soldiers. Prior to this, the Army's combat uniforms were relatively colorful, dark blue and light blue pants. That, of course, is not very conducive to a modern battlefield, and definitely with 100% wool, not conducive to the climate of the Philippines. So it's interesting. By the time you get to the end of the 20th century, many armies start to copy the fashion of the U.S. Army, especially our design to have things really making the uniform more comfortable for the soldiers. But that's not always been the case. In fact, through the majority of American military history, we're actually copying the uniform trends of other nations. In fact, through most of the early history of the Republic, up until the 1880s, we're copying the French. So you see the kepis of the American Civil War, the frock coats, etc. Unfortunately, the French get defeated by the Prussians in 1870 and 1871. And so the Army decides to go with victory to follow the fashion. So what we have here is a model 1881 helmet. The dress spike helmet was worn by a number of the branches of the U.S. military. In this case, this is a spiked helmet worn by a member of the Medical Corps. When we get to the next uniform, this is the Army's effort to blend into the new realities of the firepower revolution. So if you look at that period from 1865, the end of the American Civil War, and the beginning of World War I in 1914, it's the most dramatic period of military technological change in human history. And so what the Army is trying to do now with its uniforms is adapt to that tactical reality. Bright uniforms on a battlefield will now get you killed. So in 1902, the United States adopts olive drab. They have two uniforms, one 100% cotton to be worn in warm areas and in our colonial possessions. And then the regular temperate combat uniform is this one. And this will stay the color of American military uniforms really up to the beginning of World War II. The Army keeps with wool for the majority of its combat uniforms up to World War II, simply because wool is very durable. And when you have armies, especially in World War I, of several million men, you cannot afford to be changing out uniforms willy-nilly all the time as they wear out. The other good thing about wool is it retains its warming properties when it gets wet. Now, As we start seeing the United States rise to power, the next great epic, of course, is World War I. And this is really the first great expeditionary army that we send. While we had previously fought in Mexico in the 1840s, that was a relatively small army. For World War I, we raised an army of 4 million men, of which 2 million actually see service overseas. And so this is the new 1910 uniform. It still has that olive drab color, but now with the realities of modern war, when the United States enters the war in April of 1917, we see the adaptation of this firepower-centric battlefield. First of all, as you'll notice, the soldier is wearing a steel helmet, which of course from this point on will be the bane of American soldiers to protect them from shell fragments, with of course artillery being the biggest killer on the World War I battlefield. You'll notice that around their neck, they're wearing a gas mask. In April of 1915, the Germans had the first effective use of poison gas. And so that has now been a reality of the battlefield that we've continued to have to adapt to as we go. We also see some changes in the Army uniform that we continue to have to this very day. The Army is trying to recognize the contribution of the individual soldier. So on the right sleeve, you will notice that the soldier has 3 chevrons. Each chevron represents a 6-month tour overseas. So this soldier spent a 1.5 years overseas. On the right sleeve, you'll see 2 other chevrons. Those are wound stripes in World War I. So this soldier received 2 wounds. Perhaps one of the most significant changes for the esprit de corps of the U.S. Army is on the right shoulder. Beginning in the fall of 1918, American divisions overseas adopted their own shoulder patches. This soldier, who fought in the 328th Infantry, the same regiment as Sergeant York, has the patch of the 82nd Division. As another sign of sort of the individuality that's always part of the American soldiers, you'll notice that his steel helmet is painted camouflage. That was done by the individual soldiers themselves, not something that's done in factories. And in a sign of the esprit de corps, he's also painted the unit insignia on the helmet. Now, after the war, the Army is trying to adopt something to be a little bit more comfortable. The 1910 uniform had a choker collar, and I will tell you from experience, it is a miserable thing to wear. So in 1936, the Army goes to an open collar. This uniform from the late 1920s is special in that the owner here was a pilot. At that time, of course, the Army still controls the air assets of the ground forces. So this is an Army Air Corps captain's uniform. As we move on to the 1930s, you'll notice there's really no big change in this. This is still that model 1926, 1928 uniform. In this case, it's for a cavalry soldier in the 11th Cavalry. We've now added the regimental insignia to show esprit de corps, and the patches, in this case, the 3rd Cavalry Division, continue to resonate. What's interesting about this uniform is it's designed to be worn both as a combat uniform and as a dress uniform. So in this configuration, it would be the walking around uniform, but with the addition of the same equipment that you would see on the 1910 uniform, it would be what soldiers would be wearing in combat and on field exercises. As in the case of most American wars, in the aftermath of World War I, the Army greatly downsizes, but it still keeps a number of its traditional regiments. For example, throughout the 1920s and 1930s, we continue to have the 9th, 10th Cavalry, and also the 24th and 25th Infantry. These were all African-American regiments. And what you see here in the picture is one of those soldiers. He is, unfortunately, an anonymous member of the 10th Cavalry. He is wearing the same uniform that you see in the display case, but he also has the patch for the 2nd Cavalry Division. So as we shift to the 1940s, in the beginning of World War II, we see other changes to the Army combat uniform. The uniform depicted here would be what a private would have been wearing on the invasion of Normandy on the 6th of June, 1944. He's got the 1941 field jacket. This is based upon some civilian wear. It's a relatively wind-proof jacket. and it's designed to be more comfortable. The fatigues are also 100% cotton twill, again, for the comfort of the soldier. You will notice for the beach landing, the Army has now taken the gas mask and put it in a waterproof container, as would be befitting of an amphibious assault. Around the waist is a Navy life belt. So if the soldier got caught in the water, they could activate the life belt and hopefully keep from drowning. Despite the good intentions, though, the life belts were actually a bad idea. Because of the weight that the soldiers were wearing, if the life belt was activated, they actually tended to pitch the soldier forward into the surf. The Army continued to develop its combat patches, and the combat patches on the lower row are actually quite special. In the months leading up to the invasion of Normandy, the Army developed a massive deception plan to try to keep the German focus away from the actual invasion beaches at Normandy. This elaborate plan created a whole fictitious army. And in that fictitious army, there were fictitious divisions. So these patches are from what we called phantom divisions. And to deceive the Germans, you would actually have small groups of soldiers running around with these patches on. Even though the divisions never existed, you would have inflatable tanks, inflatable landing craft to add the picture that there is a separate American army getting to land, preparing to land at the Pas de Calais as opposed to Normandy. As we move to the 1950s, this is the uniform initially worn by American soldiers in Korea. Now, the Army, which had been drastically reduced after World War II, was ill prepared for the challenges they're going to face in the summer and winter of 1950 when the war begins. In fact, most of the equipment you see here is actually surplus gear from World War II, to include the 1943 field jacket, which was designed as an improvement over the 41 field jacket. The equipment is for an M1 carbine, all World War II vintage. The only big change here is the pile cap, which is introduced in 1951. And due to the climactic needs of Korea, especially the cold weather, from 1951 through 1953, the Army will start to develop a host of cold weather gear, starting with a pile cap to try to keep the soldiers warm. As we move to the 1960s, we see this continual development of U.S. uniforms, again focused on the climactic reality, the tactical realities, and the comfort of the individual soldier. What's pictured here is the first purpose-designed jungle uniform worn by the Army in Vietnam. While later uniforms will not have the exposed buttons or the epaulets, this is a very comfortable uniform. In fact, throughout the early 1980s, the Army continued to issue these uniforms. From personal experience, I'll tell you that's the most comfortable uniform I ever wore while I was in the Army. You'll also notice a continual change of Army technology and Army doctrine. The helmet on the right is a helicopter helmet worn by a pilot who flew Chinooks in Vietnam. The Army tried to be on the cutting edge of air mobile operations. In fact, from then on, all the other nations of the world were actually copying what we were doing. As we moved to the 1970s, coming out of Vietnam, the Army was in shambles. The morale of the Army, the discipline in the ranks was at the lowest ebb perhaps in the American Army's history. And so what we see here in the 1970s is an effort by several units to try to restore the esprit de corps that had been lost coming out of Vietnam. I love this uniform. This is an unofficial tanker's uniform, and you would see this quite often in armored cavalry regiments and in armor units throughout the late 70s and the early 1980s. The uniform itself is handmade by local German tailors. This uniform actually belonged to a former member of the CGSC faculty, Jeff Lesser, who served in the 3rd Infantry Division as a tanker in Germany in the 1970s, and then later in the 4th Infantry. Now, there is no uniformity here. Individual units would go to the tailor, get their uniforms made. That is also reflected in the patches. In an effort to build both tactical proficiency and esprit de corps, armored regiments, some infantry units, had individual patches made to certify that the crew members had scored distinguished or higher in the tank gunnery skills test. This reflected the Army's efforts, led by General William Depew, to increase the lethality of the Army. Lastly, we have the uniforms of the 1980s and 1990s. On the left is a uniform worn by Warrant Officer Hawkins, who was an Apache helicopter pilot in the 3rd Armored Division. The uniform itself comes out in the 1980s. It's sometimes known as the chocolate chip desert uniform. Because in the 1980s, the Army believed that there was a distinct possibility we're going to have to fight in the Middle East. This uniform, of course, was changed shortly thereafter, as the pattern did not match a lot of the terrain in the areas that we would be fighting. The uniform on the right reflects our continued commitment to the security and to the independence of South Korea. This uniform was worn by an American officer assigned to the United Nations Joint Security Detachment at Panmunjom.
My name is Sergeant Alexander Morgan, and I am a mass communications sergeant with the 210th Mobile Public Affairs Detachment in Cary, North Carolina.
So I served on active duty from 2012 to 16. I originally enlisted as an 11 Bravo infantryman. I did a few different things. My first assignment when I got to my first duty station at Fort Knox in Kentucky was I was part of a reconnaissance platoon, and then when we went forward, I served on a personal security detail for the brigade commander in 1st Infantry Division. After I left active duty, I immediately started my academic career pursuing a bachelor's degree in English literature. It wasn't until over halfway through my degree when I found out about the public affairs job, which I never even knew existed while I was active duty. These are the soldiers that write and capture the story of the Army. My first assignment in the Army Reserve was at Fort Carson in Colorado with the 11th Expeditionary Combat Aviation Brigade as a mass communications sergeant. I actually ended up falling in love with photography, which I then picked up as a personal passion. And to be able to get on Blackhawks and other aircraft and, take photos while in the air and work with the pilots and crews was incredible. While serving a couple years with the 11th ECAP, I was able to finally build a portfolio that helped me land a civilian job working for a news station in Colorado Springs, where I got to film a lot of exciting stuff and work with some really cool people. Several months into working for the news, I was offered an opportunity to work as a technical documentarian in Panama City Beach, Florida, at the Naval Surface Warfare Center while on full-time active duty orders. And there are so many other positions like this all over the world, especially for public affairs soldiers. You also learn so much about all sorts of other jobs in the military that not a lot of people know about. I've had the chance to tell some incredible stories about some of the amazing things people have done outside of the uniform too. One of them was about a cop that actually convinced somebody not to take their own life and helped support them through their recovery. I never thought I would find a job in the Army that lets me pursue my passions like this one does.
I'm here today because one of our brigades, the 3rd Cav Regiment, is here supporting cadet summer training. This really is a first-class event. I mean, this is an exemplar for all training that gets done in the United States Army.
This is Cadet 1, 9 line to follow.
I'm confident that our soldiers are showing exactly what a professional soldier is and teaching them the exact standards that we have to adhere ourselves to. In many cases, it's the first time the cadets have a chance to interact with a large number of enlisted soldiers. I'm confident that our soldiers are showing, what that proper relationship looks like between our enlisted soldiers and our officers, and the cadets begin to understand what they can expect out of the soldiers.
Your location will be on a sticky note at the map. So I'm hoping that they understand that their junior enlisters, their Joes, are essential to their job. Yes, they may be the officer, they may be the ones in charge, but understanding they can trust their Joes, understanding that if they need them, they will be there for them, and that they can count on us to make their lives easier. Got a lot of my training from my NCOs back in my unit. They're really about constantly training and perfecting our craft, making sure that we're proficient in all of our tasks and all of our drills.
What they do here absolutely matters every single day. Those little individual actions that they have on each of the stations, those little coaching, those little tips they do, they absolutely make a huge difference.
Training's been really cool. We're able to educate these new soldiers, and for us enlisted, we kind of know the grit and grind of the Army, so we can give them a better sense of what's to come. And just through our experiences, through our teachings, we want to give them the best opportunity to be successful.
At this time you are a go. Please reset the station for your bow.
The graders will teach you everything you need to know. Even if you come here knowing nothing, I know every school teaches things a little bit differently. They teach you everything you need to know, the conditions and standards, and as long as you have that attention to detail, you'll get a go.
What happens here is critically important because it sets the foundation for these cadets to step up to be future leaders. For our soldiers, being a part of that critical experience and foundational training is a pretty big deal.
My name is Sergeant Connor French. I'm with Charlie Company 264th DSSB, 101st DSP, and Task Force Desert Eagle. We're in Yuma, Arizona right now, supporting 759th MP Battalion, 89th MP Brigade, as part of a joint task force working with Customs and Border Patrol. Our mission out here today is to test our capabilities of maneuverability by way of sling load. We've been tasked to move 2 GBOSS trailers to help support our security efforts along the southern border.
I graduated from Penn State University with a degree in journalism in 1997 and enlisted in the Army September 12, 2001. The day before, my best friend from our hometown of Wyalusing, Pennsylvania, survived the terrible attack on our country from the 54th floor of Tower 1 of the World Trade Center. In my 20-plus years in the Army and Army Reserve, I've circled the globe countless times, telling the story of our Army's infantry soldiers at war, our pilots, our cooks, our mechanics, practically any soldier doing any job the Army has to offer. It has been my greatest honor to inform our country about their soldiers. I've been to Germany, Poland, Bulgaria, the Dominican Republic, Egypt, the U.S. Virgin Islands, Iraq, Afghanistan, all across the U.S. and 100 places in between, telling the tales of these amazing soldiers. I do this all while maintaining a full-time civilian job as a crime scene investigator with the Nashville Metropolitan Police Department. It's a job I got in part thanks to my Army training.
We have tolerated in America, not just in the illegal and highly dangerous drug traffic, but in many other areas, a syndicate of organized criminals whose power is now reaching unparalleled heights.
Department of Defense tracking and pursuit capability will be made available. I believe that these task forces will allow us to mount an intensive and coordinated campaign against international and domestic drug trafficking and other organized criminal enterprises. To our friends in foreign countries, we need your success as well as ours. Then those who are killing America and terrorizing it with slow but sure chemical destruction will see that they are up against the mightiest force for good that we know.
Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
From the declaration of the war on drugs to today's fight against deadly synthetic opioids, the Joint Interagency Task Force South stands as America's premier interagency success story. What began as disparate organizations working separately and with limited efficacy has evolved through decades of innovation and partnership building into the front line of defense against an increasingly lethal drug threat. Working seamlessly across all U.S. military services, federal law enforcement agencies, and partner nations, the Joint Interagency Task Force South employs cutting-edge technology and tactics to detect, monitor, and interdict drug trafficking, disrupting over 25% of the world's global cocaine trade.
We're working with U.S. and partner nation law enforcement on primarily drug interdiction ops here in the Eastern Pacific region of the JIATF-JOA.
We bring in everyone who has expertise, authority, capability, and jurisdiction here in one house so that we can work together and fight the transnational criminal organizations.
JIATF South's construct here with its 22 liaison officers from 19 different countries. All those people are working on the same floor in adjacent offices. It makes liaison between each of us very easy.
If you look at the partners that are represented here, politically or historically, some of those countries don't get along with each other, right? Or they've had conflict in the past. And you get here and you expect to see some sort of tension, or potentially there be tension. And I can tell you that there is none.
Over here in this region, we have a common threat as a partner nation. So this environment allows us to leverage our capabilities and limitations. So JIATF South gives us that environment to do that.
As illegal drugs claim American lives at unprecedented rates and criminal organizations grow increasingly sophisticated, this mission has never been more critical. The Air Force brings unparalleled capabilities to the fight.
We bring in the Air Force assets and help facilitate effective employment by working with JIATF South entities to be able to affect the counter drug mission.
Primarily, we're looking for drug smuggling vessels that are moving into Mexico and other Central American countries. We're flying well out off the coast into the Pacific Ocean in search of those vehicles.
By giving it air assets, you take the area that they're able to patrol and look and see, and you vastly increase it. So it's a force multiplier.
Radar coverage in the ocean is not great because there's no land to put a radar on. So we have our mobile airborne radar that we can move around as necessary to see areas that are harder to see by other means.
That eye in the sky is very important because the JOA, the Joint Operating Area that Jaya of South oversees, is 42 million square miles. Huge, just a vast, vast area.
This is the story of how determination, cooperation, and innovation come together to protect our communities and save American lives. In today's interconnected world, information is the ultimate weapon.
That information coming in comes in as quickly as we're able to disseminate it. And that ability to get it in quickly and then get that information out quickly is basically the difference between getting a successful seizure of drugs and drugs off the water or not.
So Jaya of South is transforming data into a decisive advantage using supervised machine learning to predict drug trafficking routes before they happen. AI allows us to be ruthless in improving interdiction effectiveness by prioritizing the limited resources we get on the most actionable targets, allowing us to act faster and with more precision.
Move forward, move forward.
The consequences of inaction are devastating. The illicit drug trade fuels violence, destroys families, and undermines the very fabric of our communities. The Joint Interagency Task Force South stands as a bulwark against this tide of destruction.
Every drug dealer, every drug abuser, they're out there committing not only the crimes to sell the narcotics, but the crimes that it takes to receive the funds that are necessary to buy the narcotics. So it is a trickle-down effect.
Julie Carroll was a talented, beautiful person, had a great spirit. You know, she was a sister, a daughter, an aunt to my children. Julie Carroll was my sister-in-law, and she passed away of a fentanyl overdose about 3 years ago.
After several treatments and rehabs, he relapsed again, and unfortunately took a hot load of fentanyl and intentionally took his own life.
So it's hard not to think about those consequences, and you know, it's an honor to be part of a mission that helps take a bite out of that. Even if it's a small bite, it helps save lives.
We are working together, and every single day we improve as a team. We share intelligence better. We get better at interdictions. We have more assets on scene, and we're coming for them.
Because every day I get to get up and I get to work with a phenomenal team whose number one priority is to get drugs off the water. So people like Julie Carroll, my sister-in-law, are still with us. So 25,000 families next year aren't torn apart because of what the transnational criminal organizations are doing in this region.
Please take a seat. Good morning. Colonel Elridge Singleton, Winsec Commandant. Command Sergeant Major Roberto Alvarez, Winsec Command Sergeant Major. Lieutenant Colonel Donald Sapp, Winsec Deputy Commandant. Dr. Florentino Santana, Winsec Dean of Academics. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's ceremony for the month of June. Today's awards include 1 Meritorious Service Medal, 2 Army Accommodation Medals, 3 Certificate of Appreciation, 1 Educator of the Quarter Certificate, 1 Assistant Professor Certificate, and 3 Basic Army Instructor Badges. Colonel Singleton and Sergeant Major Alvarez, please come to the stage. Will Major Cranstone please come forward? Please remain seated. Attention all orders. The Meritorious Service Medal is awarded to Major Christopher Cranstone for exceptional meritorious service while serving in the School of Professional Military Education. Major Cranstone's exceptional leadership, organizational expertise, and instructional excellence were instrumental to the success of the Western Hemisphere Institute for Security Cooperation mission. Major Cranstone's dedication to duty and commitment to excellence are in keeping with the finest tradition of military service and reflect great credit upon himself, the School of Military Education, the Western Hemisphere Institute for Security Cooperation, and the United States Army. Signed, Jason H. Rosenstraut, Brigadier General, U.S. Army Provost.
Okay. Colonel Singleton, Command Sergeant Major Alvarez, Lieutenant Colonel Sapp, Dr. Florentino Santana, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As the Army has officially decided it no longer wants to pay me for my Spanish language abilities, the rest of the speech will be in English. The first paycheck hit this morning, and ouch. Colonel Singleton, sir, thank you very much for the opportunity to serve at WinSec. From day one, it has been a privilege to be a part of your team. Thank you for trusting me with the responsibilities that stretched across the institution. From directing the Maneuver Captain's Career Course and the Joint Planning Course to instructing in the Command and General Staff Officer course, it's been an honor to contribute in those ways. Command Sergeant Major, thank you so much for all of the assistance, all the stuff that usually went unnoticed, and I appreciate that it did go unnoticed. So thank you, Sergeant Major, for that. Colonel Singleton, sir, more importantly, I want to thank you for your leadership, your mentorship, and for coming down to our level, not just to observe, but to engage, to support, and to help us solve the problems we faced. This example has meant a great deal. I want to express my deep gratitude to Lieutenant Colonels Sapp, Rivera, and Rosado. Gentlemen, having leaders who don't just task but guide, who don't just take but give, is something rare, and it's something I aim to emulate. Thank you both for being, thank you all for being steady hands, sounding boards, and helping me to refine the message, especially when my initial delivery leaned a little too spirited. To Lieutenant Colonel Hill of CGSOC, Lieutenant Colonel Branch Romero of Bravo Team, and the rest of the Bad Batch. A phenomenal team to work with and be a part of. Working with you both was one of the more rewarding experiences of my career, even if it meant answering to the Air Force. I wouldn't trade it for anything. Al cadre del curso de capitanes de maniobra. Qué equipo tan increíble. MSCC no es una tarea fácil para los instructores. Días largos, altos estándares, estudiantes complejos y preparación constante. Fue sin duda el punto culminante de mi tiempo aquí. Todos ustedes son profesionales extraordinarios y estoy orgulloso de volver a servir con ustedes en cualquier lugar, en cualquier momento. And finally, to everyone across WinSec, thank you. When the Commandant says we're part of a family, I believe him. I came into this job asking a lot of questions, often starting with, I have no idea how to do this. There are 2 ways people can respond to that. One way is good luck, and the other is how can I help? Time and again, I received the second response. Whether it was last-minute FSP escort swaps with Miss Cecilia and Mr. Mora, issues with buses with Mr. Delgado, problems with finances with Miss Moore, Miss Middleton, Miss Gray, Miss Wright, Mr. Carter, and of course, our beloved Gigi. Last-minute interpreter support from Mrs. Marrero and Miss Fitzgerald, including the speech. Troubleshooting token issues with Mr. Kelly and Miss Rosa. Printing programs late with Miss Duncan, Mr. Mariani, and Mr. Burgos. Or fixing translation devices 5 minutes before go time. You all stepped up. Every time, and I'm grateful. I wish you all the very best in your future endeavors. If you ever need a friend, simply Venmo me the requisite foreign language proficiency bonus, and I'll happily swing by and say hola. Thank you.
Will Sergeant Berrios please come forward? Please remain seated. Attention to orders. The Army Commendation Medal is awarded to Sergeant Miguel Barrios Rivera for outstanding service as a Human Resource Sergeant for the Western Hemisphere Institute for Security Cooperation, Fort Benning, Georgia, from 7 August 2023 to 31 July 2025. Sergeant Berrios' contributions and superior performance are in keeping with the finest traditions of military service and reflect great credit upon himself, Army University, the Combined Arms Center, and the United States Army. Signed, Elridge R. Singleton, Colonel, Commandant.
Buenos días tengan todos. Primero que todo, quiero agradecer a Dios por permitirme estar aquí. Coronel Singleton, Command Sergeant Major Álvarez, Lieutenant Colonel Sapp, gracias por todo el apoyo desde el día 1 que llegué a esta unidad. Tenía una meta y era pertenecer a las ramas oficiales y ustedes lo hicieron posible. Eternamente agradecido con todo el apoyo que recibí desde el día 1. Como hay una frase que dice, Dios obra por senderos misteriosos, y yo soy prueba de eso. Cuando a mí me llegaron las órdenes a Fort Drum, New York, yo estaba asignado a servir en Benning, pero en la unidad de 316 de caballería. Tan pronto me presenté a la unidad que me entrevisté con el sargento mayor de esa unidad. Lo primero que me pregunté, where are you from? As soon as I said Puerto Rico, the conversation became in Spanish, and he told me, you speak Spanish? Le dije, sí, sargento mayor, yo hablo español, lo que no hablo es inglés. Y me dijo inmediatamente, tengo el lugar perfecto para ti, entiendo que la unidad se va a beneficiar contigo porque hablas español y tú te vas a ver beneficiado de esa unidad también, va a ser un ganar-ganar. Y efectivamente, 2 años después, aquí estoy. ¿Qué más puedo decir? Me gustaría enviarle un saludo especial a mi mamá y a mi papá que me están viendo desde Puerto Rico. Esta es la primera vez que me ven oficialmente en uniforme. Sé que están ansiosos porque llegue a Puerto Rico. Ya prontito nos vemos por allá. Los amo. Gracias por todo el sacrificio. No será en vano. A mi esposa, que no pudo asistir hoy. El pilar de la casa. La que se encarga de todo, de que siempre hay un almuerzo para mí. Y es buena cocinando. Algunos por aquí pueden dar fe de eso. Se encarga de que no repita una comida en la semana. Gracias, mi amor, te amo. Y a todos y cada uno de ustedes que de alguna manera u otra me ayudaron durante el camino, ya fuera llevándome trabajo al S1 o en otras actividades. Gracias, de verdad, First Sergeant López. Definitivamente el mejor First Sergeant que he tenido hasta ahora, y no lo digo por caer bien, lo digo porque realmente lo siento. Tu carácter, tu personalidad son un ejemplo a seguir. muchas gracias por todo. Captain Blyden, thank you for all the support, all the guidance. I'm really going to miss you, man. I love to work with you, and for you, it's been a pleasure, man. Thank you. A todos y cada uno de ustedes, gracias. Fersa en Bustamante. Cuando no tenía un sponsor para ir al board de promoción, tan pronto recibiste mi llamada, que te pregunté, no dudaste ni un momento en decirme sí, vamos a hacer board, vamos a ayudarte en todo lo que podamos. Y gracias a Dios obtuve el Promotable Status. Gracias a ustedes. Gracias, WinSec. Los voy a extrañar.
Will the Doctora Acosta, Dr. Raza, and Dr. Rondon please come forward? The certificate of appreciation is presented to Doctora Nima Acosta, Dr. Asa Raza, and Dr. Edwin Rondon in recognition of their dedication and efforts as a member of the Master of Military Art and Science Committee during academic year 2024 through 2025. Your professionalism, expertise, and sense of service contributed to our educational standard and reflect great credit upon you as a subject matter expert. Signed, Army University. Will Lieutenant Colonel Gonzalez Mantilla please come forward? Please remain seated. Attention orders. The Army Commendation Medal is awarded to Lieutenant Colonel Carlos Gonzalez Mantilla for meritorious service while assigned as a foreign guest instructor with the Command and General Staff Officer Course, School of Professional Military Education, Western Hemisphere Institute for Security Cooperation, Fort Benning, Georgia. Lieutenant Colonel Gonzalez Mantilla's professionalism and exceptional performance reflect great credit upon himself, the Army University, the Combined Arms Center, and the Armed Forces of the Republic of Ecuador. Signed, Milford H. Beagle, Lieutenant General Commanding.
Buen día con todos. Disculpen, a diferencia de mis antecesores, a mí sí me toca utilizar lentes. Dicen que los tiempos de Dios son perfectos y hoy, al cerrar este ciclo de 2 años como instructor aquí en WinSec, no puedo sino confirmar esa verdad. Llegué con expectativas y metas, pero me voy con el corazón lleno, porque este ha sido un tiempo de aprendizaje, de servicio y sobre todo de encuentro con ustedes, personas extraordinarias. Quiero comenzar agradeciendo profundamente a todas las autoridades de WinSec por confiar en mí y abrirme las puertas de esta institución que representa lo mejor de la cooperación hemisférica. A los miembros del cuerpo administrativo, gracias por su compromiso silencioso, pero firme, por estar siempre ahí asegurándose de que todo funcione con precisión y calidez humana. Bueno, a veces el aire acondicionado era un poco complicado. A mis compañeros instructores, absolutamente a todos mis compañeros de tantas naciones hermanas de toda América Latina. Gracias por las conversaciones profundas, los debates apasionados, las risas sinceras y por ese café que compartíamos, como si de él dependiera solucionar al mundo. Y créanme que a veces salvábamos el mundo. Ustedes, queridos amigos, fueron, sin saberlo, parte fundamental de mi crecimiento profesional, pero aún más como ser humano. A mi esposa Fernanda y a mi hijo Julián. Gracias por su amor incondicional, por su paciencia, por su apoyo y su fortaleza. Somos un equipo invencible y esta etapa la caminamos juntos como siempre lo hacemos. Nuestra frase no es solo una cita, es un estilo de vida. Siempre fuertes, siempre juntos. Me voy convencido de que uno nunca regresa igual de un lugar donde ha sido verdaderamente feliz. Como decía Maya Angelou, he aprendido que la gente olvidará lo que dijiste. La gente olvidará lo que hiciste, pero nunca olvidará cómo la hiciste sentir. Y eso es exactamente lo que me llevo de WINSEC. No solo lo que vivimos o hicimos, sino lo que vivimos juntos y lo que sentimos. Nos vamos llevando más de lo que dejamos. Dejamos amigos, pero nos llevamos hermanos. Dejamos horas de trabajo, pero nos llevamos experiencias de vida. Dejamos un rol, pero nos llevamos una misión cumplida. Y antes de despedirme, recuerden siempre, en Ecuador tienen un hogar. Las puertas de mi país y de mi casa están abiertas para todos ustedes. Hasta siempre, WINSEC.
Will Lieutenant Colonel Varela please come forward? Every quarter, WINSEC recognizes an instructor whose performance merits special recognition. In competition against his peers, Lieutenant Colonel Jose Varela's performance was clearly exceptional, and he is therefore recognized as Educator of the Quarter for the second quarter of fiscal year 2025. Signed, Elbridge R. Singleton, Colonel Commandant. Will Lieutenant Colonel Gonzalez Mantilla please come forward? Having worked arduously and diligently toward excellence on the platform, it is with great honor and distinction that Lieutenant Colonel Gonzalez Mantilla is recognized for the achievement of such excellence and is therefore advanced to assistant professor. Given WINSEC's mission of providing quality instruction to our guest customers, this achievement is indicative of their professionalism and WINSEC's continued efforts to maintain and promote quality educators. Signed, Jason H. Rosenstraw, Brigadier General, U.S. Army Provost. Will Lieutenant Colonel Willis, Lieutenant Colonel Varela, and Master Sergeant Madero please come forward? Please remain seated. Attention orders. The Basic Army Instructor Badge is awarded to Lieutenant Colonel Michael Willis, Lieutenant Colonel Jose Varela, and Master Sergeant Juan Madero for meeting all the requirements outlined in TRADOC Regulation 600-21 and the Institute's requirements. Signed, Elridge R. Singleton, Colonel Commandant. Thank you, Colonel Singleton and Sergeant Major Alvarez. Congratulations to all our awardees. Please stand for the Army song.
We're in America's Kitchen, which is located at Joint Base Meyer Henderson Hall. The mission here is important because we support the Honor Guard. We not only support the Army, but we also support the Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Space Force. Weekly here, we serve around 17,000 soldiers for all 3 meals. This dining facility has one of the only brick oven pizzas, and also we do not have any fried items here in the facility.
Defense Logistics Agency is that connective tissue between the Defense Industrial Base, our nation's supply chains, and the Department of Defense.
100% of items that I receive in this Warrior restaurants are through DLA. Sometimes you want to speak to people who understand your language, and I think DLA understand the urgency.
And our message is that we're going to be where you need us, when you need us, and we're going to have the things that you need to execute your wartime mission.
When you come to America's Kitchen or any Warriors restaurant, understand that these soldiers are prideful, and we are here to serve you.
We just took a tour with the new garrison commander here at the Fort Campbell Middle School that we're finishing construction on. Should be done, ready for students to start early August. Everybody's excited. There's been a lot of teachers already walking through the building. Principal's already here in the admin offices, so they're already functioning out of the building currently. Very high-tech school with everything from the air conditioning system to the learning pods that they can use to develop. It's part of the new design concept for DoDEA, and it's part of their 21st century learning concept. It's been a while coming on this project. This project started shortly after COVID, so it had a lot of impacts from that, but it's going to turn out to be a really nice facility. I hope everybody enjoys it, and hope the new middle schoolers and the teachers really enjoy this new facility.
When Sergeant Isaac Jimenez decided to extend his Army career, he knew he wanted to do it in a meaningful way he'd remember forever. That wish culminated with Jimenez, an information technology specialist assigned to the 78th Signal Battalion and self-professed car lover, taking his reenlistment oath on the blacktop at Fuji Speedway, a well-known racetrack located in the foothills of Japan's tallest peak.
I was excited because we looked at other people's reenlistments on how they did it, like in a pool, whether in a Black Hawk, on a tank. We just wanted to do something a bit more different and incorporate cars as it's our hobby. So being in Japan, it's kind of one of those opportunities of where like we can get with the culture, because a lot of the Japanese people here, they love car culture. So we wanted to incorporate it somehow, and doing it at Fuji Speedway was like our best opportunity to do it.
Months earlier, Jimenez began brainstorming ideas with Captain Joseph Chong, an intel operations officer assigned to U.S. Army Japan and a fellow car enthusiast. After deciding to do his reenlistment at the Speedway, Jimenez made the coordinations and even got Captain Chong to administer the oath for him. For the final touch, Jimenez asked his friends to bring their cars and do donuts in a circle around him as he raised his right hand. But could he hear the oath amid the sound of screeching tires?
So I was able to hear like a little bit in the beginning, and then in the middle, we couldn't really hear. And then Joe raised his voice even louder, and then I could finally hear.
And so, Jimenez was able to mark this career milestone surrounded by friends in a place closely connected to the car culture that means so much to him.
I've been lucky to do some cool reenlistments, but this to me personally would be the most memorable one, because I'm heavily in the car community here in Japan. I love to drift. I love cars. So to do it at an iconic racetrack as Fuji Speedway, Mount Fuji in the background, our friends doing donuts around us, to me personally, it couldn't get better than that.
I'm super grateful for my friends being able to be there and also help me plan this reenlistment. And not only is it was a good thing for it to happen at a track, as it was more like a closed area so we can do what we wanted to do, but it was just like a good opportunity, because like it shows like how the U.S. military is also involved with being in the car community too, because there's a lot of us, we're all out here, we're interacting with the locals and just having fun and a great connection.
Soldiers can re-enlist for 3 to 6 years or for an indefinite period under the Career Status Program. And like Jimenez, they can choose to take their oath in a location significant to them. Soldiers have re-enlisted in sports arenas, at historic battle sites, and even in the air in a helicopter. For U.S. Army Garrison Japan Public Affairs, this is Dustin Perry.
Hi, I'm Sergeant Ken. I know it's not easy. Working out requires time, sweat, and dedication. In the next few minutes, I'll show you a few extreme conditioning programs, and at the best part, each one takes no more than a few minutes. And trust me, you will still get a great workout in. Keep up the good work, and most of all, keep a positive attitude. The 4 exercises that we're going to perform today are going to focus on the legs and some aerobic conditioning at the same time. We're going to do things in intervals of 20 repetitions for each exercise with 4 exercises, 3 full sets. We're going to try and show you what we can do in a 12-minute workout, roughly, what would be the intensity of a 40 to 45-minute workout. Are you ready to get started? All right, well, let's pick up those dumbbells and let's do some forward lunges. Kelvin and Lynn are going to line up a neutral stance with their feet shoulder width apart and their toes forward, starting with our left leg first. Count to 20, and I'll coach with you. Begin. Now notice what's going on here is that both of them are going to come forward but keep their shoulders back as they go down. That way, they're not putting any unwarranted strain on that forward stepping knee by stepping so far forward that it goes beyond the toe line. That's very important in the way that we're going to perform this exercise. You want to exhale the point of exertion, but most of all, breathe naturally, in through your nose and out through your mouth. Kelvin is doing a great job over here as well, maintaining that neutral spine, back, perpendicular to the ground each time. Give me one more and then step in with the right. And good. All right, you ready to do some squats? Let's do this. Ready? Begin. Good. Now, right away when you're performing the squat exercise, you want to make certain that you stick your tailbone back as you go down and sink those shoulders into your back pockets. That'll create a neutral spine, a straight back. You always want to make certain that you've got your balance in your heels and never beyond your toe line with your knee position. That way, if you wanted to ever test this at home, what you can do is you can simply just hold on one of the down position during one of those repetitions. And if you can wiggle your toes when you're in the down position, then you know you've got the right balance. Good job, you two. Give me 4 and 3 and 2 and 1. We can't put down the dumbbells yet. Now we're going to line ourselves up for backwards lunges. All right. Make certain we start with the left leg. Take your time. 20 count. Ready? Begin. Good. Now, even though that we're holding the dumbbells and we're performing the lunges now in a reverse fashion, we still got to make certain that our shoulders go back as we go down so that they line up over our hips. That's the right placement. Keep our back perpendicular to the ground. Neutral spine, neutral spine. And again, exhale at the point of exertion. Lynn's doing a great job over here. Let's check Kelvin. Kelvin 2. We add the balance technique now to the muscular endurance phase. Muscular endurance because we're doing more than 10 reps. We're doing 20. One more set. Finish with the right and up. Good. Now let's put the dumbbells down in a safe spot. You always want to put the dumbbells in a safe spot so you don't trip over them. Time to put our hearts into a roller coaster ride. It's burpee time. Ready? Begin. Now what's going to happen here is we're going to show you 2 versions of this burpee. Lynn is going to do the burpee standard. It's really a jump squat thrust. Now, over here, what's going to happen here with Kelvin, Kelvin's adding the push-up. Basically, you want to modify what you have to and amplify what you can. Breathe naturally in through your nose and out through your mouth. This is a perfect example of how to take that heart and pick up that heart rate so you add the aerobic conditioning phase to the muscular endurance phase for the same workout. Give me 2 more, you two. Give me 1 more. Good. All right. You ready for another round? Let's pick up those dumbbells. And let's go right to the position for our forward lunges. Remember, keep those shoulders back. You're doing a great job. Round 2. Ready? Begin. Keep those shoulders back as you go down. Awesome. Great correction, you two. Looking good. Now, again, we're trying to show you what you can do in a 10 or 12-minute period, what would be the intensity of a 40 or 45-minute workout. If you had more time, great. Add a 4th set or a 5th set of the entire workout. Then all of a sudden, it's now 20 or 25 minutes. You do what you can fit in, but never say you don't have time. We're showing you what you can do in a short period of time, sort of a fitness quick fix. Looking good, you two. Give me 1 more full set after this on both legs, the left and the right. Good, awesome. Now let's do our body squats. Are you ready? Good. Body squats, 20 count. Ready? Go. Good. Right away, Lynn is going to her breathing techniques. I hear her exhaling on the way up and breathing in on the way down. In through her nose and out through her mouth. She's doing a great job of maintaining neutral spine by sticking her tailbone back as she goes down and sinking her shoulders into her back pockets. The weights are basically just adding to the load, making it more intense for her to perform the exercise. Simply this, she is doing a fantastic job. Give me 4 more. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Can't get rid of the weights yet. I know they're getting heavy. You feel like your knuckles are about dragging on the ground. Let's do our backwards lunges. You're breathing heavy, and I know you're doing it right. Starting with the left leg. Ready? Begin. Keep those shoulders back. Work on your balance. You see now, not only is it a muscular endurance exercise, but since we're going backwards, we're adding sort of the balance technique. We're not used to walking like this at all. We're not used to working out like this as well. That makes this an intermediate to advanced exercise alone. especially since they're holding some pretty heavy weights right now. Looking good, you two. Give me one more full set on both legs now. Left and right. Put those dumbbells down in a safe spot. Let's get ready for our second set of burpees. Get close, get tight. Are you ready? 20 count. Go. Again, I keep saying modify what you have to and amplify what you can. What I mean is if you have to take a break, a little bit of a longer break in between each exercise, then do that. But we call it extreme conditioning because we're trying to take little or no break in between each set. So every time you perform this entire workout, you're going to feel that you don't need as long a break in between each exercise. Do the best that you can. Give me 4 more, you two. 4, 3, and again, Kelvin's adding the push-up. 2, 1 more, up and down. Good. Good job, you two. You ready for a third round? Look at it. They're sweating. They're sweating. And I know they're doing it right. Let's pick up those dumbbells, and let's do 1 more full set of all 4 exercises. Forward stepping lunge, starting with our left leg. Ready? Go. Good. Good job, Lynn. Great form. Great form. That's the way it should look. Let's check over here with Kelvin. Good. This is the way it should look each time. Notice that his shoulders are going back as he goes down to maintain that neutral spine, back perpendicular to the ground. Perfect. That's the way it should look. You hear the rate of breathing in this guy? Yeah. This little small, short workout is really making their heart go on a roller coaster ride. 1 more set on both legs. Right leg. Body squat time, holding those dumbbells. And again, if you needed to put the dumbbells down and just do squats without the weights, that's fine. You do what you have to. 20 count. Ready? Go. This is an awesome example of extreme conditioning at its best. Look at the way they're perspiring. That's the way to do the workout. Extreme conditioning style. They're maintaining proper form. If you see that you're having to compromise your form in any way, 1, you're going too fast. 2, the weight may be too heavy. Modify what you have to. Amplify what you can. Ready? 3, 2, and 1. Backwards lunge. Last set. Last set. All right, starting with our left leg. You ready? All right. Begin. Good. Don't feel rushed. Never feel rushed. Awesome job, you two. Let's check on Kelvin over here. Look at that form. Looking good, big guy. Looking good. Awesome form. This is a strong guy. Even though he's holding 15-pound dumbbells, they probably feel like 50s right now. You two are doing great. This is a perfect example about how to do this right. All right, give me 1 more set after this with the left leg. And now the right leg. Put the dumbbells down in a safe spot. And let's do the final exercise, the burpees. You'll add the push-up. And I'll tell you what, let's see if you can add the push-up too. Let's challenge you. Ready? Begin. So they're both going to perform this the intermediate to advanced style. Both of them are adding that push-up. So it really is a full burpee. Again, if you wanted to do it where it's just a jump squat thrust, that's fine. Do the best that you can. Heart rate is just picking up. It's probably at the highest rate that they had in the entire workout. This is extreme conditioning. I think they only took a break of maybe a few seconds in between each exercise. This is fantastic. Give me 4 more. Ready? 4, 3, 2, 1 more. 1 more. Go up and down. Yeah. Good job. Good job. Good job, Kelvin and Lynn. How do you feel? You feel like your heart's about to jump out of your mouth? Then you know you're doing it right. And you see, that's all it takes to get that sculpted, fit body that you've always dreamed of. Stay the course. Boy, this workout's going to be a tough one. We're going to start out with dumbbell lateral raises, plyometric push-ups, and some oblique crunches or oblique sit-ups. We're going to do a sort of a descending ladder where we start with 25 and decrease by 5 repetitions every time we do it until we're actually on that last set with 5 repetitions each. This is going to be a tough one. We're going to do the best we can. If you need to modify what you have to, but it's extreme conditioning style. That means little or no break in between each set. Y'all ready to get started? Good. Let's line up in a neutral stance, pick up the dumbbells, and let's do our lateral raises. We're going for a 25 count. Don't do any jerking motion. From here on out, it's on the go. Ready? Begin. Give me a 25 count. Awesome. All right, so what we're looking for here is that there's no tension in the neck. We want to make certain we relax the neck, relax the shoulders, and just focus on those deltoid muscles and the traps, that we're raising up without any jerking motion. If you're jerking around and arching the back or sagging in any way and coming out of neutral spine or tensing up the neck too much, the weight might be too high. This is going to be a really tough exercise because we're starting right away with a 25 count on this. Looking good. That's it, Shia. Let's look at Don over here. Don's doing a good job too. Nice relaxed neck and shoulders. That's what we're looking for here. That's good form. Exhale on the way up. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Perfect form, you two. We're almost there. We're almost near the end for that first exercise. That first exercise in this descending ladder routine. Good. Let's put the dumbbells down in a safe spot. The toughest exercise, I think, the plyo push-up. Do the best you can. And if you can't do the plyo push-up, you can do the regular push-up. Modify what you have to, amplify what you can. 25 count. Ready? Go! Good key thing here is you don't want to compromise your form. And all this bouncing that you're doing on and off the ground, because plyo means jump, you want to make certain that you don't lose that straight line between the back and legs. Keep that line straight by clenching your butt and gut at all times. Do the best you can. Exhale on the way up. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Good. One more. Good. Good. Awesome. Roll off to the sides. Let's work our obliques. Good job, Shia. Good job, Don. Good way to start the routine. Love this exercise as you're trying to work those love handles. Hands behind your head. Let's start with that left elbow to the right knee. Ready? Begin. Good. That's it, Shia. Good start. Good start. Exhale on the way up and breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. What you're trying to do is you're trying to work those sides of your body. Good. Good job, you two. Breathe deeper, though. You need to fuel your blood and muscles with the oxygen it needs. That's it. That's it. Good. Keep counting. Keep counting. Feel that little bit of a friendly competition between the two of you. That's good. That's awesome. Good. Keep going. Keep going. Don't pull so hard on your neck that you're going to throw that spine out. Good. Awesome. That's it. Perfect adjustments there. Perfect adjustments there. I know. Starting with a 25 count, it's not easy, is it? That's why we're trying to do a workout in around 10 minutes. So what you would normally do in a 40-minute period. Good job. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Feeling that tug, buddy? Yeah. Good. Now you know you're doing it right. Okay. Relax. Carefully come up. Release. Use your legs to come on up. Round 2, a 20 count. All right. Remember, modify what you have to and amplify what you can. You need to decrease the amount of reps and increase the transition period. That's fine. Lateral raises. Ready? Go. Good. Relax that neck. Relax that neck. Good. Good job, Shia. Let's see what you got over here. Beautiful, beautiful. No tension in the neck. That's what you're looking for. Only coming up till it's level with the shoulders. Slight bend in the elbows. That promotes circulation. You don't want them locked out like that. Wrists are straight. Wrists are straight, but they're not too stiff. This is perfect. Perfect demonstration of how to do this exercise. Good job, you two. Almost at that 20 count because we're climbing down that ladder together. Good job. Good job. Breathe deeply. You got it, Shia. Awesome. Good. That's it, Don. Almost there. Almost there. And let's get to that next exercise. We're ready for those plyo push-ups? Well, even if you're not, we're ready now. Let's do it. And again, if you have to do regular push-ups, that's fine. Do what you have. Do what you can. Ready? Begin. Push off. Push off. Squeeze tighter in your butt and gut. That's going to keep your back from sagging. That's right. That's what you should be doing. Reach muscle fatigue or muscle failure. Good. Good job, you two. Good job. Push hard. push hard. That's it. Do the best you can. Do the best you can. This is an advanced exercise. If you have to do regular push-ups, that's fine. If you have to do them off your knees, that's fine. But never, ever stop. Push hard, push hard. One more, Shia, one more. Push, 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 push. Good, awesome. Roll off into the mat. Let's work our obliques. Never sacrifice that core training. That's very important to have that core training in all of your workouts in some way. Good, hands behind the head, fingers clasped, left elbow to right knee first. Let's do it. 20 count, go. Good, good, look at that. Burning the sides of your body right off. That's the way to work the love handles. I'm not saying you have love handles, but if you want to work off those love handles, those obliques, this is a great way to do it. And after those plyo push-ups, it's not easy. You're doing great. Awesome. Let's see how Don's doing over here. Good job, Don. Good job, Don. Push hard, push hard, push hard. Remember, even though we're going down to 15 next, it's still going to feel like just as hard as it was before. Good, 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 good. Good, good, good. All right. One last set, one last set. Boom. All right. Let's come on off. Peel yourself off the ground. If you need to make a longer break in between sets, that's fine. You do what you have to. Let's do the 15 reps. Pick it up. Let's do the lateral raises. Remember, relax the necks. Are you ready? Begin. Awesome. Awesome. Relax that neck. Looking good. Don, perfect. Shia, perfect. Keep counting. Exhale. Exhale when you bring them up. Breathing in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. So you always exhale, the point of exertion when you're doing muscular endurance training like this. Good. Awesome job. Awesome job. And this high repetition, boy, you're breaking the anaerobic threshold here. Good job. That's right. It's tough, isn't it? Good job. Good. All right. Put them down in a safe spot. Remember, always to put your dumbbells down in a safe spot so you never bump into them. All right. Let's get down to the push-up position. It's only a 15 count this time. Do the best you can. If you can't do the plyo push-up, we'll do a regular push-up or push-ups modified off our knees. Ready? Begin. Boy, oh boy, we got some rock stars here. Look at you too. Good job. Push hard, push hard. Don't you quit on me. That's it. That's it. Good, good, good. Push hard, push hard, push hard. You do this. You do this. Keep going, keep going. No one quits. Squeeze hard. One more, one more, one more. Boom. Okay, roll off. And let's do the oblique exercise. I always find it really challenging to do any kind of abdominal exercise right after doing push-ups because the push-ups also make your abdominals stay firm as a stabilizing muscle group. All right. Are you ready? 15 count. Begin. And again, in the point of modifying things, modification would be more of a transition, meaning more time in between each set. Amplification means, well, let's push a little faster, but not jerking motion. And let's have less of a break in between each set. That's where you amplify. Good, 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 good. No quitters here. We're going to keep fighting. Make this 10 to 12 minute workout worthy of a 40-minute workout. Good, good, good. Almost there. Almost there. Good. Good. And stop. All right. Pull yourself off the ground. 10 count this time. You got it? Huh? Good. Let's do it. Let's grab those dumbbells and let's do the lateral raises. Once you get yourself in that neutral stance with your feet shoulder width apart and toes forward, relax those knees, relax the shoulders, and 10 count, begin. Good. And remember, always keep a slight bend in your elbows. Promote circulation. Beautiful. Keep breathing deeply, Shia. Awesome. Awesome. Good, good. Perfect examples here. If you're trying this at home, this is the way it should look. Beautiful. Awesome. Awesome. Good, good. Put them down in a safe spot so we won't bump into them. Plyo push-up, 10 count. Only one set after this on this exercise. Good news. All right, ready? Begin. Push hard, push hard, push hard. Come on, come on. You can do this. Good. Awesome, awesome. Clench hard in your butt and gut so that your back will not sag. That's what I'm talking about. Good. Give me one more. Give me one more. Good. Awesome. All right. Peel yourself off and let's go to the oblique exercise for a 10 count. Always get yourself in the right start position first. That way we're playing safe. Safety and effectiveness at all times. Hands behind the head, fingers clasped. Left elbow, right knee. 10 count. Ready? Begin. So that 10 count means 10 for each arm going to each other knee. That's what we're trying to do. Good. Good. Breathe deeply, you two. That's it, Don. That's it. Good. You got this, buddy. You got this. Tight core. Tight core. Come on, you got this. It's all about the entire core getting engaged here. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. No one quits. Everyone fights. We only got one more set after this. Good. And relax. All right. Peel yourselves off the ground. Y'all ready for the final set? I know you are. Let's do this. Let's pick up the dumbbells. Go right to neutral stance. Feet shoulder width apart. Toes forward. Knees slightly bent. Relax the shoulders. Ready? 5 count. But don't go fast and jerk around. Begin. Perfect cadence. That's what you're looking for. You don't want to go so fast that you move your body all over the place. Perfect neutral stance. Looking good. Awesome. Good. Put the dumbbells down in a safe spot. Safety always. Never drop them. Good. Last set of plyo push-ups. Ready? Begin. Good. Beautiful. Awesome. Couldn't be happier. Yeah, give me one more. Give me one more. You got it. Boom. All right, good. Let's do the oblique exercise. Awesome. Roll off. Last exercise of the entire routine. And if you wanted to make the entire workout longer, you could have started with 35 and went down to 30 and kept minus by 5 each time. All right, ready? 5 count on each arm. Ready? Begin. Good. Breathe deeply, breathe deeply. Let's see how Don's doing. Don's reaching muscle fatigue over here. That's awesome. Whole body's getting worked here. The whole body. Good, 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 good. No one quits. Everyone fights. Yeah, buddy. That's it. Good. Peel yourself off the ground. Come on up. How do you feel? You feel like you got worked. But it wasn't impossible, but it was outside your comfort zone. And that's what it takes to work all the muscles in your body in a short period of time in a type of workout that would be worthy of a workout that you would do for a longer period of time. That's extreme conditioning. Stay the course.
So are you ready to join our team yet? Here's the contact information for myself and representatives from each of our 8 units across the Southeast. Join us in telling the Army story and use your talents to truly be all you can be. And remember, if you join our team, you're not just doing a job, you're covering a piece of American history.
The Joint Operational Medicine Information Systems, JOMIS, Program Management Office, under the Program Executive Office for Defense Healthcare Management Systems, provides health information technology military operations. MHS modernized solutions currently in development today. The patient data presented in this video is simulated and does not represent real individuals or actual medical records. This information is intended solely for illustrative purposes and should not be construed as factual or used for clinical or diagnostic decision-making. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or deceased, is purely coincidental. The products featured in this video are currently in development and have not yet been fielded. MHS Genesis Theater is the theater configuration of MHS Genesis, the Department of Defense's Federal Electronic Health Record. MHS Genesis Theater will support theater hospitals, hospital ships, and any healthcare facility that provides robust, advanced clinical care in potentially disconnected environments, enabling support of military operations, as well as humanitarian and civil authorities' missions. It will replace legacy operational medicine health record systems. MHS Genesis Theater will have a similar look and feel to MHS Genesis, minimizing the training burden while still adhering to the unique needs of operational medicine in theater environments. In addition to providing a robust and modernized electronic health record, MHS Genesis Theater will also scale to fit changes in facility roles of care during contingency planning. This will enable healthcare delivery and documentation of the full spectrum of care, from sick call to resuscitation, initial wound surgery and post-operative care, dental treatment and ANS services, to all patient types at deployed sites. When operating in a communications-enabled environment, MHS Genesis Theater will support patient care data exchange through the Operational Medicine Data Service. This interface will feed data from the point of injury to MHS Genesis at garrison military treatment facilities and make current patient data available to other theater systems across the continuum of care. When operating under disconnected, intermittent, or low bandwidth conditions, MHS Genesis Theater will leverage a store and forward capability to enable data to be exchanged through the Operational Medicine Data Service once communications are reestablished. MHS Genesis Theater will use data templates for demographic data, problems, allergies, medications, procedures, immunizations, and clinical history of service members, so that the data can be loaded into the system whenever communications are available. Just like in MHS Genesis, order sets for commonly ordered items, called power plans, will be available, and common note types will be available as ad hoc notes and templates. When patients arrive at the theater hospital emergency treatment section, they will be registered in FirstNet. In this application, all emergency assessment and care will be documented and care coordinated through the other sections of the hospital. Laboratory tests and radiology studies will be ordered, performed, and resulted. Medications will be ordered and administered from the pharmacy, and procedures will be ordered, performed, and documented. Specialty services or surgery consults will be ordered and completed. In the operating room, anesthesia providers will document care in SA anesthesia. When patients move to the inpatient ward, care will be documented in the familiar power chart by providers, nurses, medics, and corpsmen under their specific role logins. Ambulatory patients will also be scheduled and treated utilizing power chart. If staff need to switch roles to perform a task, they will change using the My Experience feature. MHS Genesis Theater is a modernized solution that combines all care documentation, including emergency treatment, primary care, dental, surgical, inpatient, and clinical support, in one application, synchronizing complex care in robust, expeditionary, and potentially disconnected environments. The MHS Genesis Theater user experience will be familiar to Department of Defense health professionals, streamlining pre-mission training, and frequent personnel replacement cycles. MHS Genesis Theater will be configurable for each site and adaptable to evolving threats and applications. With increased access to integrated, evidence-based healthcare delivery and decision-making, the full suite of JOMAS solutions improves military and veteran patient safety monitoring and outcomes that are reflected in service members' lifelong health record.
Team MIC, we did it. We've officially completed our 13-week MIC 250 Walk It Out Wednesday Challenge. And what a journey it's been.
That's right, sir. By week 12, we surpassed our 10,000-mile goal and even met our new target of 12,500 miles, just in time to celebrate the Army's 250th birthday this past Saturday. More than 366 participants across 65 teams walked over 13,000 miles in honor of the historic milestone, exceeding our goal by more than 600 miles.
Your teamwork, resilience, and commitment to readiness truly exemplify what it means to be Army strong.
And now, what you've all been waiting for, the winners of the coveted Golden Sneaker Awards. Our first place unit, our civilian teammates at MIC Fort Campbell with 2,334 miles. They'll receive a certificate and, of course, bragging rights. Our first place team edging out Team Striders by only 6.98 miles. Procurement Posse racking up 1,138 miles. Team members, all from the 922nd Contracting Battalion, include Lieutenant Colonel Randall Carter, Major Matt Binkins, Captain Tom Haas, Master Sergeant Renee Trujillo, and Sergeant First Class Jason Simmons. They are the first ever recipients of Team Golden Sneaker Award. Outstanding job by Team Striders from Fort Hood for putting in the extra effort and keeping it a very tight race during the last few weeks. Congratulations to both our first place team winners, Procurement Posse, and second best team, Team Striders.
Our first place individual winner, Captain Tom Haas, from both MIC Fort Campbell and the Procurement Posse, logged an astounding 394 miles on his own. He is the first recipient of the individual Golden Sneaker Award.
We also want to shout out the runner-up for the individual award, Mr. Stephen Heath, also from the MIC Fort Campbell with over 360 miles. Congratulations to all of our winners. Fort Campbell has set the bar high, taking home the top unit, team, and individual prizes.
Their commands will receive trophies during the Senior Contracting Officials and Directors Acquisition Training, or SDAT, in July.
As we look ahead to the next 250 years of Army excellence, we hope to carry this fun and motivating tradition forward for just as long. Thank you to everyone who participated, and hats off to many individuals and teams who came so close to victory. Your energy and dedication were truly inspiring.
I couldn't agree more, Sergeant Major. Keep moving and stay ready. Happy birthday, Army! This will defend!
So how can you join our team? Well, first things first, sit down on your computer or phone and go to the Go Army website and look up the 46 Sierra Mass Communication Specialist job description. Then look up the requirements for the job. Step 1, contact a recruiter who can inform you of all of the bonuses and benefits you are eligible for from enlisting into the U.S. Army or Army Reserve. Step 2, take the ASVAB, basically a test to see where your aptitude strengths lie. Step 3, take a physical exam. Step 4, enlist into our career field and sign a contract and head off to basic training. Once you complete the basic combat training required for all soldiers to serve in the Army or Army Reserve, you will travel to Fort Meade, Maryland for 87 days of training at the Department of Defense Information School. This is abbreviated as DINFOS. At DINFOS, you will learn the fundamentals of Army storytelling through news writing, still photography, videography, and graphic design with service members from all branches of the military. After completing DINFOS, depending on where you live, you will travel to one of our 8 reserve locations throughout the Southeast. We have public affairs units in Birmingham, Alabama, Orlando, Florida, Cary, North Carolina, New Orleans, Louisiana, Atlanta, Georgia, Columbia, South Carolina, Memphis, Tennessee, and Nashville, Tennessee. You will report to Battle Assembly 1 weekend a month to receive additional training and experience to refine your skills. You will also participate in an annual training mission, roughly 2 weeks in duration. putting these skills to use. These missions can be anywhere in the world the Army is doing something. For example, in 2024, we had missions in Barbados, the Philippines, and numerous other exciting locations.
Get warmed up and hydrated. More extreme conditioning programs coming your way. We're going to do things a little differently today. Instead of doing 3 sets that are timed, we're going to go for repetitions. Make it a little competitive. Repetitions. We're going to start with 25 in our demonstration. At home, you might want to start with 35. And each time we do this exercise, we're going to do it 5 less each time. We're going to do some bicep curls with dumbbells, back flies with dumbbells, and then jumping knee tucks. It's going to be a tough workout, but we're going to climb down that ladder together, and we're going to pick up our heart rate and really get a crash course on metabolic fitness. All right, are you ready? All right, so let's get backed up here and pick up the dumbbells. Let's start with our 25 repetitions in each arm on the bicep curl. 1 arm at a time. While one goes up, one goes down from here on out. Let's really push it. When you're done, just put the dumbbells down and stand and get ready for the next one. Begin. Now notice as we're doing the exercise, we've got to lock that elbow into our rib cage. The most common mistake during a simple exercise where you're using dumbbells for an arm curl is that the elbow goes forward or the elbow goes back. You don't want to do that. You want to make certain you don't put any unwarranted strain on the shoulder joint. By doing this and locking it into your rib cage, you're isolating. Again, you count the reps, and when you finish on 25 on each arm, put the dumbbells down, wait for the other person, and then we will get to the next exercise. Good, looking good, looking good. Don't let those elbows go away from the rib cage. Looking good. Keep breathing in through your nose, out through your mouth. You want to breathe naturally and deeply as you can. I like to push the air out at the point of exertion. So when I pull that dumbbell up, that's when I push the air out of my body. Again, we're doing 25 repetitions on this first set. At home, you might want to start with 35. Looking good, looking good. How we doing? Good. Now put the dumbbells down. Second exercise, back flies on the bench, on the bench. Let's get our legs rooted into the ground, anchored in there. Good. And give me a 25 count. Try not to strain your neck. Begin. Good. This is awesome. Good work so far. Go right to your breathing technique right away. And what I'm doing here is making certain that there's not any unwarranted strain in the neck by performing this exercise. If you have to arch back in any way and compromise your form, the weight might be too heavy. You want to exhale on the way back, breathe in on the way down, in through your nose, out through your mouth. Again, we're not doing 3 full sets of this. We're going to do this by climbing down that ladder by repetition count each time we perform the exercise. So that means we're actually doing multiple sets of this. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Awesome job over here. Great stuff. When you finish with your 25, we're just going to put the weights down and move on to the next one. Try not to strain the neck. Relax the neck. Relax the neck. Perfect. There you go. Relax the neck. Good. Good, good. Push off, push off, push off. Now our heart rate is about to soar. Jumping knee tucks, 25 count. Yeah, I know. Here we go. Begin. Now, on this one, you need to modify what you have to and amplify what you can. What we're doing here is every time you come up, you want to bring the knees as high as possible. That's why it's called a jumping knee tuck. Right away, you can feel your heart rate pounding against your chest. And if it feels like your heart is about to jump out of your mouth and dribble on the floor in front of you, you're probably doing it right. Good job. Good job. Keep going. Once you hit your 25 count, just stand there and we'll get ready for the next round. And it's going to be a 20 count next. Looking good. Looking good. They're doing a great job. Breathe deeply and naturally. In through your nose, out through your mouth. How we doing? Good. If he still has time to talk and smile, then maybe we're not pushing hard enough. Good. Keep going. All right, good. Y'all ready for the next round? 20 reps. Pick up the dumbbells, bicep curl. Go right to the proper form. Ready? Begin. Now notice the foot stance that we got down here. We've got it so that our feet are in neutral position. What does that mean? That means our feet are shoulder width apart, and you try and bring your toes as straight as possible, pointing right in front of you. You always have a slight bend in your knees that promotes circulation to the upper body. Now, elbows are locked into the rib cage. Perfect form. We're going for 20 on each arm. You try and keep up with each other. It's a little bit of a competition here between the two of them, but they're looking good. This is awesome stuff. Breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth, deeply as you can. How we doing? Good? Yeah. Climbing down that ladder together. It's kind of looking like synchronized swimming right now. All right. Good job. Good job. Don't let that elbow float. Good. Good. How we doing? No quitters, right? Yeah. No way. Awesome. Awesome. Almost there. Finish strong. Good. All right. Put them down. All right. Back fly. Back fly. 20 count. I know this is a tough one, but it really is perfect for your body. All right. Begin. Now, we're using the bench as a way of isolating. A lot of times, if you do this standing, some people will pick up a weight that's too heavy for them, and they'll wind up arching their back or sagging their back. We're using this bench to sort of assist us. You two look great. So I'm putting my fingers right here in the middle of the back, making certain they don't arch. Push off, push off. Jumping knee tucks, your favorite. All right, so 20 count. Begin. Good, good, good. You two are a great example to have for this workout because you're making it easy for me. Great form, you're pushing hard, but you're not making it impossible. That's the key. You want it to be right there on the edge of what you can handle, but not impossible. Challenge yourself. If it's aerobic or muscular, that's where you challenge yourself. But if you feel a little something going wrong with your nerves or joints, then back off a little bit and modify what you have to and amplify what you can. Good. All right. 15 count. You see, we're climbing down the ladder together. Let's pick up the dumbbells. Let's do the bicep curls. You two are great. Awesome. Ready? Begin. And lock those elbows into your rib cage right away. You don't want to have them float forward or float back. Lock them in so that we can focus and isolate on our biceps. Biceps. Good, 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 good. You two look great. Awesome job. Breathe deeply in through your nose. I know breathing deeply is not a problem after those jumping knee tucks. Good work. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Once you finish your 15 count, you stop, and then we'll get ready to go to the next one together. Challenge yourselves. Challenge yourselves. Don't make it impossible. Make it achievable. But right there, right outside your comfort zone. That's what we want. Be right outside your comfort zone. Good. Good. Almost there. Finish strong. Good. 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 Last set. Awesome. Good. Next exercise, 15 count of the back flies. Ready on your bench? You ready? Root it in. Anchor those feet in there. Good. Grab the dumbbells. Make certain you don't strain the neck. Begin. 15 count. Go right to your breathing. Exhale on the way back. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. As soon as I get ready to start any kind of exercise, I go right to the breathing right away. That's when I breathe as deeply and as intensely as possible. Always exhale at the point of exertion. When you finish your 15 count, just put the dumbbells down and we'll go right to the cardio respiratory stamina training. Looking good, looking good. Good, good job, good job. Push off. Always use your hands to help you up. And jumping knee tucks, go! Good. Now we're going for a 15 count. A 15 count. We're climbing down that ladder together. So as you reach muscle fatigue or muscle failure, it's becoming easier by the repetition count. Again, at home, you might want to do 35, 30, 25. But we, for the sake of this demonstration, we started a little less. No problem. It's still going to be challenging. Good job, you two. All right. You ready for the next round? All right. Now we're going for 10. Pick up the dumbbells. Bicep curls again. Lock those elbows into your rib cage. 10 count. Ready? Begin. Breathe deeply. Look at this example we got going on right here. Elbows locked into the rib cage. As she pulls up, she's not letting the elbow float forward. That's perfect form. You don't want to put unwarranted strain on the shoulders. This is great. This is what you want. Breathe deeply. In through your nose, out through your mouth. When you finish that 10 count, Just stand there and we will get ready for that next exercise and work on our upper backs. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Start strong, finish strong, right? Good, good. All right, put them down. Safe. Always put them down in a safe spot. Safety first whenever you're doing this kind of workout. On your fronts, anchor in. Grab the dumbbells. Don't strain your neck. Relax your neck. Good. Begin. Awesome, awesome. Go right to the breathing right away. Right to the breathing right away. So again, I always put my fingers right here when I'm spotting them. Make certain that they're not arching their back. Kind of as a reminder to stay relaxed. And always just keep it right here in the muscles in the upper back. Looking good, looking good, looking good. They're doing a great job. Go to that 10 count, and then we'll push off. Push off. Use your hands to help you up. 10 count, jumping knee tucks. Begin. You know what it means? It means after this, we only have one more set. That's good news. Good, good, good. Push hard, push hard, push hard. The whole reason why you want to do it like this is you want to try and create this 10 to 12-minute workout that's worthy of what you would normally do in a workout that's about 30 to 40 minutes. All right, last set. Let's do 5, but let's not compromise our form. Since it's such a such a shorter count, we don't want to compromise our form. Ready? Begin. But it's the last set. The last set. How do you feel? Good, good, good. Awesome, awesome. And again, at home, you might have started with 35, maybe with 40, 45. You modify what you have to, and you amplify what you can. Good, good. All right, last time on the next exercise on the bench. And let's do our flies. Get down, anchor in those feet, grab the dumbbells, relax the neck. Good, there you go. Begin. Just give me a 5 count. Try not to jerk. No jerking motion, no jerking motion. Looking good. They're doing a great job. Exhale on the way back. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Push off. Last set of jumping knee tucks. Good stuff, huh? All right, begin. Awesome. Get those knees high. Come on, get the knees high. That's it. Get the knees high. Good, good, good. Awesome. How do you feel? It wasn't easy, but it wasn't impossible. And that's all it takes to really get that metabolic fitness crash course that you really deserve, where you push the muscular endurance and aerobic conditioning in a short period of time. Stay the course. We've got 3 exercises that are going to target the entire body with metabolic conditioning at its best. We're going to do some fast feet or sprinting in place, and we're going to do some sit-ups, more fast feet, sprinting in place, and then we're going to do some burpees, and then more fast feet, sprinting in place, and then the side plank so we can work our obliques as well. 3 full sets. Y'all ready for this? Ready. All right, let's do this. Line up, neutral stance, ready for that first set of 20 seconds of fast feet. Go. Now, as you build up, when I say 10 seconds left, I want you to go faster. When I say 5 seconds left, make that as advanced as you can make it. 10 seconds. So pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Good. Fast feet. That's it. That's the way it should look. Now, 5 seconds. The best you got. The best you got. Come on. Pour it on. Pour it on. Pour it on. 3, 2, 1. Good. Time to get down to our back sides for some sit-ups. If you want to bend your legs 90 degrees, I'm going to go ahead and hold on to your inside feet. Put your hands across your chest. Come up high enough so that you'll actually touch your knees. Ready? 20 count. Go. Good. Now, what you want to do is make certain that you're not coming up so fast that you're jerking around any part of your body, that you're making certain that it's smooth and graceful at all times. Exhale on the way up. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose and out through your mouth. That's the way it should look. The 2 of them are already getting a heart rate that's picking up and picking up. This is great. Give me 3, 2, and 1. Give me your hands. Come on up. Let's go right to the fast feet. 3, 2, 1, go. And again, you want to build up to this. That first 10 seconds is really kind of getting your groove. Then when I get to that 10 seconds left, you pick up. Get that heart rate up. Breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth deeply. Now 5 seconds left. This is advanced. Make this as advanced as you can. 3, 2, 1. Now, our cardio phase is not going to get a break here. Now we're going to do the burpees. Starting with the jump, add the push-up. Standard. Ready? Go. Now, we have two versions of the burpee going on here. We've got a jump squat thrust going on here with Lindsay, and over here, Juan is adding the push-up every time he goes down into the plank. That is the advanced style, and I would say, even though we call this the intermediate style, it's still pretty advanced because of the rate of movement. They've taken little or no break in between each set. That's extreme conditioning style. If you need to take more of a break, do so. Modify what you have to and amplify what you can. Give me 3 more. 3, 2, 1 more up and down, 1 more up and down, up, down, and up. Right to fast feet again. Right to fast feet again. Go. No break. No break. Do what you have to, folks. If you needed to take more of a break, that's fine. But we're trying to show you an example of an intense workout, 10 seconds left, where you would do in 10 or 12 minutes what would be the intensity of 40 or 45. 5 seconds. And stop. Time for our side planks. Let's get on our left side first. You want to rest on your left side. Get that right forearm over across the leg. Rest it against the leg. All the way straight, Lindsay. Straighten out your right arm. Good. Now, pop up to the plank, side plank, and now lift the leg, 10 count, go. Now, take your time at this. You don't want to move so fast that you're going to move your body out of the alignment. Bottom leg and back, forming a straight line at all times. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Switch over to our other side. Looking good. Let's check out Lindsay over here. Good. Rest easy and pop up and begin. Good job. Good job. Look at that. Bottom leg and back forming a straight line. Don't put any tension in the neck, Lindsay. Looking good. That's perfect. Perfect adjustment. Take your time at this. 5 more. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Carefully come up. Y'all ready for round 2? All right. That's the attitude. Round 2. Full set again, 20 seconds on the sprint. Go. They're doing a great job. Notice we only took a few seconds in between the first set and the second set. If you wanted more than a 12-minute workout or so, add a 4th or 5th set. 10 seconds left. Now we're picking it up, and that's the way it should look. 5 seconds left. The best you got, Lindsay. That's it. Pour it on. Pour it on. 3, 2, 1. All right. It's sit-up time. Let's go down. Legs bent 90 degrees. Good. Hands across the chest. Get in the right start position. And remember, breathing. Exhale on the way up. 20 count. Go. Notice right away, I can hear Lindsay right now. Every time that she comes up, she exhales on the way up. Every time that they go down, they're breathing in through their noses and out through their mouths. Remember, exhale at the point of exertion. That's the way to fuel your blood and muscles with the oxygen it needs to do it right. 3, 2, 1. Good. Give me your arms. Come on up. It's now sprinting in place time. Ready? Go. Same thing again. We're picking up that heart rate. We're trying to make certain our heart goes on this roller coaster ride. Metabolic conditioning style. Back and forth between aerobic conditioning. 10 seconds left. And muscular endurance. Extreme conditioning, 5 seconds left. That means everything you got. 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, it's burpee time. Your favorite. Add the push-up. Get ready. Standard over here. 3, 2, 1, go. Now we have 2 versions of the burpee going on right now. Again, we've got Lindsay over here doing a jump squat thrust, and Juan over here is adding the push-up when he gets to the plank. Either way, you want to perform this exercise to the best that you can handle. Work within your limits at all times. Give me 3 more, you two. 3, 2, 1 more full repetition. Up, down, across, and up. Fast feet again. I'm not giving you a break. Let's go. Go. You got this. You got this. Do the best you can. That's what I'm talking about. You two are doing a great job. 10 seconds left. Pour it on. Pour it on. Pour it on. Good, 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 good. 5 seconds. Everything you got. Everything you got. Breathe, breathe, breathe. That's it. Good, good. And stop. Side plank time. Side plank time on our left side. All right. So we're going back to work those love handles. I'm not saying you have love handles, but if you're concerned about them, now you can work them off. Ready? 10 count. Go. Good. Notice right away they were in the alignment where the bottom leg is forming a straight line with their back. They're not rushing it at all. They're only going fast enough that they can perform it right. 4, 3, 2, 1. Switch over to the other side. Good. Line yourself up right. Rest easy. Pop up to the side plank and begin. Good. Now, when you're actually bringing your leg up, you don't want to go more than 45 degrees with the spread in your legs. It's just not necessary. It's not a dance class. It's just a simple workout. Good. 4, 3, 2, 1. Carefully on your feet. Round 3, the final round. Whatever you got left, let's burn it out. You can do this. Ready? Fast feet, go. I love it. Really, the only kind of break that they had in between each exercise was maybe a few seconds for me to get them prepped in the start position. 10 seconds left, so pour it on more. But they're giving it everything they got because they want a 12-minute workout that's as intense as 45 seconds. Let's go, 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 and stop. The last set of sit-ups. Y'all ready? On your backside. Now I'm going to go ahead and hold their feet again to make certain that they have a leverage point. Arms across the chest. We're going to come up high enough so that our elbows touch our knees. Ready? Go. Exhale on the way up. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Lindsay and Juan are doing a great job. This is a perfect example of how to perform it to standard. Never jerk around with a fast movement that's going to compromise your form. Give you 5 more. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Give me your arms. Come on up. Right to fast feet. Start position, move, and go. It's the last set. That's good news. That means you're having maximum calories being burned in a short period of time. 10 seconds left, so pick up that speed. Let that heart rate surge. 5 seconds left. Everything you got. Go, 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 go. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Burpee time. Last set. And I know that's good news. All right, so let's do this. 20 count. Start position. Move. Keep adding the push-up. Challenge yourself. Ready? Go. Good job. Wow. All of this activity, and they haven't really compromised their form at all. I see a safe and effective workout in front of me that you can do at home in a short period of time. That's extreme conditioning. Good. Give me 5 more. 5 more. 5, 4. Good job, Juan and Lindsay. 3, 2. 1 more up and down. Ready? Up and down and up. And now it's sprint time. Here we go. Line up. Go. Give it everything you got. We all have busy lives. What we're trying to do is show you how to do that great metabolic conditioning workout in a short period of time. Push yourself as hard as you can, but stay within your limits. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Side plank. Yeah, you feel the cramping going on. Good job, you two. Awesome. Make certain you drink water as you need to as well. All right, line up on your left side. Rest easy. Rest that hand on top. Pop up to the plank now and begin. 10 count. Let's see how you look. Good job. Bottom leg and back forming a straight line. Good. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Switch over to your right. See how Juan's doing over here. Good. Get in the right start position. Relax those fingers. Good. And begin. Awesome, you two. A perfect example of how to do this right. Beautiful. You started strong, you're going to finish strong. Now, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Carefully stand up. You did it. You did it. And it was hard, but it wasn't impossible. And that's all it takes to fit it in a short period of time to get that body you've always dreamed of. That's extreme conditioning at its best. Stay the course.
It's a little challenging, kind of adapting from the TRADOC sort of way of life. As a PFC, you don't really know too much.
Learning everything, and with RMOS, like, it's a lot of math, and I was not like comprehending a lot of it at first.
Being E4 in the 173rd, it's a good time. There's good days, there's bad days.
What is it like being in the 173rd? We get to train with NATO units every month. We're out all the time.
What's it like being in the 173rd? There's a lot of opportunities in the 173rd with training-wise, schools, also getting trained with foreign armies, foreign militaries, stuff like that. It's a lot of traveling going around. Like it's been a good time since I've been here in 173rd.
Being in the 173rd is pretty awesome. Get a lot of traveling opportunities, a lot of opportunities to do training in foreign countries and work with foreign partners.
The most fun part about being a paratrooper is finally getting out of that paratroop door after you've been rigged up for 6-7 hours.
Being the staff sergeant in the 173rd is the best job you can have in the United States Army. You're at the squad leader position and you're at the peak of your career.
Training here sucks. Yeah, it sucks. I think the biggest part I hate about it most is just the 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours just to get to Croatia, Slovenia.
I like training in other countries with foreign nations and stuff. I think that's like the best part about the whole training events is like getting to train with countries like Bosnia and like African countries.
What's it like being an E7 in the 173rd is probably the best position that I could ever have in my military career.
Day in the life of being a Sergeant First Class here in 173rd, I'm dealing with technical knowledge and expertise that I have to disseminate down from E6s all the way down to the E1s. It really doesn't matter what rank you are with my technical skill set. I get asked all kinds of questions.
Being a Master Sergeant in the HERD, you're the go-to NCO. You are the go-to, the subject matter expert. Younger soldiers and leaders above look towards you for experience.
What it's like being the Brigade Sergeant Major in the 173rd. Absolutely humbling. I don't know that there's a better way to describe it than that.
That first jump with the unit was something special. Like, I really felt like I was a true paratrooper at that point. Grunt work, like motor pool details. It's a good time.
So I went to D-Day last year, and afterwards I kept having nightmares about my jump because on my D-Day jump, the guy next to me threw up in his helmet and jumped out afterwards. So I kept having really bad dreams that something on my next jump was going to happen.
I'll be on road guard a lot in the field. Yeah, that's not fun.
Some things I don't like about being in the 173rd. The 2.5 hour bus ride to Aviano to jump.
My funny one is the new LT came in, and I was yelling at him to get out of the way. He already landed, but I was about to land on top of him, and he just wouldn't listen. He was on the phone. So I was like, all right, and I just rolled into him. He got in the way. You landed on him in the drop zone. No, he moved out of the way like right at the last second.
Good experience was me driving to Greece for a long period of time, and it's kind of sucky, but you know, it comes with the job. But that's like pretty much the only thing, just the long hours in the 173rd they have. That's it.
The hardest, what I do not like about being in the 173rd is honestly the hardest thing is not being able to travel home as much as I have. I haven't gone home about 2 years now.
I'd say the worst part about being a paratrooper in Italy is the drive to Aviano Air Base.
You're a squad leader. You couldn't be an acting platoon sergeant, but at the same time, you go through everything that your soldiers will go through, and I just like beating them and everything, to be honest. So,
or while I was supporting Saber J, we had a Dagger team that was pushing forward, and while I was in the middle of the phone call working on some equipment with them, I heard them say, "Oh, did you hear that?" And then all of a sudden, the line went down, and I saw their network go down as they were getting hit by OPFOR.
We crush PT every day as a team. We do our 12-mile rucks, our 5-mile assessments, and we just get after it every day. Like our leaders say, hey, every day rent is due, and we pay rent every day.
My least favorite part is not being a first sergeant. Yeah, actually, a master sergeant is not as close as to the soldier as a first sergeant.
Day in the life of a sergeant major for 173rd. That can be its own incredible roller coaster ride, depending upon what's happening that day. Some days can be you're starting first thing in the morning running, literally sometimes, whether that's from here up to Mount Butterco or it's going down and doing newcomers PT with all of the new Sky Soldiers that have shown up.
I hope that as I guess this new generation of Sky Soldiers, I can just live up to the memory that you guys have set before us, to the standard that you guys have set before us, and overall we can continue just cherishing that same tradition that you guys have established.
To the veterans before me, thank you for leaving behind such a great legacy. I'm very proud to continue carrying on that legacy.
I want to say thank you. Growing up, I have always thanked veterans for their service because we wouldn't be where we are today without them. So just genuinely from the bottom of my heart, thank you for all that they've done.
It's an honor to be out here and following your guys' footsteps. I really wish that the E4s before me left like a sham Bible. That would have been cool.
I would appreciate them for all of the history that they've created, the lineage they've created for this unit in the 173rd, with our multiple combat jumps, and paving the way for future soldiers to come through and train here in Italy.
Thank you for paving the way and just giving the unit such a rich history that we all can build off of.
And we appreciate you for also setting the stones down for us to pretty much walk on.
If I could speak to the former Sky Soldiers before me, I would thank them for their service. Thank them for paving the way for the brigade.
Thank you for your service and everything you did through those hard times.
Anybody who's ever worn this patch, I want to say thank you for creating an environment and a community and a family that is always pushing the edge, basically pushing everything we can as far as we can.
First, thank you for their service and their sacrifice and the time and the training and the standards that they set for us.
You are the bedrock. You are the lifeblood. You are the cornerstone of why the U.S. Army is successful in Europe. I can never say thank you enough.
What I would say to previous Sky Soldiers is honestly, I know that none of us can ever say thank you enough. Thank you for what you've done. Thank you to all of those airborne rangers in the sky and all of those Sky Soldiers that have come before us that have paid that ultimate sacrifice that we all speak of, to a grateful nation, to the Sky Soldier legacy. None of us can ever say thank you enough for that. In addition to that, I would say, don't worry. Okay, the amount of energy, the amount of camaraderie, the amount of legacy that is still being built is healthy and strong in the 173rd. You can't walk through, anywhere that a Sky Soldier is, wherever you find a formation here, that legacy that has been laid, before us, that path is still being laid. And every one of those Sky Soldiers here takes immense responsibility in preserving and continuing that legacy that you have left us. So to those Sky Soldiers before us, I would absolutely say, do not worry, and thank you for everything you've done, and thank you for everything that you continue to do.
Team Mick, we did it. We've officially completed our 13-week Mick 250 Walk It Out Wednesday Challenge. And what a journey it's been.
That's right, sir. By week 12, we surpassed our 10,000-mile goal and even met our new target of 12,500 miles. Just in time to celebrate the Army's 250th birthday this past Saturday. More than 366 participants across 65 teams walked over 13,000 miles in honor of the historic milestone, exceeding our goal by more than 600 miles.
Your teamwork, resilience, and commitment to readiness truly exemplify what it means to be Army strong.
And now, what you've all been waiting for, the winners of the coveted Golden Sneaker Awards. Our first place unit, our civilian teammates at Mick Fort Campo with 2,334 miles. They'll receive a certificate and, of course, bragging rights. Our first place team, edging out Team Striders by only 6.98 miles. Procurement Posse, racking up 1,138 miles. Team members, all from the 922nd Contracting Battalion, include Lieutenant Colonel Randall Carter, Major Matt Dinkins, Captain Tom Haas, Master Sergeant Renee Trujillo, and Sergeant First Class Jason Simmons. They are the first ever recipients of Team Golden Sneaker Award. Outstanding job by Team Striders from Fort Hood for putting in the extra effort and keeping it a very tight race during the last few weeks. Congratulations to both our first place team winners, Procurement Posse, and second best team, Team Striders.
Our first place individual winner, Captain Tom Haas from both Mick Fort Campbell and the Procurement Posse, logged an astounding 394 miles on his own. He is the first recipient of the individual Golden Sneaker Award.
Congratulations to all of our winners. Fort Campbell has set the bar high, taking home the top unit, team, and individual prizes.
Their commands will receive trophies during the Senior Contracting Officials and Directors Acquisition Training, or SDAT, in July.
As we look ahead to the next 250 years of Army excellence, we hope to carry this fun and motivating tradition forward for just as long. Thank you to everyone who participated, and hats off to many individuals and teams who came so close to victory. Your energy and dedication were truly inspiring.
I couldn't agree more, Sergeant Major. Keep moving and stay ready.
Happy birthday, Army! This will defend!
Today, we're going to do a metabolic fitness crash course. We're going to go from cardiorespiratory stamina training to some muscular endurance training with fast feet or running in place to the sit-up, fast feet again, running in place to the push-up, and then fast feet again, right to some squats. 3 sets done with little or no break in between each set. That's called extreme conditioning. Are y'all ready for this? All right, let's get in the squat position first. And we're going to do this for approximately 20 seconds. At home, if you want to do 1 minute, 2 minutes, that's fine. But we're going for 20 seconds here so you can get how this works. From here on out, no break. Ready? Begin. All right, so you want to pick up that breathing right away. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Breathe deeply and naturally. Find a focal point in front so that you can make certain that you're always focused on what's in front of you. That's good. Good. Stay in the game. 3, 2, 1. All right, let's get down to the sit-up position. Little or no break in between each set. That's what we're going for. We're going for 20 repetitions here. Ready? Begin. Now look how the arms are across the chest. Perfect standard there. Every time they come up, elbows are touching their thighs. When they come down, they at least make certain that their shoulder blades touch the ground. Perfect stuff. I hear them exhaling on the way up and breathing in on the way down. In through their noses and out through their mouths. Perfect breathing techniques. They're almost in sync with each other. A little bit of a competition going on between the two of them, and that's great. Awesome. Keep it up, you two. Keep it up, you two. We're going for that 20 count. Going for that 20 count. So when you reach 20, you go ahead and rest, and I'll get you both up. Almost there. Almost there. Don't you quit on me. All right. Both ready? Arms up. Let's go. Right back to fast feet. Go, 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 go. Again, that's why it's called a metabolic fitness crash course, because we're going from those highs in cardiorespiratory stamina or aerobic conditioning to the muscular endurance training. Now we're going to the push-up next. We're going to do it to standard. We've got 3 more seconds, you two. Keep it up. Keep it up. 2, 1. Push-up position. Let's go. All right. Back and legs forming a straight line. Good. Look forward. Look up a little bit and begin. Awesome. Awesome. Look at this form. Go for 20 reps. When you finish your 20 reps, stay in the plank. Stay in that prone position upright. Looking good. Breathe. Exhale on the way up. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Do it to standard. The standard right here looks perfect, you two. Good, good, good. Look at that. Back and legs forming a straight line. Go to muscle failure. You can do this. You can do this, Tanya. You look great. Awesome, awesome. Don't quit. That's it, Kellen. Keep going, keep going. When you reach your 20th repetition, just stay in the plank. We are doing the standard the way it's supposed to be done. That's extreme conditioning. Good. Almost there, almost there, almost there. You know you got one more. You got it, you got it, you got it, you got it, you got it. Good. On your feet. Good. All right. Go right to fast feet again. Go, 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 go. If you need to take a break here at home, then take the break. Modify what you have to, but amplify what you can. Little or no break in between each set. That's extreme conditioning. What makes it a metabolic fitness crash course? Well, we're going from those muscular endurance phase to the aerobic conditioning phase. Back and forth, back and forth. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, body weight squats. All right, feet shoulder apart, toes forward, hands at your sides. 20 count. When you're done with your 20th one, just stand there. Ready? Begin. Now, let's look at this form here. Every time they go back, they're sticking their tail back behind them and sinking their shoulders into their back pockets, or where their back pockets would be. This is how you maintain neutral spine when doing the squat. Really good stuff. Breathing technique is real simple. You've got to exhale at the point of exertion. What does that mean? You exhale on the way up and breathe in on the way down. In through your nose and out through your mouth. You two are doing great. So far, this is just round 1, and I can hear them breathing heavier and heavier as we go. When you reach your 20th one, you just go ahead and stand up straight. Looking good, looking good, looking good. That's it, Kellen. Go to standard, go to standard, go to standard, go to standard, go to standard. Don't you quit on me. We are doing 3 rounds of this. All right. Fast feet, go. All right, so we're in round 2 right now. And again, I'm only timing them for 20 seconds. But if you wanted to go 1 minute, 2 minute at homes for your cardiorespiratory stamina training, that's great. You do what you have to, and you amplify what you can. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sit up position again. Let's go right away. Let's get to that standard position. Legs bent 90 degrees, heels down, ready, begin. Again, when you hit your 20th repetition, you just go ahead and rest, and I'll let the other one catch up if we're a little off, and then I'll help you both up. Go right to your breathing technique. Exhale on the way up, breathe in on the way down. So you always exhale at the point of exertion. That's the technique when it comes to breathing when exercising. Look at the form of these two. They're doing perfectly. And with little or no break in between each set, that's extreme conditioning. You two look great. I can hear that the heart rates are picking up already. If you feel like your heart is about to jump out of your mouth and dribble on the floor in front of you, you're probably doing it right. Good. Good job, you two. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. Don't quit, don't quit. Come on, fight it, fight it, fight it, fight it. We're halfway through this whole routine, halfway through. And if at home, if you want to do 4 or 5 sets, that's great. But we're trying to time this to a 10-minute workout. Hands up, right to fast feet. Right away, right away, right away. And again, we're going for 20 seconds just as a demonstration for the cardio portion of this exercise. If we want to do 1 minute or 2 minutes, go ahead, fit it in. We're going for a 10-minute workout. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Push-up position, move. All right, back and legs forming a straight line, and give me a 20 count. Go. Good. Again, so once you get it so that your back and legs are forming a straight line, you want to clench your gut muscles and your butt muscles tightly. That way you can maintain that neutral spine position and that perfect plank. You want to exhale on the way up, breathe in on the way down, in through your nose, out through your mouth. These two are doing great. This is not an easy workout routine. So never say, I don't have time. We're doing all of these exercises with metabolic fitness conditioning in a short period of time. Good job, Tanya. On your feet. Fast feet. Go. We're going to finish out round 2. You started strong. We're going to finish strong. How do you feel so far? Good, 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 good. You've got 10 more seconds. Pick up that heart rate. Breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth. No quitters here. We're going to do another full round of this. No quitting, right? No quitting, right? Good. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sit-up position. Last set. Let's do this. All right. Let's go to standard. 20 repetitions. Ready? Begin. And again, if you're at home and you're trying this and you need more of a break, that's fine. That's a modification you can take. You want to make that break as little as possible. You have to modify what you have to and amplify what you can. Amplification is simple. You make it either longer in reps, longer in time with shorter breaks. If you need to modify, that means shorter reps, shorter time, longer breaks. But the whole thing about extreme conditioning is we're pushing faster and harder each time. Each time these two got down on the ground, they were actually outperforming the previous round. And that's what you should try at home. All right, hands you two. On your feet. Fast feet right away. No quitting. Let's go. Boom. They're doing a great job. They're doing a fantastic job. We're going for 3 full rounds of this. If you want to try 4 or 5, you're just adding to the time of the workout. That's fine. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Push-up position. Move. Good. All right. Straighten out. Head and eyes looking forward. Begin. Give me 20 reps and then stay in the plank. Good job, you two. Good job. Go to the breathing technique right away as soon as you do this. Exhale on the way up. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. That's what I'm talking about. Go to muscle fatigue or muscle failure. Looking good. Awesome. Awesome, you two. This is the last set. It's the last set. Never say you don't have time because this is what we're doing. We are fitting it in just a 10-minute crash course right here. Good, 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 good. That's it. That's it, Kellen. That's it, Tanya. Don't quit. Don't quit. Don't quit. Go, 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 go. Give it everything you got. Give it everything you got. You're almost done with this workout. Get everything you got. And on your feet. Right to fast feet. Go. We're nearing the end of this. Right after the fast feet, all we have are the squats left. But what you're trying to do is create a workout where you can burn more calories in about a 10-minute period than you would normally do in a 30 or 40-minute workout of just doing exercises slowly and taking longer breaks. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, squat position. Last set of 20. Ready? Go. Good job maintaining form. Look at this. Look at Kellen right here. He's got his tailbone going back every time he goes down, making certain that his knees line up over midfoot. If you ever want to test and see if you got the right balance, as you go to the down position, pause on one and then see if you can wiggle your toes. Then you know you've done it right. Keep going, you two, and then end in the standing position once you finish your 20 reps. Go until muscle fatigue or muscle failure. You're doing a great job. Good job. Look how deep. If you wanted to go deeper than 90 degrees, that's fine. But you do what you have to. Good, good, good. No quitting, no quitting. Good job. Good job, Tanya. All right. All right. How do you feel? Good. Good. It wasn't easy, was it? No, but not impossible, right? That's right. And that's all it takes to have that sort of metabolic fitness crash course to try to make certain that you can get some muscular endurance and some aerobic conditioning in a short period of time. That's what we call a crash course. Stay the course. Hi, I'm Sergeant Ken. Everyone knows staying fit is one of the best things you can do for your body. But finding the motivation to exercise can be a challenge. Here are some tips to keep you motivated. Number 1, find a workout partner. When someone else is depending on you, you're more likely to do it. Number 2, set realistic goals. If you want to be faster or need to get stronger, focus on small goals to help you move forward. Number 3, discover new routines. Doing the same old thing every single day will burn out even the most passionate fitness buff. Find new workouts and add them to your routines. In the next couple of minutes, I'll show you some extreme conditioning programs that may revitalize you. If they appear to be too easy, increase the number of repetitions and sets to match your fitness level. Have fun and keep up the great work. The 3 exercises that we're going to perform today are going to be the dumbbell rear raise, the dumbbell chest press, and some burpees with some jumps. We're going to do in the style of climbing down the ladder together. That means repetitions. We're going to start with 25 and then decrease 5 reps each time we do it with little or no break in between each set. That's extreme conditioning, and that's metabolic fitness. Y'all ready to get started? Sir. All right, well, let's do this. We've got the rear raises first. Pick up the dumbbells. Get yourself in a neutral stance with your feet shoulder apart, toes forward, bend the knees slightly, hinge forward, and work your back. Go to your breathing. We're exhaling as we pull back. For this, as deeply and as naturally as possible, in through your nose, out through your mouth. Don't put in any more restraint. Don't sag the back. Don't arch the back. If you compromise your form, you've got a weight that's too heavy for you. Notice we're going with something that's somewhat light, but a little challenging. After all the repetitions we're going to do today, these weights will feel like 100 pounds each. Good job, you two. When you finish, just go ahead and just stand ready for the next exercise. Looking good, looking good, looking good. That's it, Brian. Good stuff, buddy. Keep breathing deeply. All right. All right, now keep the dumbbells with you. Let's go right to the bench. The chest press. Lay down, anchor in, get the elbows out, 90 degrees. Are you two ready? All right, 25 count, begin. Good. Now you see the difference between some of the other chest press exercises you might have done with some dumbbells is the most common thing that you'll see at the gym or where people are doing a fly. It's not a fly. We're going straight up as much as you can. Just work on 90 degrees of elbow flexion in the down position and then pushing straight up. Exhaling the way up and breathing in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Good job, Brian. Good job, Tanya. Go to the right amount. Count for yourselves. Focus on your breathing. Don't quit. Don't compromise your form. Once you finish your 25 count, just be in the ready. Just be in the ready. How are we doing, Tanya? Good. Awesome. Awesome. And last one. And down. And come on up. Good. Come on back. Put the dumbbells in a safe spot. Get to the center lane. Let's do our burpees with the jump. The jump is how we start this exercise. 25 count. Ready? Begin. Now, as we're doing this, we're going to have Brian add the push-up. That's a way of amplifying this exercise. You modify what you have to. You amplify what you can. By adding that push-up, you're making it really a full burpee and intense burpee. Both of them are doing a great job. But this is going to make their heart rate just soar. And that's what we want. We want to go from that muscular endurance training to the aerobic conditioning, back and forth, and pitch these rhythms. When you hit your 25 count, you two, just be standing in the ready for that next set, which will be 20 next. Good job. Breathe deeply. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Challenge each other. Almost looks like synchronized swimming again. You guys are doing great. Good work. No quitters here. We're in the fight. We're fighting obesity in America, one community at a time. You two look great. Awesome job, Brian and Tanya. Y'all ready for the next set? Pick up the dumbbells. All right. Remember, we're going to slightly bend those knees, hinge forward at the hips, no tension in the neck, and we're going to do a 10 count. Ready? Begin. Now, go right to your breathing technique right away. See, this is perfect. Notice how the tailbone is back. Shoulders, they're like sinking into the back pockets where the back pockets would be. Neutral spine, that's the key. If you arch or sag your back in any way, then you're compromising your form and the weight may be too heavy and you're maybe going too fast. Don't compromise your form. All right, stand in the ready. Let's go right to the bench for the chest press. All right, so we get to that bench press by sitting there, laying down, starting the 90-degree angle. Ready, begin. We're going for a 20 count. Count for yourselves. Let's go over here and see how Brian's doing. Good job, Brian. Good. Notice he's going a little faster in his cadence, but he's not going so fast that he's got a jerking motion of any kind. If you're jerking your body around, you're going too fast. You want to make it slow and continuous, graceful. That's what we're looking for. Breathing is picked up. I hear him exhaling when he pushes the dumbbells up and breathing in on the way down. Two of you are doing a great job climbing down the ladder together. You know, we got those burpees next, your favorite. Good job, you two. Good job. All right, come on up. Come out and back and put the dumbbells in a safe spot. 20 count in the burpees, starting with jump, and you can add the push-up right away if you want to. Ready? Begin. Good job, guy. Good. Look at you two. All right, we're on the 20 count now. Heart rate's picking up, looking awesome. Good. Breathe deeply. Remember, as you pick up with your cardio, you need to breathe deeper. In through your nose, out through your mouth. No panting, make it deep. Fuel your blood and muscles with the oxygen it needs. Good stuff. Modify what you have to, amplify what you can. Good. Awesome. Good job, you two. It's going to be a set of 15 after this. We're climbing down that ladder. Even though it's going to be easier in reps, it's going to be harder intensity because we're not going to take much of a break. Looking good. All right. You ready for another round? Good. Let's do this. Pick up the dumbbells. Let's do this. Rear raise time. Hinge forward, slight bend in your knees, and pull them back. Don't put any tension in your neck. You're going for a 15 count. Count for yourselves. Good. I always say if you start to arch your back, stick your rear end back. It's kind of like when you're trying to go and do a squat. Stick tailbone back and sink your shoulders into your back pockets, where your back pockets would be. That'll correct your spine position. Make that neutral spine. Key thing so you don't put any unwarranted strain in the middle of the back. Looking good, you two. Remember, going for a 15 count, climbing down the ladder together. All right, go to the bench. Notice we didn't really take a break yet. You know, you have to take a break, that's fine. But extreme conditioning is little or no break. Ready? Begin. Count to 15. Go right to your breathing. Exhale on the way up. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Looking good. Let's see how Tanya's doing over here. Good work, you two. Good work. We're going to make this an intense workout. Don't ever say you don't have time. We're going to show you that in about a 12-minute period, what you would normally do in a 30 or 40-minute period. Push off, bring the dumbbells back to a safe spot. Burpee time, 15 count, starting with the jump. Add the push-up if you want to. Ready? Begin. Awesome. Good work. And they're keeping up with each other. They're making it sort of a silent, friendly challenge. So if you got someone that you want to challenge you, That's a great way of making this workout more intense. I always like to work out with somebody. It keeps me sort of accountable. Accountability is the key. And as far as this is concerned, safety first, and then accountability will make you even stronger. Good work, you two. When you get your 15 count, just stand in the ready. Just stand in the ready. We're climbing down the ladder. It'll be a set of 10 next. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. No one quits. Everyone fights. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Good job. All right, let's pick up the dumbbells. You ready for a set of 10? Let's do it. All right, Tanya. Good. All right. Remember, rear raise. Again, hinge forward, get in the right position, and pull back. No tension in the neck. Begin. Good. What's really good about their example, too, is they're going right to the breathing techniques. I hear them exhaling at the point of exertion as soon as they pull back. That's a key thing. You want to make certain that you are fueling your blood and muscle with the oxygen that it needs. Get that 10 count. All right, go right to the bench. Although we're climbing down the ladder, it's less repetitions. It should be equally as intense. Ready? Begin. Look at that. Good job, Ryan. Come straight up. No jerking motion. Make the cadence intense, but not impossible. Good, 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 good. Awesome job, you two. Awesome job. Push yourself. Push yourself. Come on up. Good. All right, bring it back to a safe spot. 10 burpees this time with the jump. Starting with the jump. Ready? Begin. We're almost done with this workout. After this, it's a set of 5 of each of those exercises. You can do this. You can do this. Don't ever say you don't have time. You got the time. It's just that how do you organize the workout? This is how you organize the workout. Pitch those rhythms with muscular endurance and aerobic conditioning all roll into one. Good, 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 good. No quitters. Everyone's going to fight. We're going to make this. Good job, you two. Last set. I know that's good news, right? All right, let's pick up the dumbbells and let's get ready. Go right to that position. Bend, hinge forward. No tension in the neck. 5 count. Begin. Good, 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 good. Good, good, good. Those dumbbells feel a little heavier, don't they? All right. Good. All right. Go right to the bench. Let's get that bench press. Elbows out. 5 count. Begin. Go right to your breathing. Good. Good. Awesome. Awesome, you two. Good. Come on up. Bring the dumbbells back to a safe spot. Always return the weights to a safe spot so you don't trip over them. Last set of burpees with the jump. Jump is first. 5 count. Begin. Good. They're doing a great job. This is amazing work. Amazing work. Heart rate is really soaring right now. Good. How do you feel? I know, and it should be. It should be not impossible, achievable, but right outside your comfort zone. And that's all it takes to really get that muscular endurance and aerobic conditioning that your body needs in a short period of time. Stay the course.
Welcome. I'm Staff Sergeant Jaime Hernandez. This is Soldier's Journal. Thank you for joining us as we cover stories that are about you, the soldier. In this edition, we meet the next soldier to receive the Medal of Honor. We go to Alaska to see how an Army Chinook helicopter played a role in the rescue of an oil rig, and we see how a robotics competition gets the attention of Army recruiters. But first, how is a possible $500 billion across-the-board Pentagon cut going to affect you? These possible automatic cuts, otherwise known as sequestration, were recently addressed by the Undersecretary of the Army, the Honorable Joseph Westfall.
It'll affect the Army in its entirety because we will have to take those cuts across the board. However, it will probably have a larger impact on our operation and maintenance areas, which means that we will have some challenges to training and readiness across the board. And the Secretary of Defense made that case. The chairman made that case at the last press conference. They said, if you let this happen, this will affect our readiness and our training and our ability to respond to important issues that could arise anywhere in the world.
Secretary Westfall added that if the cuts to the Army's budget occurs, then acquisitions could stop or slow down and infrastructure upgrades could come to a halt. President Obama has noted that if sequestration were to occur, military pay and personnel programs would not be affected. A former Army Staff Sergeant who participated in one of the deadliest battles faced by U.S. forces in Afghanistan is set to become the 4th living soldier and the 11th in total on the War on Terror to receive the Medal of Honor for his actions in Afghanistan. The White House announced 31-year-old Clinton L. Romesha will receive the nation's highest award for valor from President Obama during a February 11th White House ceremony. I recently met with the former staff sergeant and his wife. Clint Romesha and his wife Tammy are no strangers to the military lifestyle.
Probably don't know any different. I don't know. My mother was an Army spouse. Grandmother was an Army spouse.
High school sweethearts, they wed right after he completed basic training. They were well aware of the possibilities of Clint being sent to war. He had already been to Kosovo, twice to Iraq, and finally to the Nuristan province in eastern Afghanistan. That's where Clint and the rest of his platoon faced the enemy inside the wire. On October 3, 2009, the Taliban launched an early morning attack on combat outpost Keating, an attack so fierce he knew he would be fighting for his and his soldiers' lives.
These weren't your average, up in the hill, cave dwellers. These guys were, and I'll give them all their respect, they were well trained and they had their mission to do.
Clint also has discipline. Using his Army training, he calmly assessed and reported the situation while under attack. From there, Clint and other soldiers took out small groups of enemy insurgents that managed to break the outpost defenses and rallied soldiers to help get the dead and wounded to the safety of the aid station. As his platoon battled for their lives, halfway across the globe, Tammy heard from a friend that their men were in serious trouble.
We've had so many close calls in the past that you never know when the gamble's up. Back in your mind, it's always, the knock. I try not to think about it, but it's there. It's there.
3 days later, her phone rang.
It's great just listening to him. I've gotten those phone calls, and I freaked in the past, and he was good. He would call within a couple hours. So this time, with it being a few days, I was a little upset.
She's always been independent. Her ability to be that strong, independent woman and to take care of the family and to take care of the business back here, gave me the ability to take care of business over there.
Clint survived the Battle of Cop Keating.
What's that?
For his actions, he will receive the Medal of Honor. For now, it's a pretty normal life for the Romeshas in North Dakota, and Tammy says she's just glad that Clint is here to talk about it.
Anytime I can hear him talk, I love it.
I don't know, where'd he go?
From Minot, North Dakota,
I see him.
I'm Sergeant Jaime Hernandez.
Gross. Trash.
Staff Sergeant Romesha is one of 4 living Medal of Honor recipients from the latest Middle East conflict and joins Army Staff Sergeant Salvatore Junta, Army Sergeant First Class Leroy Petrie, and Marine Sergeant Dakota Meyer, all awarded for valor in Afghanistan. The Royal Dutch Shell Arctic drilling rig Kullik Salvage was hit with a storm New Year's Eve that ran it onto an Alaska island and caused a power outage. The U.S. Army's 1st Battalion, 52nd Aviation Regiment out of Fort Wainwright, Alaska, came to the rescue as Staff Sergeant Jennifer Anderson brings us the story.
Army equipment saves the day in Alaska. 2 CH-47 Chinook crews from Fort Wainwright, known as the Sugar Bears, provided assistance to a distressed Arctic drilling rig after it lost power off the coast of Kodiak Island.
They tasked us out to help support the Kulloch oil rig in getting a couple real heavy sling loads onto the deck to support recovery operations.
With each piece of equipment weighing more than 10,000 pounds, there are not a lot of helicopters that are capable of hauling such a load.
And that's where we come in. I don't know if I bragged on the Chinook yet enough, but it has a 50,000 pound gross weight, so we can carry quite a bit, more than most on the civilian side and more than any other Army helicopter.
Transportation of equipment, especially ones of this caliber, involves more than just hooking up and flying it over. A lot of preparation work must be done first.
Well, on the first day we tested our sling loads, and one of the loads was a little bit too heavy for our aircraft, so we had to download some of our internal equipment.
The size of the loads and the distance we were carrying them, we just didn't have enough fuel to get the loads to the Kulloch. So we had to come up with some pretty interesting ways to fix that problem.
The flight crew had to remove their external fuel tank and plan their fuel usage down to the drop in order to move the 16,000 pound compressor to the Kulloch.
In the end, we got both the generator and the compressor onto the Kulloch almost effortlessly with no one hurt, and both aircrafts back here, so I'm very happy with that.
The Kulloch was towed to a safe harbor in Alaska with the help from the U.S. Coast Guard after power was restored. The rig will undergo inspections before continuing its journey to Seattle, Washington. For Army Broadcasting, I'm Sergeant Jennifer Anderson.
The Kulloch continues to remain stable and upright, and there is no evidence of any oil or fuel spilling into the vicinity. It took America hundreds of years to get the healthcare system we have today, and we're still working to improve it. U.S. and coalition forces have the immense task of building a similar system from the ground up in Afghanistan. Marine Staff Sergeant Jason Price introduces us to medical advisors in Kabul who risk their lives daily to help Afghans sustain their own healthcare system.
American and Albanian medical mentors are headed toward an Afghan military hospital. The U.S. members are part of a military training advisory group. They're training the trainers, if you will, doing their best to ensure Afghan medical professionals can sustain a medical system of their own and pass that knowledge to their Afghan counterparts. This is Commander Stephen Yaden's second time filling the role of a medical advisor in Afghanistan. And from what he's seen, things are moving in the right direction.
We have transitioned actually as the drawdown's been going to smaller and smaller teams, from 35-man teams to where we are now with about 10. And we stay more focused now in actual running of healthcare. So they're doing very well at the clinical stages. Now we're able to draw back and get that 50,000-foot view now, so that we can see how the system itself is going to be sustainable for the future.
Our role in Afghanistan is as mentors and advisors. We don't hands-on do the work, but we see the processes they have in place, and we mentor on improving those processes.
Missions include everything from preventive medicine to long-term care of people who suffer traumatic injuries. On this day, Commander Yaden also gave Albanian doctors who have similar medical missions a tour of the hospital. The atmosphere inside the hospital seemed friendly, but Canadian soldiers, along with Albanian and American service members, kept their eyes out for the very real threat of insurgent attacks. Thankfully, today went smoothly and they were able to focus on their mission.
For Afghanistan to be a nation, they have to have healthcare, just as we debate our healthcare issues back home in the United States. Imagine what it's like here where how do you have a funding source? How do you have revenue? How do you supply something that doesn't exist? And they're creating that from the ground up. That is why we are here in this support advisory role. We are showing and guiding and assisting Afghans to do it themselves through the end of it. I couldn't think of a more fulfilling mission.
Developing a sustainable healthcare system in a country that previously had none is a long-term project, to say the least. For example, it takes years to train nurses, and on top of that, you have to train those who can train future nurses. As Afghans continue to step up and fill these leadership roles, U.S. and coalition forces can step back from the systems they helped establish years ago and watch Afghans carry that work into the future. Marine Staff Sergeant Jason Price, Kabul, Afghanistan.
After the break, we see how soldiers from the 1-9 Field Artillery are bringing the fire, and we go to Fort Bliss to see soldiers training for combat. Up next on the Soldier's Journal. Bravo Battery of the 1-9th Field Artillery from Fort Stewart, Georgia, have been conducting intensive training and fire missions to support operations in Uruzgan Province, Afghanistan. The gunners are tasked with providing offensive support to missions using the M777A2 howitzers.
First Section Bravo Battery 1-9 Field Artillery from Fort Stewart, Georgia have been conducting intensive training and fire missions to support operations in Uruzgan Province, Afghanistan. The gunners, based out of Fort Operating Base Hadrian in Daraywood District, are 2 months into their deployment. They are tasked with providing offensive support to Combined Team Uruzgan missions using M777A2 howitzers.
It's nice to be out here, especially whenever not too many people back in the United States have a chance to come out here, and do everything you can for your country.
The M777A2 is a towed 155mm artillery piece that fires high explosive, illumination, and GPS-guided Excalibur rounds. The weapon system was deployed by the US Army and Marine Corps to Afghanistan in December 2007, and the Excalibur projectile was first deployed in March 2008. First Section are on constant standby to provide support at any time during the day or night to counter direct hostilities or illuminate an area for friendly forces.
But it lights up the air so troops on ground can see what's going on. If they're in contact, they actually see where the enemy's at. So it helps them out tremendously. So it's very important that we get those round out as fast as possible so the troops forward can see what's going on.
The gunners of 1-9 Field Artillery will continue providing their specialist capability until FOB Hadrian is drawn down in mid-2013.
Good job, guys.
This is Captain Jesse Platts reporting for Combined Team Uruzgan.
While combat isn't a game and calling a timeout or requesting a do-over isn't an option, Sergeant Travis Delzell takes us to Fort Bliss, Texas, where soldiers training for combat are given a second chance to do things over.
All set. Although there are no bullets flying or actual IEDs exploding, individual readiness training instructors stress the need to train as you would fight. Every soldier begins their career by learning the basics, but this training allows soldiers of all military occupational specialties to learn more.
There is no easy day in combat. You never know what's going to happen when you step outside the wire. It may be the worst possible day, or it may be a cakewalk and you go home and it's too easy. The best way we can prepare for that is give you challenges. If we make it easy for you, you're not going to rise to that occasion. If we present you with challenges and we make it harder and we make you overcome the obstacles, you become ultimately more resistant to challenge.
The 10-day training exercise simulates a combat environment applied directly from lessons learned on the battlefield. This type of training gives soldiers a better perspective on what they may face on deployment. Sergeant Travis Delzell, 16th MPAD, Fort Bliss, Texas.
The Army had a busy year across the Pacific, but one group of biologists has the responsibility of making sure that all Army training is done in an environmentally sustainable way. Air Force Tech Sergeant Michael Jackson reports.
The U.S. Army does a lot of training around Hawaii, but that training can impact the local environment, especially since 1/3 of all endangered species in the U.S. are in this state, many of them here on Oahu.
On Oahu training lands, we have over 80 endangered plants and animals just here on Oahu. It's a pretty unique environment for the Army to be training in.
The U.S. Army's Oahu Natural Resources Program protects and conserves plants and animals on Army land to make sure the Army is compliant with federal endangered species laws, which allows the Army to keep using this land for training.
We describe what our potential impacts are from training activities such as fire, spread of invasive species on vehicles, on gear and boots. We also list the endangered species that could potentially be impacted.
The team was recognized in 2012 by the Secretary of Defense. It won the SecDef's Environmental Award in Natural Resources and Conservation.
It's well enough to know that you have a very successful program and that you're doing good things within the Army's network, but to be recognized for that nationally was really a wonderful thing.
The program won the award for its leadership in the field of conservation. It works on more than 50,000 acres of land across 6 Army ranges. And although it takes a lot of work, it's a mission the Army takes seriously.
The Army is an amazing player in conservation in Hawaii. When I started with the program in 1995, there were I was one of 2 employees, And currently in 2012, we have a staff of over 50 employees doing conservation work on Army land.
Coelho added that she looks forward to continuing the program's work and growing populations of native species in 2013. Tech Sergeant Michael Jackson, Schofield Barracks, Hawaii.
A Pathfinder is a paratrooper who's inserted into an area to set up drop zones, pickup zones, and other air operations. In Afghanistan, there's a new group of soldiers who've earned the title of Pathfinder, but there's one difference between themselves and the Pathfinders who've come before them. Army Sergeant David Birchfield reports.
Continue to be impressed by the dedication, proficiency.
This is Lieutenant Colonel Kelly Hines. He's giving a speech.
Fifth group of soldiers to success
at a ceremony.
This Pathfinder Academy remains the only one of its kind.
For soldiers. But they aren't American soldiers. They're part of the Afghan National Army, or ANA. They've done something that not too many ANA soldiers can say they've done before. They've become Pathfinders. But what exactly does a Pathfinder do?
We taught them sling loads, which is hooking up to an aircraft to carry a large cargo, and every load has a different method to rig it up. So rigging, safety, hookup, and even air traffic control. They need to learn these things so they can use them as they transition to take control over this area and take control over their country.
There are some challenges when it comes to training soldiers from another country.
With cargo nets,
you have the language issue. Everything has to go through an interpreter. That makes it a lot more difficult.
Have them redo the whole.
Even with the language barrier, Sergeant Munson says these ANA graduates are glad to be serving their country.
Overall, we were impressed by them. They definitely had a high willingness to learn and were enthusiastic about the course.
Army Sergeant David Birchfield, FOB Wolverine, Afghanistan.
After the break, we'll go around the Army to check out the newest Army Lodge, and we see how the Afghan National Army is training for the transition when U.S. forces depart their country. As we go around the Army, we travel to Afghanistan, Virginia, and Florida. But first, we go to Korea. Camp Casey. Soldiers are loading up heavy equipment for a cross-country convoy. Despite the cold weather, the soldiers gained valuable experience as this was their first railroad exercise. Soldiers loaded and secured cargo to rail cars, prepared groups of military vehicles for transportation, and acted as safety officials during the Army's transfer of materials. Despite ice buildup on many of the rail cars, the soldiers were able to overcome and complete the mission. Forward Operating Base Gambiri, Afghanistan. Afghan soldiers are learning how to operate the equipment needed for an artillery unit to be functional. These soldiers are familiarizing themselves on how to operate the big guns, communicate through radios, and how to read and understand maps. The Afghans are seeing what right looks like, take it to the next level, and sustain and maintain their certification, just like U.S. soldiers. The Afghan soldiers will soon be taking over the artillery mission that the U.S. is currently supporting. Fort Lee, Virginia. The largest Army lodging facility in the continental United States will have its grand opening this month. The $120 million building will have 1,000 rooms for guests, 900 rooms are extended stay with kitchenettes, and 100 are large family rooms for those who are PCSing. This summer, the hotel will have a full-service restaurant and bar and a grab-and-go eating facility. Florida. With Florida's wildfire season rapidly approaching, Florida National Guard's 1st of the 111th Aviation Battalion is already preparing for potential threats. Joining forces with partner agencies, the U.S. Department of Forestry and the Florida Forest Service, Black Hawk and Chinook crews took to the skies over Camp Blanding Joint Training Center to extinguish a live fire. Forestry crews light fires in a designated area using Bambi buckets. Crews pull water from surrounding lakes and extinguish the flames. This is the first tactical mission that the members of the 1st of the 111th have executed since recently returning from deployments in Iraq and Afghanistan. After the break, we go to a competition that pits robot against robot. What pits young minds in competition that both educates and inspires? That, of course, would be a VEX Robotics competition. The VEX Robotics competition exists to connect students, mentors, and schools in competition, integrating science, technology, engineering, and mathematics as a means to actively engage and develop the next generation of engineers. It's this next generation of sharp minds that the Army is very interested in. This robotic competition is sponsored by the Army and is an event that takes place in San Antonio during the week of the Army's All-American Bowl football game.
Red, are you ready? Where are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
This is the VEX Robotics competition at the U.S. Army All-American Bowl.
Is everything ready for competition?
And you're going to see 47 teams.
I'm Ashley Anderson. I'm with Team 2398B.
Robotics teams from schools here competing to see who's designed and built the best robot.
We can move all the way up, and this is up to the 30-inch goal. With robotics, I can tell you, I just left from Afghanistan, and our soldiers are using robots similar to these on the streets of Afghanistan.
Athena's Arsenals is our team name. Our team number is 6195A. I'm actually learning a lot because what I want to do in the future, it kind of builds off of this, and so do my fellow classmates and stuff, because I know a lot of them want to be architectural engineers. They want to build robots for a living.
The partnership with the Army is really a natural, because just like many companies and many organizations in the United States, the Army needs students who have engineering skills, who have high-end technology skills, who can deal with tomorrow's technology.
We need to remain competitive. This, in my mind, is a national security issue. China will graduate 700,000 engineers this year. We will graduate 70,000. We need Americans with their ingenuity, their creativity, and their STEM background degrees to help our Department of Defense and our nation.
Look for us throughout the week with the latest in news about the Army on Soldiers Update. Also, check us out on radio with Soldiers Radio News on the American Forces Radio and TV network. That does it for this edition of Soldiers Journal. Join us again next time for the stories all about you, the soldier.
Are you looking to energize your workouts? Hi, I'm Sergeant Ken. In the next few minutes, I'll take you through some extreme conditioning programs that can knock the boredom out of your fitness routines. Remember to always warm up, stay hydrated, and most of all, have fun. We've got 4 exercises where the first 3 are going to be a great shoulder shredder, and then we're going to have some burpees to top it off and to get that aerobic conditioning that we all need every day. We're going to do 3 sets, and we're going to go hard and extreme conditioning style. That means little or no break in between each set. Are y'all ready? All right, well, let's pick up those dumbbells and then start with the first exercise. We're going to get a neutral stance, so whether our feet are shoulder width apart, toes forward, slight bend in your knees. We're going to raise them up to eye level for the forward raise. Front raise, go. We're going for 20 repetitions here. Now, if you wanted to make this a longer workout, We're going to do 3 sets of this entire workout. If you wanted it longer, you can simply just do 4 sets, 5 sets. You do what you can fit in, but never say you don't have time. Bottom line is we're trying to show you in a 12-minute period or so what would be the intensity of a 45-minute workout. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Unfortunately, you got to hold on to those dumbbells. You can't put them down yet. Now it's time for that rear raise. Hinge forward at the hips. Make certain your back is straight, and let's kind of pull them back behind us. Ready? Begin. 20 count. Now look right over here. Lindsay's doing a great job of maintaining a straight back, or what we call a neutral spine. She's doing that by sticking her tailbone back behind her in that start position. She's pulling back so that the wrists are in line with the shoulders at all times. This is perfect. Keeping that head slightly forward, neutral spine, exhaling on the way back and breathing in on the way down. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, stand up straight. Let's bring them up for the shoulder press. Arms up. Now, we're only going to go straight up. We're not making this into a fly. So, 90 degrees at the elbows and begin. Now, let's look over at Juan here. It's a perfect example of how to do this right. Just bringing him up and down. Not much range of motion that's needed here. But when he comes down, he's not letting his elbow go too far past his shoulder joint. That would put unwarranted strain in the shoulder joint. We don't want that. Always play it safe. Good job, you two. Keep exhaling on the way up and breathing in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. And 5, 4, good. 3, 2, and 1. Put the dumbbells down in a safe spot. Now the aerobic conditioning phase. Burpee time. Juan will add the push-up, and Lindsay will do the standard. 20 count, starting with the jump. Begin. This is a perfect way of making your heart just spike upward safely and effectively. Extreme conditioning style means little or no break in between each set. The only break they've had is the few seconds I had to explain how this was working. And if you look over here, we've got Lindsay performing the exercise without the push-up, while Juan over here is performing it with the push-up, making it a little bit tougher. That's the amplification, and that's the standard. Good. 4, 3, 2, one more up and down. Up, down. Good. All right. Round 2. You ready? Let's pick up those dumbbells. Let's get back to the start position for the front raise. Feet shoulder apart, toes forward, knees slightly bent, nice and soft, but wrists are straight. Begin. Good. Relax those shoulders. Awesome. Good job, Lindsay. Good, good. Just raise them up to eye level. If you raise them up so high that they're always like slightly over your head, you might be arching your back by doing so. And if you feel that you're compromising your form with your neutral spine position, then you might have a weight that's too heavy. Always do what you can handle. 5, 4, good. 3, 2, and 1. All right, it's time for the rear raise. It's kind of agonist and antagonist style training here. Hinge forward at the hips. Get those dumbbells in front of you. Remember, keep them in line with your chest and shoulders. Begin. You two are doing a great job. This is a perfect example of how to do it right. Some people like to do this particular exercise by lying on an inclined bench of some kind to kind of isolate and make certain that they're not doing an arching movement. These two are doing it standing. And anytime that you're standing, you're engaging more muscles, making it tougher. You always want to try and perform this without a bench of any kind if you can. 5, 4, good. 3, 2, and 1. Time for the shoulder press. We're still holding those dumbbells. Let's go right to it because we don't need a break. We're going to push it hard today. 90 degrees at the elbows, 20 count, begin. Good, good. Relax those shoulders. Relax those shoulders. Awesome. This is a perfect way of doing it right. We're not making this into a fly, meaning that we're not going outside to inside. We're simply just going straight up and straight down. Relax the neck, so we're not going to put any strain in the neck. And exhale on the way up. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose and out through your mouth. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Put the dumbbells down in a safe spot. Always put it in a safe spot so you don't trip on them. Aerobic conditioning towel. Here we go. Burpees. Are you ready? Let's do this. 20 count. Go. I love how they're all so motivated. I mean, that's what you want to do. You want to make fitness fun. If fitness is not fun, you won't do it. Bottom line is, you want to make certain that it's fun at all times, safe and effective, and intense. We've got the standard here. We've got the amplification here. And we've got 5, 4, 3. Don't quit. You got it going. 2. You two look great. One more up and down. Up and down. That's right. Good. All right. You ready for the final round? Let's do this. Grab the dumbbells. Get in that neutral stance. Neutral means feet shoulder apart and toes forward. Slight bend in your knees. Front raise. 20 count. Go. Good. And remember, no jerking motion. Always raise them up and kind of get your groove on that first repetition. Relax that neck and always raise up right about eye level each time. So you're not going to arch your back or sag your back in any way. If you are, you might have a weight that's too heavy for you. Good. You two look great. I hear a heavy breathing going on here. That means the workout is tough. And 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, we're going right to the rear raise. Hinge forward at the hips. Make certain your back is straight. Get those dumbbells in line with your chest and shoulders. Begin. Look at that. That's right. Flap those wings, but not flap so fast that you're going to make your back move in any way. Back stays in that same position at all times. Let's check out Lindsay over here. Look at that. Straight back. That's the way it should look. I hear her exhaling on the way back and breathing in on the way down. In through her nose, out through her mouth. Now, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Shoulder press. Last set. You're making those 5-pound dumbbells feel like 50s, aren't you? All right, let's get them up to the start position. 90 degrees of elbow flexion. Ready? Begin. Awesome job, you two. This is the way it should look. Try and make that 12-minute workout or so the intensity of a 45-minute workout. That means extreme conditioning style. Never rush it so much that you're going to compromise your form. Relax your neck and do it right. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Put the dumbbells down in a safe spot. Last set of burpees, the final exercise of the entire workout. Line it up. Ready? 20 count. Go. Boy, oh boy. I'm getting tired just watching them. This is a fantastic workout. So again, don't ever say you don't have time. They're doing a workout that's in like 10 to 12 minutes. Will be the intensity of 45. Juan is doing the amplification with the push-up. Lindsay is doing the standard. If you need to modify, just increase the break time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're done. How do you feel? Good. How do you feel? Good. Awesome. And that's all it takes to get that sculpted body, that strong body that you've always wanted. Stay the course. Well, we've got another tough workout for you today, and we're going to do it in style of metabolic conditioning and extreme conditioning at the same time. Well, that means little or no break in between each station, and we're going to pitch these rhythms between cardio and muscular endurance. We're going to do sprinting in place and then some kettlebell swings, and then we're going to sprint in place again and then do some narrow push-ups to accentuate our triceps, and then we're going to do sprinting in place and then plyometric squats. We're going to do 30-20 split. Are y'all ready for this? It's going to be tough. Let's do this. All right, let's get to a position for our sprint in place first. And we're going to go hard and heavy. Once we start, there's going to be little or no break between each station. 30 seconds, go. Now, we want to pick up the heart rate right away. We want to make certain that we breathe in through our nose, out through our mouth, as deeply as possible and as naturally as possible, but force in more air. That way, we're feeding our blood and muscles with the oxygen it needs in order to do this right. Safety and effectiveness. 3, 2, 1. Good. Stop. All right. Shake it off. Let's get those kettlebells. And right here, we're going to do this with both hands on the handle. And over here, we're going to switch each time for the amplification phase. 20 count. Count on your own. Ready? Begin. Good. So when you're swinging it up, if you get it to about eye level, you've gone up high enough. You don't want to swing it up so high that you're arching your back in any way. You want to keep that neutral spine. So when you go down, pretend it's a squat when you're going down and stick that tailbone back behind you. Exhale on the way up. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. We're almost done with our 20 count, and then we're going to go right back to that aerobic conditioning, that cardiovascular endurance. Looking good, you two. Looking good. Keep counting. Keep breathing deeply. Keep it up. No quitting. We got this. We got this. We're just getting started. Awesome. Awesome. Good. Give me one more. Put it down in that safe spot. All right. Back to the sprinting in place. Ready? Go. All right. Come on now. Kick up those knees a little bit. Kick up those knees. That's what I'm looking for. You don't have to have those arms stiff. Swing them up. You can swing them a little bit. Good. Go back and forth, back and forth. Swing those arms. Make it natural. Make it natural. Good. Breathe deeply. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Fuel your muscles with the oxygen it needs. Let's pitch those rhythms with cardio and muscular endurance. Got 10 more seconds. Good, good, good. Come on. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. That's it. That's what I was looking for. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Now we've got a narrow grip push-up. So let's get in the push-up position. Narrow grip. So let's lay down first so we can see how it looks. Lay down, lay down, lay down. Good. Turn those fingers out so we got the elbows rubbing the rib cage. Now pop up to the plank. Squeeze, squeeze your butt and gut, and give me a 20 count. Go. Awesome. Good, good. Look at this. Back and legs forming a straight line. That's what you're looking for. You don't want to sag or arch. Looking slightly forward. Open the airway, and it'll also help you maintain neutral spine. Do the best you can, you two. Do the best you can. If you have to modify what you have to, but amplify what you can. Narrow grip, working on those triceps. Keeping those elbows close to your rib cage at all times. Reach that 20 count. Once you're ready and you hit that 20, then just be in the ready, and I'll call you to the next one. Good, good, good. On your feet. Good. All right, you ready to sprint again? Even if you're not, you're going to go. Go! Good, good, good. Let's have fun with this. This is just the first round. We're doing 3 rounds of this. And if you wanted to make it a longer workout, you can add a 4th set, a 5th set. It's really up to you. But we want to show you how we can make a 10-minute workout, roughly 10 minutes, what would be worthy of what you would normally do in a 40-minute workout. Burning calories today. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So you're going to stay right there. You're going to go to the squat position. So legs spread, shoulder width apart, toes forward, hands at your sides. This time, if you can, we're going to leap on the way up. So squat down first and hold. Squat down and hold. And go. 20 count. Count on your own. Count on your own. Exhale on the way up. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Now look how Tanya, perfect alignment here. As she goes down, the tailbone goes back. That's maintaining neutral spine. If you're arching your back or sagging your back, you're doing it wrong. We want to make certain that you have right form. Count to 20, you two. Count to 20. Look at this, a nice little friendly competition going on. They're really matching each other quite well. Good job, you two. Keep going, keep going, keep going. All right, shake it off. You ready for that sprint again? Ready for round 2? You're ready now. Go! 2 are great. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Breathe deeply right away. Go right to that breathing. Pull all the air you possibly can into your lungs and make it as good as you can for your cardiovascular endurance as part of this workout. 10 seconds left, 10 seconds. And again, if you wanted to make it a longer workout, you could do 1-minute intervals or 2-minute intervals for the sprinting in place. Do what you can. 3, 2, 1. All right, we're back to the kettlebell swing. So pick up your kettlebell. Get ready. 2 hands here, 1 hand here. Ready? Begin. Count to 20. Now, we wanted to show you variations. This is the standard. But if you wanted to amplify, you want to try and work on your coordination, your dexterity in any way, this is a great way of switching. Each time it comes up, you're switching hands. You're still maintaining neutral spine by sticking the tailbone back as you go down. Perfect example here by Tanya. Colin over here, same thing, looking good, looking good. Count to your 20 when you're done. Just stand ready for the next exercise. Looking good, you two? Almost there? Good, good. Put it down, step back, cardio phase, begin. So we're in the middle of round 2. Our heart rate's picking up, but we're pitching these rhythms like this. We're going up and down these hills between the cardiovascular endurance or aerobic conditioning and the muscular endurance. 30 seconds of the cardio and 20 repetitions of the actual muscular endurance workouts. We got 10 seconds left. They're breathing heavy in through their noses and out through their mouths. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Narrow grip push-up. Lay down. All right. Turn those fingers out. Tuck those elbows in. Pop up to the plank and get ready. Squeeze your butt and gut. 20 count. Go. Good. So I've been saying a lot to squeeze your butt and your gut. That way your back and legs will form a straight line as you do this. Look at this. Tanya's reaching muscle fatigue or muscle failure. That's good. What you want is a short, quick fix, 10-minute workout that's going to be as intense as what you would normally do in 40 minutes. That's what we're looking for. Good stuff, people. Good stuff. How we doing, buddy? How we doing? Good. One more. Stop. On your feet. 30 seconds cardio phase. Here we go. Go. Good. Now you see, if you need to modify, you just take longer breaks in between each of these exercises. But we're trying to show you extreme conditioning, metabolic conditioning. We have little or no break in between each set. They're doing a great job. We have 10 seconds left. Are you going to quit? No. Hell no. Good job. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's squat time. Squat time. All right. Let's get down to the squat position and hold. And 20 reps. Begin. So a modification for this particular exercise would be don't jump. Just do the squat. Maintain a 90-degree angle at those knees and just don't jump. And go slower if you need to. Right now, we're showing you the extreme conditioning version of this particular exercise. Plyo means jump. That's what we're doing right here. Picking up that heart rate, breaking that anaerobic threshold, doing a great job. You two are doing a fantastic job. Good. Almost there. And one more. Good. All right. Sprint time. Last set. No problem. We got this. We got this. Let's finish strong because we started strong. Begin. All right. Let's kick those knees up. That's it. Good. 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 Kick them up even a little more. You started so strong. Let's make certain that we finish even better. Good. 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 That's what I'm talking about. 20 seconds. Good. Now 15. Come on, come on. Let's see more speed, more speed. Good. That's it. That's it. Awesome. This is the way it should look. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's kettlebell swing time. Muscular endurance. All right. Reach down, pick up your kettlebell. We're still going for 20 repetitions. 20 repetitions. 2 hands here, 1 hand switching on top here. Ready? Begin. They're really doing a great job of maintaining proper form as tired as they are. Every time they go down, they're sticking their tailbone back, making certain that their back remains straight, neutral spine. They're breathing deeply in through their noses and out through their mouths. Good job here. Remember, you don't want to swing up so high that it's over your head and you'll be arching your back in any way. You don't want that. Maintain that straight back. 20 reps, you two. Count for yourselves and breathe deeply. Looking good. This is a tough workout, but we're going to fit it all in a short period of time. Good. Cardio phase again. Cardio phase. Ready? Go. Good. Good, good, good. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. That's what I was looking for. Awesome, awesome. Good. 20 seconds left. 20 seconds left. Fast feet, fast feet, fast feet. We're almost done with this workout. We don't have a lot of time in our lives because we're so busy, but this is how we're going to fit it in. So don't say you don't have time. 10 more seconds. You say you don't have time, we're going to show you in 10 minutes what you can get a lot of calories burned in a short period of time. 3, 2, 1. Push-up time. Lay down first. Lay down. All right, turn those fingers out so that we can get those elbows tucked into our rib cage for the narrow push-up to work on our triceps and our pectorals. 20 count. Go. All right, so last time that you're going to be doing push-ups today, and again, if you're at home and you wanted to make this a longer workout, add another full set of the entire routine, or add a 5th set of the entire routine. But right now, we're working on 3 sets, a short, quick fix workout. Just tighten up your butt and gut. Don't let the back sag. Good job, Tanya. Way to fight it. Look at Colin over here doing a great job. No quitting here. We've only got a couple more exercises after this. Good, 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 good. Push, push, push. Go to muscle fatigue or muscle failure. That's what I'm talking about. Good, 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 good. Good. One more, one more, one more, one more. Put. All right, on your feet. All right, cardio phase. Last set. Begin. So if it's the last time we're doing the cardio phase, the sprinting in place, or what we call fast feet, let's see really fast feet. That's what I'm talking about. Meaning that each time you do this, try and outdo the speed and the intensity that you did in a previous set. That's what we're looking for here. 10 seconds left, and this is the best example that they had the entire time. Looking good. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last exercise, plyometric squats, or called jump squats. All right, let's get down to the down position first. 20 count. Ready? Go. Good. Remember, stick that tailbone back every time you go down to keep that neutral spine. And again, if you need to modify, maybe you're not jumping at all. Maybe you're just doing a squat. Do the best you can. This is an awesome example of how to do this exercise right. Exhale on the way up. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. How do you feel? Good. All done? Spent, but not impossible. You feel good? And that's what it takes. That's all it takes to burn a lot of calories in a short period of time. Stay the course.
Wildfires are becoming more frequent and intense, with seemingly more fires every year. And with those fires, another threat emerges: pyrocumulonimbus clouds, or pyro-CVs.
Pyro-CVs, this is a thunderstorm that develops directly over a large and intense wildfire. We think of these thunderstorms as giant chimneys. So they're filled with smoke particles. The smoke is being accelerated rapidly upward in the atmosphere. And it basically makes one of the dirtiest thunderstorm clouds you'll ever see. It's very dark.
But these aren't your run-of-the-mill thunderstorms. They have a profound impact on the atmosphere. The full effects of these clouds on the atmosphere aren't well understood, and that can impact warfighters in the field and ongoing operations.
Sometimes that smoke can reach as high as the lower stratosphere, and so that can create effects downstream in terms of changes in weather. It can have effects on the atmosphere in terms of how much solar radiation is being absorbed and reflected. It's really a gap in our forecasting capabilities.
Reliable weather forecasting is critical.
So at the Navy, the efforts we do are focused specifically on hazards that might affect the warfighter. This is the case in any type of military exercise. The weather matters. It matters a lot in terms of planning, in terms of effectiveness. The group that I work with at the Naval Research Lab is focused on visibility, aerosol particles in the atmosphere, effects on radiation. Wildfire smoke is a big piece of this. So being able to forecast where smoke plumes are and at the right altitudes matters a lot.
That's why NASA and the Naval Research Laboratory have joined forces to tackle this fiery enigma.
We have our own field experiment that is about to start. It's funded by NASA. It's led by NRL. It's a great collaborative effort. It's called the Injected Smoke and Pyrocumulonimbus Experiment, or INSPIRE for short. And so for the next few years, we're going to be working a lot to really make major advancements in this study of extreme wildfires and pyrocumulonimbus.
The ultimate goal is to improve our predictive weather modeling, better serving DoD personnel and first responders who need accurate weather data.
It's a situation where I think many different groups will benefit, and it's great to be kind of in the middle of all that. It's a very exciting time for all of us here at NRL and many other groups.
Boy, today we've got an arm blaster for you. The 3 exercises that we're going to work today, the seated dip, the dumbbell hammer curl, and a dumbbell tricep kickback. We're going to do 3 sets to focus on muscular endurance and aerobic conditioning with little or no break in between each set. That is what is called extreme conditioning. Right now, we're going to get started with our first set. All right, guys, so let's get ready for the seated dip. You want to make certain that you got a slight bend in your knees. Heels are really rooted in there. You've got a neutral spine, back is straight, and we're going to focus on the triceps for the first exercise. 20 repetitions. Ready? Begin. You don't want to go so fast that there's a jerking movement of any kind. You want to make certain that you can maintain neutral spine where the back is perpendicular to the ground, a few inches away from the bench as you do it. You want to exhale on the way up and breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Notice there's no fast jerking motion right here. This is nice, it's fluid, graceful. That's the way to do it. You're almost done here, so let's do a countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, guys, go ahead and sit on the bench. Let's grab those dumbbells and let's get right to the biceps exercise. All right, so they're going to stand in a neutral position where their feet are shoulder width apart and toes forward. Lock those elbows into their rib cage for the dumbbell hammer curl. Begin. We're going for 20 repetitions again. The key mistake made on this exercise is a lot of times that elbow will shift forward or go behind the rib cage. You want to lock it in, that it's almost attached right there at the rib cage. Exhale on the way up. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. We're focusing on now on the front part of the upper arm. That's the primary. Those biceps. Going for 20 repetitions. We're almost done here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we're going to stay in this position, but for the triceps kickback, we're going to hold both of these dumbbells. Hinge forward at the hips for guys. Slight bend in your knees. Now, let's get you in that right position right about there. Elbows up behind you and maintain that back position. Begin. Now, whatever you got left on your triceps, here's where you're going to cook them off. You try and make certain that that elbow stays as high as possible so that the upper part of the arm is parallel to the ground at all times. Exhale on the way up. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Oh, I know these guys are working it now. I know their arms are just screaming. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's get the dumbbells down, back in the floor. Round 2, we're doing 3 sets. If you want more than just a 10-minute workout or so, then you can probably do 4 or 5 sets. But I think our arms are going to really feel it even after 3. Round 2, here we go. Begin. Now look at these guys. Look at these guys. That slight bend in the knees is really for protection. You know, in case you do slip or fall, you've at least got your legs to leverage you, to keep you in a very safe and effective workout. Back is still perpendicular to the ground. Looking good, guys. Remember, we're focusing on the triceps right now. Look at that. That's awesome. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Come on up. Shake off those hands before you grab those dumbbells. Good. All right. Now, let's stand. Sturdy. Good. Feet shoulder width apart, toes forward. Lock those elbows into your rib cage. 20 reps. Go. Good job, guys. Now we're going to the other side of the upper part of the arm. We were on the back. Now we're working on the front. We're really working on those biceps right now. Sculpting, 20 reps. Anything that's over 10 reps, we're going for that muscular endurance phase, that sculpting phase. It's still strength building, but definitely it's a way of sculpting the body. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time to go to the back part of the upper arm again. Hinge forward, a little more right here. Got it? Perfect. Good. Awesome. Now get those elbows up behind you and 20 reps. Kick back. Go at your own rate. You never want to have a jerking motion at all. Exhale on the way back. Breathe in when you go down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Breathe naturally and deeply at all times. By now, this is really the climactic part of this little quick fix workout. They're feeling it. Their arms are just burning right now. Then you know you're doing it right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's put the dumbbells down, guys. You got room for one more? Can we handle it? All right, good. Awesome. And look it, this is taking no time at all. So don't say you don't have time, because you do have the time. Last set, 3 exercises. Begin. Even after all these exercises, all these multiple repetitions, they're still maintaining really great form. I hear the breathing, it's picked up, heart rate's up, they're exhaling on the way up and breathing in on the way down, in through their noses and out through their mouths. These guys are doing a great, great job. Go to muscle failure if you have to. Do the best that you can. 3, 2, 1. Relax. All right. 2 more exercises, guys. That's it. You're doing a great job. All right. Get in that right position. Make certain there's always a slight bend in your knees, even when you're standing up. Promote circulation. All right. Hammer curl. Ready? Begin. Good job, guys. Keep those elbows locked into your rib cage. Again, we're focusing now on the front part of the arms, those biceps. And since we're doing multiple repetitions, what we're doing right now is we're working on that sculpting, that muscular endurance, and the aerobic conditioning at the same time, because we're doing 3 sets with little or no break. 3, 2, 1. The final exercise. All right, so let's get in that right position. Hinge forward at the hips, elbows back. Whatever you got left, let's use it. Go. Good stuff, guys. Awesome job. Get those elbows up. Get those elbows up. You can do this. Don't give up. Don't give up. This is all about just burning the arms out. This is the best thing that I could think of for making yourselves those sculpted arms you've always wanted. Awesome. A little bit left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. Dumbbells down on the ground. Shake it off your hands. How do you feel? Awesome job. And that's all it takes to really get the sculpted arms that you've always wanted. Stay the course. Our exercises today are great for scapular retraction or exercises that just improve the posture. We're going to be doing some back extensions. We're going to be doing some deadlifts, and we're also going to be doing some wide dumbbell rows. Are y'all ready for this? It's extreme conditioning at its best. So go ahead and get on your bellies for the first exercise. Extreme conditioning means little or no break in between each set. Clasp your fingers behind your head. We're going to do those back extensions first. 20 count, slowly begin. Now, the reason why it's called extreme conditioning is because we're going to take little or no break in between each set. This is a perfect opportunity for us to get that maximum effect, that calorie burning, so that in a short period of time, we can do in 10 minutes what would normally take 30 or 40. Beautiful work, you two. Exhale on the way back, breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Almost there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Release the hand grip. Push off with your hands so you come up without straining your back. Now watch your step. We're going to do the dumbbell deadlift and the barbell deadlift. An amplification and a standard. The modification, no weight at all. All right, so reach down and get the right grip. You're already ready. 15 count, 20 count, ready, begin. Good. Now notice over here on the amplification, you don't want to come up so straight that you're leaning back with that particular movement. You want to make certain that you're still coming up with a slight bend in your knees to promote circulation, never arching backward, neutral spine at all times. Perfect example of how to do this exercise. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. You stay right there, Corby. Jordan, grab your dumbbells, and let's both do some rowing exercises now. All right. So hinge forward. Keep the bend in your knees, and let's row. Awesome. Good. Pull those elbows back. Pull them back. Pull them back. There you go. Beautiful, Jordan. Tilt the head a little bit more forward. That's it. That keeps neutral spine. And remember, those shoulder blades go into the back pockets. That's how you make that straight back. Beautiful job. Exhale on the way back. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. 2 of you look great. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Put the dumbbells in a safe spot. Y'all ready for round 2? Hey, you're just getting into it. That's right. Good. Let's get down to our bellies. Get comfortable. Fingers clasped behind your head. 20 count. No jerking motion. Ready? Begin. What I really love about the way they're performing this exercise is that they're not pulling back so hard that there's a stuttering action of any kind. And that's exactly what you want out of this exercise. Focus on the lower back. Exhale on the way back. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Release the hand grip. Push off with your hands. Watch your step, Jordan. Let's go ahead and let's go to the deadlifts. Get yourself ready. We'll be using dumbbells over here and the barbell over here. The amplification, the standard. Modification, no weights at all. Ready? Begin. Good. Jordan, good job on the form. You too, Corby. Perfect. Awesome. Bend as low as you can go without compromising form. Form is everything. That's the safety factor. Looking good. Keep that breathing deep, deep and intense, natural. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Almost there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Corby, stay there. You release carefully. Grab your set of dumbbells. We're going to go right to the rowing exercise and get that back blaster workout we've always wanted. All right, ready? Hinge forward. Begin. Good. Pull those elbows back. Pull them back. There you go, Corby. Awesome job. Good. Keep that back straight. Looking real good. There. Awesome. Breathe. Exhale on the way back. Breathe in on the way down. Looking good. That's the way it should look. Looking good. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Put the dumbbells in a safe spot. Are you ready for the final round? Yeah, let's do it. All right. And if at home you got more than 10 minutes, try 4, 5 sets. Right now, we're just going for that quick fix workout, extreme conditioning style, little or no break in between each set. The final round. Ready? Begin. Good. Look at that. Right away, we've got this graceful motion. It's not so fast that there's a jerking motion at all. It's nice. It's graceful. This is the way it should look. Pull back even a little more if you can, buddy. How far you pull back? Well, if you compromise form, you've pulled back too far. This is looking great. Go to muscle fatigue or muscle failure. That's what it's all about. Almost there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Release the hand grip. Push off with your hands. Watch your step, Jordan. Let's go right to our deadlifts. Last set of the deadlifts. Line yourselves up. The standard, the amplification. This is the way it's going to look. Ready? Begin. And notice, as soon as I said begin, they go right to their breathing techniques. They're exhaling at the point of exertion. That means for this particular exercise, they're exhaling on the way up and breathing in on the way down. In through their noses and out through their mouths. Awesome. Look how bending. This bending is so low. It's more than a squat, but not so much that there's unwarranted strain in the knees. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Corby's going to keep the dumbbells. Now Jordan's going to pick up a set and match her. Last exercise, hinge forward. Get those elbows high and ready. Begin. Awesome. Awesome. All right, let's roll those shoulders back, relax those shoulders. There you go. Nice correction. Good. See how we're doing over here, buddy. Push down in here so we got that straight back. Yeah, there you go. Tilt that head a little forward. Good. Remember, just focus on that upper back. Focus on the upper back. Almost there. Exhale on the way back. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. Put it back in a safe position. Shake off your hands. How do you feel? Your backs feel good? And that's the way it should feel. And that's all it takes to get that back blaster workout, working the entire back as well as some other muscles in our bodies as well. Extreme conditioning style. It means little or no break in between each set. Stay the course. We're going to need a set of dumbbells for the 3 exercises that we're going to work today. We're going to do dumbbell step-ups, dumbbell squats, and dumbbell side lunges. You want to grab a weight that's either medium to lightweight each. All right, for that first exercise, the dumbbell step-up, we're going to supercharge our heart rate, and we're going to work our quadriceps and our deltoids at the same time. So let's pick up these dumbbells. Face the bench. It's approximately 24 inches off the ground. 12 is also an acceptable height. Whatever foot you want to start off with, as long as you step up with both feet planted and then step back down slower than you went up. Ready? Begin. Now, immediately as you start to do this exercise, you're going to feel your heart rate pick up and pick up and pick up. So what you want to do is focus on the breathing. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Exhale on the way up, breathe in on the way down. But as the speed picks up and you're performing this exercise, you're just going to have to do it maybe every other repetition if you're controlling that breathing. Good. Make certain the dumbbells are about 2 to 4 inches away from the legs so they don't bang up against the thighs. We're about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, leave those dumbbells in your hands. We're going to go right to the squat. Face each other. Might be a nice way of, competing against each other. And let's give another 20 count. Begin. Now, as you're doing the squat exercise, you want to make certain that you stick your tailbone far behind you as you do this. That'll maintain neutral spine. Good job, Corby. And again, 2 to 4 inches away with the dumbbells so they don't rub up against your legs. Good job, Jeremy. That's it. Keep going. Maintain neutral spine by sticking that tailbone far back behind you as you go down, and exhale on the way up, breathe in on the way down, in through your nose, out through your mouth, and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now the next exercise is a side lunge. We're going to start by going toward the front. Are you ready? Good. All right, let's do this. Begin. Now you want to make certain that you don't put any unwarranted strain on the knee that's bending. By doing that, you want to maintain neutral spine, and notice that the foot position is always going to be squared off, meaning that as much as you can, bring those toes pointed forward. And as you're slotting those dumbbells, one onto the inside and one to the outside, still 2 to 4 inches away from the legs. Now we're working the side part of our legs, our piriformis, our gluteus minimus and medius. We're just working everything in our body right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Put the dumbbells on the bench just for a few seconds. All right. Shake off the hands. Round 2. 3 full sets. And if you want to do more at home and just make it better, then go for it. But pick up the dumbbells again. Step up time. Remember, fully step up. Stand up on the platform and stand back down. Ready? Begin. Again, we're going for a 20 count on repetitions. We're on round 2. We're going to do 3 sets for this particular workout. And if that happens, if you catch it on the way up, don't worry about it. Just remember, focus on stepping up and stepping down safely and effectively each time. They're about halfway through, so we're going to give a 10 count. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good. All right, let's get ready for that standard squat. Face each other again. All right. You ready? Begin. Remember, don't compromise your form. If you start to compromise your form, then you might have already gone as far as you can go. and then maybe try it again next time. But we're going for 20 repetitions per exercise and 3 full sets. If you want to do 4 or 5 and make it a longer workout, that's just more calories burned. Awesome. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold on to those dumbbells. Now we're doing the side lunges. Ready? Going to the front first. Begin. Good. And remember, 2 to 4 inches away with those dumbbells so they don't bang against your legs. You two are doing a great job at maintaining proper form. Keep those legs so that the feet face in neutral position, facing forward. Good job. You're about halfway through on round 2. Heart rate starting to pick up. We're working every single muscle in our body, and by holding those dumbbells, we're making it even harder. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's put the dumbbells back on the bench. Shake off the hands. Y'all ready for round 3? I know you are. All right, so let's do this. Pick up the dumbbells again. Get a good grip. Square yourself off. And remember, step fully up and fully down. 20 count, 20 count, begin. Now, I can already hear that their breathing is picked up. And that means they're doing it right. They're still maintaining a natural breathing in through their nose and out through their mouths, deeply as they can. You want to always exhale at the point of exertion. For this particular exercise, it's when they're going up. Good job, you two. We're going to give a countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good. We're going to keep those dumbbells in our hands. We're going to do standard squats facing each other. 20 count again. 20 count again. Ready? Begin. Good. Don't compromise your form. Stick your tailbone back behind you. Every time you go down, bring that tailbone back, and that'll keep your neutral spine position. Good. 2 to 4 inches away with the dumbbells so they don't bang up against your knees or your thighs. Good job, you two. Breathe deeply. Exhale on the way up. Breathe in on the way down. Feel your deltoids burning and your quadriceps and your thighs. Good. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The final exercise, the side lunge. Going to the front first. Square off. Ready? Begin. Again, we're going for a 20 count. If you want to intensify this workout, do a little more. And instead of just a quick fix workout, you can do 4 sets, 5 sets. It's purely up to you. Notice they're still maintaining proper form. Feet pointed forward as much as possible to not put in any unwarranted strain on the knees. We're about halfway through. They're breathing deeply. They're exhaling on the way up and breathing in on the way down as much as possible. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and put the dumbbells on the bench. Shake it off. How do you feel? How do you feel? You should feel good. And if you stick to that, you're going to feel that your muscular endurance and your aerobic conditioning are going to be at a new level each time. Stay the course.
This is America's first true homeland security.
The most state-of-the-art, largest weapons in the U.S. artillery.
Monstrous guns.
It's awesome.
Absolutely massive. It was a little self-contained city. They were ready to repel the invaders.
Allied shipping was being torpedoed right off the coastlines.
The front lines were definitely here.
We didn't know if he would attack this East Coast or not.
These are Delawareans literally protecting their own shoreline.
And we were ready for anything that come on this coast.
Along this quiet stretch of Delaware State Beach, concealed within the dunes and the scrub pines, stands a monument to those who would protect America's home front during World War II. More than 70 years ago, as the armies of Nazi Germany marched through Europe, citizens along this coast prepared for war. It was here citizen soldiers stood watch and braced for attack as part of America's Home Guard.
The U.S. Engineering Department, operating on orders from the Department of the Army, decided in 1940 that they were going to build a fort at the mouth of Delaware Bay to protect the Delaware estuary, which included Maryland to the south and New Jersey to the north. And they picked this spot. This is the second largest sand dune between Maine and Jockey Ridge, North Carolina. So you're actually up in the air in a little state that's barely up in the air, okay? This is the highest point on the Delaware beach.
The idea was to control the river, the access to the ports. The plan, of course, revolved around monstrous 16-inch guns. In 1941, early 1941, we started building Battery Smith, which was the 16-inch battery.
Along with Battery Smith, engineers and builders began to lay out a fortress hidden in the sand, bristling with heavy guns and other defenses.
2 batteries of 6-inch guns, 1 battery of 2 16-inch guns, 1 battery of what became 2 12-inch guns, but they also had much smaller guns, 155s, and 8 8-inch railway guns. And on top of that, dozens of searchlights, radar, and really good radio systems. They built these towers as fire control towers. They were used to triangulate and provide fire control solutions for these guns. All of this in response to the perceived threat from the German Navy.
It was built to fight the German surface fleet. They had a mighty fleet in World War I, if you remember. We thought they were going to repeat the same in World War II. We knew about their big ships.
It was a very, very real threat in the minds of the war planners. In 1938, the War Department gamed out a scenario here in the Delaware Bay where a German fleet would come and blockade it, where shipping couldn't get out and get over to Europe where it might be needed. So they increased defenses all along this area.
The units that were here, mostly the 261st Coast Artillery, this is Delaware National Guard. These are Delawareans literally protecting their own shoreline.
The state of Delaware had 2 National Guard units. They had the 198th Anti-Aircraft, and they had the 261st Coast Artillery. When they came back home from training in 1939, that's when I joined the 261st. It's sort of strange, and I sort of put 2 and 2 together, that they had an inkling that we were going to go to war, and they were asking for people to join. And I said, well, I'll join. I was young. I was only going into my 18th year. And it was $1 a night for training. And, you know, that was some spending money. $1 back in those days was quite a bit of money to us young kids. And we only got paid every 3 months. And we would train once a week. And then on the end of the 3rd month, they would pay us. And well, I'll tell you, we were rich back in those days.
Those months of drill for the 261st would eventually include a trip in April 1941 to a training outpost on the Delaware State coast, known then as Camp Henlopen.
I had a corporal's rating at that time, and so they sent half of the unit on 3-day maneuvers. Well, the first night we were here, we came down. We woke up the next morning, and we were landing water. We had a thunderstorm during the night.
3 days of training quickly became a permanent basing for the 261st, with talk of war on the horizon.
We were to protect the mouth of the Delaware Bay and the heavy industry up on the Delaware River, up as far as New Jersey and up above Philadelphia.
I think that the War Department really did understand that this is the role we need them to be in. We don't have the Army big enough to do these roles, and these men are here. The first guns that were brought in were towed 155 millimeter guns.
I was really proud of my gun. My gun was #1 gun, and it was on alert at all times. #1 gun was the first gun to be fired if we had to fire it. And I was #1 breech man on that gun. We would compete against one another, #1 gun, #2, and 3 and 4. I thought we were doing a great job protecting our shorelines.
There was another point to this too, and that is not only were we looking out in the Atlantic and saying to the Germans, we're waiting for you, we're watching for you, we're ready for you. We were also saying to America, we're ready for them, we're watching for them. We have the ability to deal with them if they come. You had to have been there. I mean, you had to be prepared. Their homes were right here, and they were ready to fight and die and defend their homes.
Well, it was a little scary because we didn't know what was down the road, what was going to be coming at us.
Conquering armies now stood on the shores of the Atlantic. The danger was suddenly close.
We knew that Hitler had one heck of a navy. We were told quite a bit about it. He had a tremendous air force, and he had the SS troopers, and he had quite an army, that guy did. We didn't know if he would attack this East Coast or not. That was the thing that was on my mind.
American Coast Artillery was very, very good. They were taught to fire 3 shots, and the 3rd shot is going to be on you.
December 7th, 1941 was a day that would change the lives of many Americans, including Horace Knowles.
I heard a knock come at the door, and they said, it was a soldier. He said, get back to the fort as quick as you can get there. He said, we've been attacked. Golly, who did that? He said, the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. He said, we will now be at war. All I can visualize was that our boys in Hawaii were being killed. And the same thing could happen to us if the Germans had got in here on this East Coast. And the next day was the worst of it when they told us the next day just how many were killed. It wasn't very pleasant.
When they read that 2,000 American sailors had been killed at Pearl Harbor, yeah, it's so far away, but American sailors had been killed and the country was at war and suddenly attacked, just like we were attacked on 9/11. I'd ask people to think back to 9/11. I actually think back to September 12th, because in 9/11 we got attacked. Now these guys, their 9/11 was Pearl Harbor, where on December the 6th you didn't care much about things, on December the 8th you really cared about it. Your whole life changed. America changed overnight. 16 million men and women were under arms. Every American male between the ages of 18 and 35 was involved in some way in the war effort.
At that time, we were looking out for a landing, an attack.
They were very afraid of German saboteurs coming ashore. So this beach was run by the military. You had to have a pass to be on it. It was patrolled on horseback. It was patrolled on foot.
The base was now known as Fort Miles, and as troops stood watch, the guns of the 261st Coast Artillery were at the ready.
Any activity was on that ocean. Any activity, regardless of what it was, when we'd seen the ship, even our own ships, we would call in. The Navy would radio it in to the headquarters. And then, of course, we would immediately man the guns until the ship was identified. After it was identified, why then that was the end of the drill. One night, there was a ship come in, and the Navy was flashing the Morse code out. They wouldn't answer. And so our orders at that time was to fire 3 shots. Fire 1 ahead of the ship, 2 over the ship, 3rd one to hit it. And we gave the orders to fire that night. Fired the 3 shots, but that shot went over the top of that ship, that shell. And they came out, and they were just waving sheets and everything, and they stopped dead in the water, like that ship did. We took our training seriously. They had boats to pull the targets up and down the coast, and we won quite a few medals with those 155s. We were good. There's no getting around it. I'll brag about my outfit anytime against anybody. We were aces.
With the wartime buildup came more troops and more guns, big guns.
Hundreds of these men came here, first in a tent city, hundreds and hundreds of tents.
When we built Tent City, now that was an ordeal. And we had these little potbelly stoves. And in the wintertime, God, it was cold. And they get that stoves fired up, and that stack going up out through the top of that tent would be cherry red. First thing you know, look up, you'd see a flame. The tent would be on fire. And then the latrines, they were pitiful. But we managed. When we first came, we had to do a lot of labor work. We were assigned to different jobs to help the contractors that were working here.
They started pouring thousands of yards of concrete and setting these big underground bunkers in concrete and rebar to house these big guns.
One of those bunkers would be known as Battery 519, housing 2 big guns capable of firing monster 12-inch diameter shells.
The technical term is a casemate. It's built like Hoover Dam. The actual weight, we estimate, is about 100,000 tons. The guys here, because it was built by local Delaware guys, they built it better than it had to be built. The sand dune itself was excavated by the U.S. Army Engineering Department, the forerunner of the Corps of Engineers. The sand was all taken away. The forms were laid for the concrete. Concrete was poured, the steel was put in, and then the guns were in place and the sand was put back. 2 big guns facing out, 2 12-inch guns. This particular gun behind me could take on an enemy 15 miles away.
Absolutely massive. Mounted on very heavy steel girders. These gun rooms were completely open to the elements, but the guns themselves would be on a kind of turntable and would have a shield in front of them to give the crew a modicum of protection from incoming fire.
The bunker, the casemate is 420 feet long inside. The guns themselves are serviced with a powder room and a shell room. So there's a powder room, a shell room at each end. Typically, this battle station would have somewhere around 100 men in it. It was a little self-contained city. It had its own power source, had its own water source, had its own food source. It was in radio contact with everybody else up and down the beach.
All right, you'll notice that there were different levels. And at some levels, it was just a regular lookout. At other levels, they were actually using the rangefinders.
They built these towers as fire control towers. They were used to provide fire control solutions for these guns.
And they knew the exact distance from that tower to a certain point. Each one of those tower levels, you've got different windows, was a different weapon system.
Their whole purpose was to spot and provide distance, range, and coordinates so that the plotting room could plot firing solutions, which would then be transmitted to the gun crews. And they would do that on an interval so that they could track the ships.
American coast artillery was very, very good. When the alert came, the first gun to take the enemy had 30 seconds, and they practiced that all the time.
When he is satisfied that the battery is ready to open fire, the command, commence firing, goes to all elements of the battery.
They had 3 minutes to get every gun on the enemy. These guys knew that body of water out there every millimeter. And if you came in their comfort zone, they were taught to fire 3 shots. And the third shot is going to be on you.
Fire!
Every gun here ranges out to at least 15 miles. So you're under a blizzard of 6-inch shells, 2 12-inch shells coming out, 2 16-inch shells. And the guys were really, really good.
As the work of building Fort Miles continued, the men of the 261st settled in for the mission of guarding the coast.
And of course, when we moved into the barracks, it was altogether a different life. It looks like the same old barracks. We had nice bunks, mattresses, which we didn't have in Tent City. And we had running water, we had hot water, and the barracks was really nice. We were glad to have them. A lot of time we would be playing cards, you know, and we had radios. And of course, every payday we'd have a big crap game. And then other time we would sit there and play cards or shoot pool. It was just a great bunch of guys. They were your buddies. They would help you, protect you.
Even as soldiers of Fort Miles stood watch and their guns took aim, an unseen enemy was lurking off the coast.
The German fleet that came was the German submarine fleet. We were mostly concerned with surface fleets. And then, of course, the Germans quickly changed the game by building their submarine fleet and wreaking havoc. You could stand out here on top of the Great Dune and at night see shipping on fire.
You can imagine being a soldier here and watching these ships being torpedoed and exploding out on the horizon, watching the glows from the fires out there. You can imagine how heartbreaking that must feel or how helpless that must feel, but it brought the war home. The front lines were definitely here.
Hold coordinate. Ready? Fire!
Today, the history of Fort Miles is alive and well in the hearts and minds of a new generation of Americans. They seek to honor the memory of America's greatest generation of warfighters as the 261st Coast Artillery reenactors.
So what we're trying to do is capture that local unit here at Fort Miles, and we're trying to portray them as they were here during World War II. We chose the 261st because we wanted to reenact a unit that was relevant to here. We're replicating the daily life of the soldier here at Fort Miles, the weapons they were stationed on, how those operated, and bring that to life for the public. I've been a student of World War II since I was about 12 years old. When I found out this was a World War II fortification, someplace I could come and touch and sink my fingers into and really learn, I was hooked. And so I wanted to learn all I could about Fort Miles. Our volunteer force comes from everywhere. There's a lot of guys that come from as far away as Massachusetts and Texas. We've got one guy that drives from San Antonio to come out and be a part of these events that we hold annually.
As a unit, we try to stick to a specific date of 1942. Sometimes we have access to the actual unit rosters from 1942. We look down and, 6 or 7 guys from the battery we actually reenact were from Rehoboth, which is my town. So I look at that, I'm like, man, that could have been me if I was born 70 years ago. It's a really cool feeling.
My name is Anthony Valenti. I'm a tech corporal with the 261st Coast Artillery, and I'm also the battery clerk. I got started with Scott Wallen. He is the ordnance officer, and he pulled me right in, and I love it.
The shells, when they were called for at the breech of the gun, were taken out of the room, lifted up, taken across on a railway system, and delivered to the breech of the gun, down through the hallway.
Never really knew what was out here until my friend told me about it, and I met Dr. Gary Ray.
Reinforced. You can see the rebars inside.
Especially after Pearl Harbor. It was entirely, completely patriotic. They loved what they did. They were happy to be out here and be serving the country.
All right, what we have here is a 1942 weapon carrier Model 55. My name is Donald G. Hattier. I'm the first sergeant for the 261st Coast Artillery, based at Fort Miles, Delaware. The first sergeant's duties traditionally are taking care of the troops. Their bunks are fine, that they're properly fed. World War II is discussed in European theater, Africa. You got the China, Burma, India theater. You've got things that happen everywhere, but people rarely talk about the home front. And our coasts were really very actively defended, especially in the early part of the war. We need to be ever vigilant, even here in the United States, and that was the purpose of the 261st.
Oh, yeah. Cool. There are a lot of people here at one time. Okay. Thanks. Be safe.
I think for a lot of us, and me in particular, I'm trying to convey to today's kids what it was like 60, 70 years ago. So these things, when they work, they work.
They were probably overrated for military purposes.
Most
anyway.
military things,
Right.
even then.
Okay, my name is Michael Hills. I'm the chaplain for the 261st Coast Artillery, Battery C, Fort Miles, Delaware. The chaplain's duties would have been a variety of things, other than holding chapel services and religious services for the men. Would have been doing personal interviews and encouraging the men, would have been a counselor.
I think that for most of these guys, from what I gather, it is a way for them to thank the greatest generation and to educate the next generation on what it is they did here.
Some of the 261st reenactors are taking their devotion to the unit a step further with service for real in the 198th Signal Battalion, part of the modern-day 261st Signal Brigade.
I wanted to join the military all my life, but being a part of this group of people and this family, and as a group, we are a family. The 261st is definitely a family. I wanted to experience that for real, and I wanted to wear the uniform for real. So that really encouraged me to go ahead and sign on the dotted line. I'm a specialist in the Delaware Army National Guard with 198th Signal Battalion, which means that we will go out and set up battlefield communications via satellite for warfighters on the ground overseas. And interestingly enough, I'm serving with the same unit that I reenact, which is pretty cool. I'm following in their footsteps. Horace Knowles is a perfect example. The things that he did out here at Fort Miles and the things that I do with my unit, 70 years apart, there's still parallels. And that brings me, I think, personally, a little bit closer to those veterans who served, and it just gives us that common thread, and I enjoy that very much.
A few of our guys that do reenacting here, and they're young, they're getting right out of high school, or have chosen to kind of carry the torch and carry it forward and getting ready to go to boot camp.
All my really close friends from this unit we're all National Guard, and I'd always said, when the time came, I'd do it, and so far I'm liking it. I'm nervous a lot because there's a lot of stuff coming.
Just seeing the way of life, being able to serve my country, I realized I really need a part in that. I'm thinking about either going active after college or joining the Delaware State Troopers, being a police officer.
My son is part of the 261st reenactment unit, such as myself. He's 16, and he's already talking about joining the military. I think they feel a real sense of duty by learning what they have here, realizing what the men and women that were in the armed forces in World War II had to do to preserve our heritage.
Supporters of Fort Miles's restoration are hoping to put some of the base history and lessons of World War II on display in a Battery 519 museum.
What they want to tell is first and foremost the story of Fort Miles in World War II, but also as it fits in to the larger Battle of the Atlantic. We want to talk about the men that were here, their jobs, what this place was really supposed to do, what it did do. We hear about the convoys and our own warships out on the ocean, but we don't often hear about the men standing back behind them on this shoreline, walking that beach, watching. It wasn't just the guys that went across the oceans, but it was also mom and dad's war and sister and brother's war.
It's a story of our country being under siege, attacked,
how we all respond as Americans. People say, well, I never fired guns in anger, but you had to be ready. You build things, hopefully, that you never have to use. But if you have to use them, they're there, so you use them. God help you if you don't have them to use.
The greatest sense of homeland security is what you and I can do. Well, these men did that. They didn't just sit home. They said, I'm going to be a part of this. A lot of them joined because this is a way that I can be a part of the defense of my state, literally in this case.
They should remember the first thing, that we were never attacked. We let Hitler know that he would never come into the United States. I mean, it was serious business. There wasn't no play. We did what we had to do. And like I say, we were the best. At least I thought so. To be honest with you, I was proud of everything I did. It was just something that I know that I agreed to do when I signed up. If I had to do over, I would do it. I wouldn't hesitate.
This time on The American Veteran. We'll profile volunteer drivers who are bringing veterans to medical centers that are sometimes hundreds of miles away from home.
Of all the things that I've done, this is probably the most rewarding.
And we will see a tribute honoring Veterans Day. Those stories and more coming up on The American Veteran. Welcome to The American Veteran, a public affairs program produced by the Department of Veterans Affairs. I'm Matt Webb, a veteran of the Marine Corps. I'm here at the Washington, D.C. VA Medical Center, located in the heart of our nation's capital. As various strains of seasonal influenza virus circulate each year, VA pulls out the stops to fight the flu and keep staff and veterans healthy. Let's take a look at what VA is doing to reduce the spread of flu within their facilities.
I'm just kidding you.
That wasn't the needle?
Yeah.
It was a very easy process. It was very, very quick. They were very attentive. The shot didn't hurt, and I feel better.
It's one of the privileges of being a veteran. You get the flu shot for free.
Every medical center in the VA system has a flu clinic where veterans can get the flu vaccine.
Hi, how are you? Good, how are you? I'm good. Nice to meet you.
I think the guidance now is that everyone really over the age of 6 months get the vaccine. So the VA and the CDC and many other healthcare systems make a real effort to get patients and employees to get the vaccine.
Oh, that was great.
It's prudent for everyone to get vaccinated against flu because no one is immune to it, because a virus changes every year. And so consequently, the vaccine is updated every year to provide the maximum protection against flu.
There are really no risk for the great majority of people with the flu vaccine. People who are allergic to eggs should not get the flu vaccine, and people who have had Guillain-Barré should not get the flu vaccine. Otherwise, there are very few reasons not to get the flu vaccine.
The flu shot does not give you the virus. It doesn't make you sick, and it promotes a healthy response in your body to fight the flu.
Oh, I think that the most important thing is to really have people get accurate information about the flu vaccine. There are many people who say, I don't want to get the vaccine because I got the flu, and you really cannot get the flu from the vaccine.
I have information about the flu shot that I gave you.
Okay.
And then this is the information. If you have any reaction for the next 15 minutes, we recommend you to sit down there.
In every hospital, there's a flu champion, and they deserve the credit. They're the ones on the front line providing the flu shots, talking to folks about how the flu is spread, telling myths about the vaccine. And that's very important because a lot of folks don't realize that the vaccine is our best protection against flu.
But I think we really strongly encourage healthcare workers to get the vaccine because it really does protect them, it protects their families, it protects the veterans, and also it really prevents the spread throughout the community.
The benefits are protecting yourself, your own health. And then it goes beyond that. You want to protect your family, your work colleagues. And so we always do vaccination because it saves lives and it helps keep us healthier. There are 4 major points that we stress for everyone. That's get your flu shot every year, clean your hands often, cover your coughs and sneezes, and stay at home when you're sick.
It didn't hurt, and I advise anybody that's maybe veteran or anybody to get that flu shot.
With respect to, all veterans getting flu shots and making sure that we're doing our part individually not to spread the flu contagion amongst our other fellow veterans is important. It's almost like an obligation.
With flu season fast approaching, make sure you get your flu shot at your local VA medical center.
These guys are great.
After the break, we'll see a day in the life of the Veterans Transportation Network. Ever since 1987, VA's Office of Voluntary Services has been partnering with veteran service organizations to provide transportation to rural veterans needing access to health care. Today, volunteer drivers and transport coordinators are at work all across the country, seeing to it that these veterans get where they need to, when they need to, in both safety and comfort.
Army veteran Randy Goldsworthy is dealing with a serious medical condition.
I was recently diagnosed with liver cancer, and they did a CT scan, and they found problems in every area of the scan. And so I have to go back up to Portland and get a body scan.
Radio 1190 and 102.3.
It's now 2:30 a.m., and after spending the night at the White City VA in Southern Oregon, Randy is setting out for the long journey to Portland. Alongside him are other patients also in need of treatment not available locally. Their driver, Chuck McGilvray, is one of hundreds of VA volunteers across the country working to help veterans access the care they need. As a 30-year veteran of the Navy, Chuck says he treasures the time he spends with his fellow vets.
We're all military or former military, so there's no uncomfortableness about meeting people.
They will travel throughout the night, motoring along Oregon's Interstate 5, making stops at Roseburg, Eugene, and finally, Portland.
They go over the Cascade Mountain Range, the Coastal Mountain Range, the Siskiyou Mountain Range. And when you consider the horrendous weather conditions that these drivers face every season of the year here in the state of Oregon, their indomitable spirit in what they do and what they give is just incredible.
A driver like Chuck may travel 50,000 miles a year, and perhaps as many as several 100,000 miles in the course of a volunteer career.
I find it very gratifying when the vets get out of the van and they say, appreciate the ride. Couldn't do it without you guys. We wouldn't get to our appointments.
There you go.
All right. Thank you.
At each stop, a new driver will take over for the next leg of the journey. Some patients will find the services they need here in Roseburg, but Randy will travel on, going the full distance of about 275 miles in a journey lasting nearly 7 hours. At about 4:30 a.m., the van resumes its journey northward, now under the helm of a new driver. Ahead in Portland, Wanda Janis is volunteering transportation logistics support as a commander assigned by Disabled American Veterans to work with VA staff coordinating services for inbound and outbound patients.
Veterans Transportation Service, this is Wanda. How can I help you?
They coordinate all the drivers. They work with voluntary service staff to ensure that all of the volunteer training requirements, physical exam requirements are handled. They ensure the daily travel logs. They ensure that the pre-ops and the maintenance on the vans are done, or work orders are done. So they essentially coordinate that piece of the pie in the volunteer program.
All righty, gentlemen.
Many of them, they have no other way of getting here. And so it's very important. And I think that the relationship that we have with the voluntary services folks, not only in Oregon, but nationally, is a great benefit to our veterans.
Dawn has not yet broken as Randy onboards for a third time on his journey to Portland. The new driver is Marine Corps veteran Rick Nelson.
Of all the things that I've done, this is probably the most rewarding thing I've ever done. You know, you get up in the morning at 5 o'clock and it's cold and rainy outside and your back hurts and you think, oh, what am I doing this for? Then you get up here to Portland and you see some kid with no legs or missing an arm and a shoulder and you think, boy, life's been pretty good to me. I spent 16 months in Korea and never got a scratch. These guys are hurting.
It's just before 9 a.m. when they arrive in Portland. Journey's end brings relief and the hope that with any luck, these patients will now begin the road to recovery.
Randy made his appointment in Portland, stayed overnight, and was driven home again in the morning. All three of his drivers told us it was a pleasure to serve him. If you would like to become a part of the Volunteer Transportation Network, please contact your local VA to take advantage of this program. Our executive producer, Jeremy Wheeler, sat down with VA's Director of Volunteer Services to gather more information about the many ways you can serve our nation's veterans.
Why do people volunteer at VA?
I think they do it for a number of reasons. A lot of people want to give back. A lot of people were not able to serve, and this is their way of serving those who have served. There are a lot of people who were in the military, and they still want to feel connected.
So can you tell me a little more about the volunteer opportunities that are available across the system?
Yeah, we have multiple volunteer opportunities at VA, and I would encourage somebody who wants to volunteer to call their VA Voluntary Service office. But a lot of volunteers will drive patients to and from their appointments. Inside the hospital, they might escort them to and from their appointments. They may work in the labs, they may work in radiology, they may work in recreation, and they may do follow-up phone calls. So if somebody had an appointment, volunteer can call and check and make sure that everything is okay.
Why are the drivers so important for the Veterans Transportation Network?
Number one, to get the patients access to care as number one. But I can tell you a story that happened recently where a veteran got on the van. Driver noticed that he was slurring his speech a bit and kept him talking and realized he was slurring even more and more and more. And when all the patients were dropped off, he took him back to the VA for him to be evaluated. And sure enough, he needed to be admitted to the VA.
Volunteering for VA can sometimes lead to a career at VA.
They can. We have about 20,000 volunteers, student volunteers that are doing exactly that. They will come into VA to gain some experience so that they can decide what it is they want to do when they grow up.
How can those who are interested in volunteering at VA find out more?
I think the best way is for them to go online and look at www.volunteer.va.gov, identify where it is they want to volunteer their time, what city, what state, what VA, or they can call their VA Voluntary Service office, and they would be able to help them out.
When we come back, we'll see a new program that brings the VA to college and university campuses across the nation. VA has a new outreach program at over 50 college campuses across the U.S. It's called the VITAL Initiative, or Veterans Integration to Academic Leadership. VITAL's goal is to ease the transition to college campuses by providing greater access to the VA healthcare, mental health care benefits program and services, and to ultimately make them more successful in school and in their future careers. Please watch to learn more.
What does it have to have? You go somewhere and you have an arrest warrant. What do you have to have on it?
Person's name.
Person's name. What else?
Areas that you can serve.
Danny Acree is an Iraq War veteran who is now studying criminal justice at the City College of San Francisco.
I hadn't been in school for almost a decade. So I thought it was going to be more of a challenge and difficult to kind of make friends, to relearn all of these, new languages and skills and things that, at a certain age you feel like, this might not be for me.
It's a feeling shared by tens, if not hundreds of thousands of student veterans who are now integrating into colleges and community colleges all across the United States.
It's been my experience that a lot of veterans go through the same experiences that I had when I returned. They basically come back, they get to campus, and they're kind of feeling lost.
Derek Blumke, an Air Force veteran of the war in Afghanistan, decided to address the issue by organizing a student veteran association at the University of Michigan, which later became a founding chapter of the Student Veterans of America, a success story that did not go unnoticed.
Derek spent 6 years in the Air Force, 3 deployments in the Afghan theater, putting his life at risk to keep this country safe. And when he returned, he started classes at his local community college in northern Michigan. Then he transferred to the University of Michigan. And while he was there, he co-founded Student Veterans of America to help returning veterans like himself. So congratulations, Derek.
Today, Derek works for VA as a program manager for the Veterans Integration to Academic Leadership Initiative, or VITAL. It establishes partnerships across the country between local VA medical centers and colleges in the surrounding area.
The programs that our VITAL offices provide basically are a touch point. Our programs are actually on the campus with the veterans, where when the vets walking past are walking towards their class and they're walking down the hall, they actually pass the office that our staff are situated in. And the VA and the VITAL Initiative is partnering with these veterans on the campuses, is connecting them to everything and everybody to make sure that they're successful. And that's our mission, and that's our goal.
VA social worker Keith Armstrong runs the VITAL operation at the City College of San Francisco.
The VITAL program that we're a part of is, I think, really the cutting edge of where the VA can go. And again, it's taking what we have in terms of these excellent services, and instead of waiting for the veterans to come to us, going to the veterans and providing those services where they are. And that's really the core message of VITAL, is to take the services to the students.
VA's VITAL office at CCSF is located alongside the school's Student Veterans Lounge, a place where they can study, relax, or just come together as a community. And if they want to access VA services, they're right next door.
We provide an array of services, and they're very comprehensive services. Provide mental health services, medication management on campus, as well as social work services on campus. And factors put together help us deliver really, really top-notch care for veterans.
To help spread the word around campus and the surrounding area, Keith and his team recently hosted a Student Veteran Day event, bringing together City College faculty and staff from local four-year universities, VA experts, and community representatives to discuss everything from college admissions and transfer to enrolling in VA and obtaining federal employment.
We tried to provide what we felt would be the key services, both from the VA perspective, from the community college perspective, and from the community perspective.
It's a recognition that increasingly the campus environment is home to a discrete community of veterans young men and women with a world of experience that their fellow classmates can't match, but can benefit from.
It's amazing how many questions the younger civilian population have. Remember, some of these younger students were 6 years old when 9/11 happened. You know, a lot of them don't really necessarily know what it was all about, what the war was about, and oftentimes the veteran can explain that better than any historian.
In the months to come, many of the student veterans here will move on to take their place in society. But before they go, they'll have acquired a better understanding of the world they'll face and the help that VA can lend them along the way.
The student veterans population has increased dramatically from 2007 to 2010 alone. The number jumped from 523,000 to more than 819,000. Many are first-generation college students. This story is our next installment in a series of veterans' employment success stories. Carlos DeBose is a veteran who found a second chance at VA's hiring fair in Detroit.
My name is Carlos R. DeBose Sr., retired First Sergeant in the United States Army. My current title is HR Specialist for Recruitment and Placement. After retiring out of the military in November 2010 and serving with the 3rd Infantry Division, Fort Stewart, Georgia, I decided to come back here to Detroit, Michigan, where my kids were staying at. And immediately I felt the effects of not being in a leadership role. You know, my goal was to get out of the military. I prepared for it. I believe I prepared for it properly. But when you come into a state that has a 10.5% unemployment rate, it's very hard. My experience after retirement was one of a struggle. I spent 1 year and 3 months unemployed. I spent 8 months temporarily homeless. Retirement check, you know, coming from a basic salary down to a retirement check wasn't enough. I resorted to alcohol for a little while. You know, I had a anger issue. You know, I was putting blame on other folks for the position that I was in. And it's just like any veteran that's going through a transition. I didn't properly use my services that were provided for me until another veteran spoke to me and talked to me about programs that they have in the VA. These services are out here for us, and we should use every tool that they give us. Some of the things that I saw prior to entering the job fair down at the Detroit Cobalt Hall was the preparation phase. They had where veterans could register prior to the major event of the job fair. And this allowed us to get registered. By registering, they had all kind of programs to help us become better candidates once the job fair kicked off. You know, they had like interview techniques. They have virtual coaches. They provided us with coaches to help improve our resumes. And that was awesome, you know, just to help veterans. They had places where veterans can go and receive training. If they needed more training on how to properly conduct a interview. That's just one of the many facets that they had. But you have to go through a process. You know, you have to get employment ready. This is what they called it at the end, about 2 or 3 days. You had to go to all these stations, your coaches. You had people that was rooting you on. It was like when you got that job and you came out and you said, hey, I got hired today. It was like a band of people, just like you just came out back from a tour over in Afghanistan or Iraq. They was cheering for you. And that's what made it so wonderful. And that's what I appreciated about it, the job fair, the Veterans Job Fair in Detroit. And that's where I met a young man named James Merrifield, who works out of Washington, D.C., and he was a part of the VA hiring initiative. I have an MBA in Business Administration, Human Resource Management. And the VA hospital here in Ann Arbor had about 3 positions open here. And he basically went out and found out who the sources were, who my contacts were, and before you know it, I was hired at the end of that day.
Good morning, John. This is Carlos. I'm calling about the HR system specialist position.
My current title is HR specialist for recruitment and placement.
I wanted to speak with you about one of your postings.
Okay.
My role and responsibility is to ensure that we have the minimum qualifications for the candidates that are applying for the job announcement position.
I'm a veteran. Is this open for me to apply?
Absolutely.
All right.
I love this job. It's just, I tell you, being here in the VA hospital reminds me of being a company first sergeant.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Hey, it's nice meeting you.
It's nice-
I just thank God for all the agencies that contribute to that Veterans Job Fair, because without them, I don't think I would have had that strategic advantage that I had, that I had when I went to that actual job fair.
VA for Vets facilitates the reintegration, retention, and hiring of veteran employees at the Department of Veterans Affairs. For more information, please visit vaforvets.va.gov. Veterans Day is the official United States holiday honoring armed service veterans and is observed on November 11th. It coincides with other holidays such as Armistice Day or Remembrance Day, which are celebrated in other parts of the world and also mark the anniversary of the signing of the armistice that formally ended World War I at the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month of 1918. Please enjoy this tribute produced by the Department of Veterans Affairs to honor our nation's veterans.
Veterans Day. It began as a way to recognize a truce, a ceasefire, a time to observe an end to war. On the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month of 1918, Allied nations signed an armistice agreement with Germany to end World War I. Today, Veterans Day is a time to remember all those who served our nation in times of war and peace. They are the brave men and women who serve and protect us. They come from all walks of life. They are parents, children, and grandparents. They are friends, neighbors, and co-workers. They are presidents. They are the unknown, but not forgotten. On Veterans Day, we remember and honor our veterans. Let us always remember to celebrate the peace.
That concludes this edition of The American Veteran. The Department of Veterans Affairs is honored to bring you this program. To our men and women in uniform and to America's veterans, thank you for your service. See you next time.
We've got an arm and core crusher workout for you that is going to burn you out like you never have before. 4 exercises, 20 repetitions each, 3 full sets in a short period of time, extreme conditioning style. That means little or no break in between each set. Y'all ready to get started? Good. All right, so let's line up for the tricep dip. Now, we're going to use a bench to help ourselves. We're going to keep our legs bent at the knees so that we can brace our fall if we do slip. We're going to do a 20 count. Ready? Begin. Now notice, What I wanted out of this position is I wanted them so that their hips were close to the bench so that their back was perpendicular to the ground. I wanted that way so that we can maintain neutral spine and isolate on the triceps. Their legs are bent simply to brace their fall in case they slip. Don't do it with straight legs. This is a safety protocol. 3, 2, 1. Good. On your feet. Let's grab those dumbbells and line ourselves up for some squats. 20 count. Slowly at first and then build as you go. Ready? Begin. Now, the only reason we're holding the dumbbells is to add to the load. You still want to maintain proper form. You want to stick that tailbone back behind you as you go down and sink your shoulders into your back pockets or where your back pockets would be. That's the way to maintain a neutral spine. Exhale on the way up. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose and out through your mouth. 3, 2, and 1. All right, let's put the dumbbells back in a safe spot. You always want to put the dumbbells in a safe spot. You still don't trip over them. Let's get down on our backsides to get that core crusher phase going on here. Heads down, relax. Okay, now hands at your sides. Bring the legs up where they lined up over the hips, slight bend in the knees. We're only going to raise the bottom part of our body up about 4 inches on each repetition. 20 reps, go. Good. Now you see this here, what Kelvin's doing here? He's just raising up, focusing on the bottom part of his abdominal wall and just making certain that he's not jerking his body around. This is the perfect way of doing this exercise and working on the core, the whole core. Good job, you two. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now just flip over on your bellies. Same position, heads to the center. And let's work our lower backs now because some people forget this, but the lower back is also part about the core. Fingers clasped behind your head. Relax the legs and back extension time. 20 count. Ready? Go. Now notice right away that I see a cadence that's fast because it's slightly intense, but it's not so fast that they're compromising their form in any way. This is a perfect way of doing the exercise safely and effectively. They're doing a great job. They're breathing deeply. They're exhaling on the way back and breathing in on the way down. In through their noses and out through their mouths. 5 more. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right. Push off with your hands to a standing position. Round 2. Let's get right to it. Let's go to those tricep dips. We call them bench dips because we're using the bench for support. Remember, we're going to stay close to the edge so we can maintain neutral spine. Ready? Begin. Look at that isolation technique going on here with Lynn and with Kelvin. Perfect. All I see is the tricep engage and not any unwarranted strain in the shoulder joint because of the position that they're in. Legs are bent just to brace their fall in case they do slip. They're doing it right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good. Come on up. Grab those dumbbells. Let's add to the load for our squats. Body squats are so great. Now, if you have to use no weight at all, fine. You figure out what's best for you. 20 count, begin. And the reason why we call it extreme conditioning is because we're taking little or no break in between each set. You know your body better than anyone else. If you need to make a longer break, that's fine. Modify what you have to and amplify what you can. But don't amplify so much that you compromise your form. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Put the dumbbells back in a safe spot, and it's time for that core crusher phase. On your back sides, heads to the center. And again, we're going to look for that vertical leg crunch again. All right, legs up, line them up over your hips, slight bend in your knees, and 20 count, go. Good. So all I'm doing here as a spotter is I'm making certain that her legs don't rock too far forward toward her head. And make certain that what we have is her legs lining up where the feet are lined up right over the hips and they're not going too far toward her jaw. Perfect. This is the way to do it right. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Flip over on your bellies. Remember, the lower back is also part of the core. That's the way to do it right. Fingers clasped and behind your head. Relax the legs, back extensions. Ready? Go. Look at you two. Awesome job. Breathe deeply. Breathe deeply. Relax those legs, Lynn. Good job. That's a great correction. They're doing a great job. Little or no break in between each set. That's extreme conditioning. Good job. Now 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Push yourself off your hands. The final round. Yeah. On the bench, focus on our triceps. Ready? Go. Good job, you two. This is awesome. They're doing a great job. They're maintaining proper form. I hear their breathing picking up right away as soon as they begin. They're pushing the air out of their body on the way up and breathing in on the way down. 5 more. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Carefully on your feet. Grab the dumbbells. Body squats with the dumbbells, adding to the load. The last 20 count. Are you ready? Begin. Good. Right away, we've got an example of perfect form out of both of them. The tailbones are just going right back behind them every time they go down, sinking their shoulders into their back pockets. That's the way to do it right. Neutral spine. Knees lining up over midfoot, but all the weight and balance into their heels. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Put the dumbbells back in a safe spot. Last 2 exercises on your back sides. Heads to the center. Let's do that last set. Move back up over here a little bit more, big guy. Good. All right, legs up. And begin. Good. And again, what I'm simply doing is making certain those legs don't go too far over that hip position. You're doing a great job, you two. You started strong, finished strong. Good job. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Flip over on your bellies. Back extension time. Back extension time. Start strong, finish strong. You got this. Relax the legs. Relax the legs. Are you ready? Look at this. Awesome. We're not arching back so fast that we're putting any unwarranted strain in the lower back. And remember, that lower back is part of the core. Lynn and Kelvin are doing a great job. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. Push off with your hands to a standing position. How do you feel? Good. How do you feel? Awesome. And that's all it takes to get that body that you've always dreamed of in a short period of time. That's extreme conditioning. Stay the course. Today's exercises are going to focus on the pectorals, the chest, and the triceps. We're going to do the push-up. We're going to do the dumbbell bench press and the dumbbell chest fly. All right, so Mo and Eric are first going to line up in the push-up position. When they get in the plank, they're going to form where their back and legs are going to form a straight line. And so when I say ready, they'll be in that position. And when I say begin, they're going to start knocking out 20 repetitions of the push-up. All right, ready? And begin. Now notice, look at that. All you got to do is tighten up your butt and your gut, and your back is going to form a straight line with your legs. This is awesome. They're going to exhale on the way up and breathe in on the way down. In through the nose and out through their mouth. Now, as you're doing 20 repetitions, if you can't finish all 20, at least go to muscle failure. Do the best you can. They're almost there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, come off the ground, guys. We're going to grab our dumbbells, and we're going to go right into the next exercise, the dumbbell bench press. Lay down comfortably. We're going to start with the up position. Let's get them up, and we're going to have it good. Their arms are ready. Now, 20 repetitions. Ready? Go. Now, when you're doing this exercise, what you want to do is make certain that you're not doing any jerking movement. You're exhaling on the way up and breathing in on the way down. And if you got some sort of heavy weight and you've got someone to spot you, make certain that they're just here to make certain you don't go too far back. Don't have anyone push you inward with your arm position, but only assisting you a little bit on the way up. That's extreme conditioning when you have little or no break in between each exercise. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're still in this position, guys. Turn, rotate the there you go. Awesome. Now we're in a hammer grip. So now we're going to do the chest fly. 20 repetitions. Ready? Go. You guys are doing great. Your pectorals should be already burning by now. Even if it's a lightweight. If you do the lightweight right, boy, you know you're going to feel it. Good. 20 repetitions, but do the best you can. If you start to compromise your form, then you've got a weight that's too heavy. These big guys, they're doing 15s right now, but it's still going to have an effect on them. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Carefully sit up. Let's put those dumbbells back out of the way so that they're in a safe spot. Shake off your hands. You guys ready for another round? Because we're doing 3 full sets of this. I know you can do it. Let's get those pectorals and those triceps. Push-up position. Move. Now I'll give you the command of ready, and that's when you can be in that ready position. We're going to make certain that we have our back and legs forming a straight line. Ready? Begin. Remember, only go as fast as you can maintain proper form. You guys are doing great. Back and legs forming a straight line. Exhale on the way up. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. And remember, if you can't finish your 20 reps, just go to muscle failure. Do the best you can. That's what extreme conditioning is all about. Going to that edge and just pushing it just a little bit farther. But as long as it's safe and effective. 3, 2, 1. Come on up, guys. Time to grab the dumbbells again. Our pectorals and our triceps are going to get it today. Awesome job. On your backs, supine against the bench. Dumbbells up. Bench presses first. Ready? Begin. 20 repetitions. That's what we're going for. And again, we want to make certain that here in Eric's case, and for Mo over there, that we don't have any unwarranted strain on those shoulder joints by going too far low. I like to say 90 degrees at the elbows is always best for me. Exhale on the way up, breathe in on the way down. They're almost there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good. Okay, guys, let's bring them up and let's change grips on our hands. Perfect. Chest fly. Round 2. Begin. Good job. Maintain proper form. Let's see how Mo's doing over here. Good job, Mo. Breathe deeply. In through your nose, out through your mouth. These guys are doing great. Working our pectorals and our chests, our triceps and the back of our arms. Almost there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Carefully sit up. Awesome. Let's put the dumbbells in a safe spot. Safety first. The body will always be able to figure it out as we go, but safety is a big key. You guys ready for one more round? This quick fix is going to get you. All right. Push-up position. When I say ready, be in it. Last set. Ready? Begin. Hands. After all these sets, these guys are still maintaining great form. Look at that. Back and legs forming a straight line. Squeeze your butt and gut. That way you don't sag or arch. Do the best you can. Go to muscle fatigue or muscle failure, whichever comes first. Almost there. Almost there. Try and hit that 20. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good job, guys. Back to the bench. Grab the dumbbells. Last set of the dumbbell chest press. Let's do it. On your backside, supine. Dumbbells up first. Get in that good start position. Good. All right. 20 reps. Ready? Begin. Every time they push those dumbbells away, they exhale on the way up and breathe in on the way down. In through their noses and out through their mouths. 20 repetitions if you can. And even with 15 pounds, they're finding a struggle in this. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The final exercise, guys. Switch that hand grip. All right. the chest fly. Ready? Begin. Good job, Eric. That's it. Let's see how Mo's doing over here. Good. Maintain proper form. Look at these big guys. These 15-pounders are still getting you, but you're doing great with your form. Keep it up. Keep it up. Halfway there. Exhale on the way up. Breathe in on the way down. Don't quit. You got it. You got it. Awesome. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Carefully sit up. Put the dumbbells in a safe place. Shake off the hands. How do you feel? Yeah, and that's all it takes. I mean, just a few exercises done full 3 sets in less than 10 minutes, and you've got your pectorals and your triceps in the best condition ever. That's extreme conditioning, and that's how we do it right. Stay the course. Boy, for today's workout, it's going to incorporate every single muscle in our body. And we're going to do it in a short period of time. We're going to climb down the ladder together with sets of 25, declining 5 repetitions each. We're going to start with a seated dip, back extension, and then we're going to do the mountain climber. Starting at 25, 20, and so forth. It's metabolic conditioning at its best, extreme conditioning style. That means little or no break in between each set. You guys ready? Let's get started with this. All right, seated dip. Use this bench to help us. Isolate on the triceps, bend in the knees. From here on out, we're going to take a little break. Begin. Now notice what we're doing here is we're trying to keep the back perpendicular to the ground. So that rear end gets really close to the edge of the bench. We've got our knees bent so that we can make certain that if we slip off, we've got something to brace our falls. Don't go straight leg because you're also going to create too much strain on the shoulders as well. You guys count to 25. Breathe deeply. When you're finished with your 25, just be in the ready. Looking good. Breathe deeply. I always like to exhale when I go up and breathe in when I down. So the problem is that some people will pant when they do this. You don't want to pant. You want to breathe deeply and naturally. Good stuff. Good stuff. Ready? All right. Let's get to the next exercise. Go right to the mats. Back extension time. Back extension. Put your fingers behind your head and neck and clasped. Ready? 25 count. Begin. Good. There you go. Notice Colin over here. He's not going so fast that he's trying to jerk his body backwards. You want to make certain we isolate on the lower back muscles. Don't raise the legs at all because that's really contraindicated. Exhale on the way back. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. See how Don is doing over here. Good. Perfect, Don. That's the right cadence. When you guys finish with your 25, just be in the ready. Good. Good. If you jerk around while going backwards, you're going too fast. Good stuff, people. Keep breathing deeply. Keep breathing deeply. Don't quit. Don't quit. This is going to be the whole body is going to get engaged today. Even though we're going to climb down the ladder together in repetitions, it's going to feel like we're doing the same amount just because our body will be fatiguing. Good. All right. On your feet. Push back. Mountain climber time. Stay right there. Count the left leg because we're going for a 25 count. Ready? Begin. Look at that. Look at that. Now our heart rate's going to pick up. We're still applying pressure to the upper body to stabilize our body in this position. But now we're moving fast, but we're not jerking around. So find that cadence that works for you. Looking good. Looking good. Looking good, you two. Awesome job. Awesome job. Whole body. Whole body. We're working the whole body. All right. You're on your feet. Ready for round 2? 20 reps. On the bench. Triceps. Keep the knees bent. Good. Begin. 20 reps. Count for yourselves and go right to your breathing technique. That means when you push up, exhale. Let the body have the food and blood in the form of oxygen that it needs to perform this exercise right. Good work. Good work. Good work. Keep counting. Keep counting. Keep breathing deeply. They're doing a great job. Look at the triceps work here. They're being isolated. They're being just pushed to the point of exhaustion. That's what you want. A whole body workout in a short period of time. Looking good, looking good. Remember, extreme conditioning is little or no break in between each set. That's what we want to try and do. All right, you guys ready for the next one? All right, back extension. You know, most people, when they're working their core, they forget to use the lower back. Begin. Good, good. Again, look at Colin's cadence right here. He's pulling back just enough that he's not rocking his body. That's what you want to do. If you're jerking backwards, you're going too fast. Great job. Keep counting, guys. Let's see how Don's doing over here. Good work, good work. Keep breathing. Exhale on the way back and breathe in on the way down. Get that 20 count and just be in the ready when you're done. How you guys doing? Hard to talk when you're in this position. You're doing a great job. Good. All right. Almost there. Good. All right. Mountain climber time. Push back. Let's pick up the heart rate again. Count the left leg. 20 count. Ready? Begin. Good. Let's see how Colin's doing over here with mountain climber. Good position. Look at those feet switched. Knees coming in, tucked hard, working your gut muscles. People don't realize that. You're working your hips and your gut as well on this exercise. Good. On your feet. Ready for a 15 count? All right. Yeah, let's go to the bench. If you need to modify, that means making a longer break in between each sets. No modification here. We're going for it. Begin. Look at their form. No compromise in the form. If you do something unsafe, you might hurt yourself. So what we want to do is always think safety first. And that means proper form. Breathe deeply, guys. Exhale on the way up. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Looking good, guys. Do that 15 count and just be in the ready. How you doing, buddy? Good, good. All right. Looking good. Looking good. Awesome. All right. Go right to the bench. Right down on the pads. Fingers clasped. Ready to work that lower back. No jerking motion. 15 count. Begin. Tell you what, guys. You're making it easy for me. The way you're doing this with little no break in between each set and your form, it's an easy way to explain how to do this right. Extreme conditioning. Extreme conditioning. Don't say you don't have time, because the whole key is fit it in a short period of time. What you would normally do in a 40-minute workout, you can do in around 10 minutes. Good job, guys. Almost there. Push hard, push hard, push hard, push hard. Good. All right, let's push back for the mountain climber. Ready position. Left leg will come up first. And begin. Good, good. Heart rate's going to pick up again. That's the key. Want to make certain that you maintain right form. Notice we're kicking those knees up into our chest, and we're using our gut muscles. On your feet. 10 count next. 10 count next. Counting down. Go to the bench. Let's work our triceps. We're reducing the amount of repetitions, but the intensity is still the same. All right. Begin. Count to 10, guys. Count to 10. Count to 10. Exhale on the way up. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Look at the triceps. They're just getting cooked right now. That's awesome. Little to no break in between each set. That's extreme conditioning. Going from one area to the body to the other, metabolic conditioning. Awesome. Okay, come on off. On your front. Back extension time, 10 count. Get in the ready. Fingers clasped. No jerking motion. 10 count. Begin. Good job, Colin. Good job. Let's see how Don is doing over here. Good job. Good job. Good job. Look at that extension. Awesome job, people. Awesome job. This is the way it should look. Keep breathing. Exhale on the way back and breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Go for that 10 count. Good. Push up, push back, push back. Let's go to that mountain climber. Pick up the heart rate again, starting with left leg. Begin. Again, if you need to modify, then you simply just increase the amount of transition period that you have. That means longer in between, longer breaks. But if you need to amplify, that means no break at all. On your feet. Ready to go and try one more set? Let's go to the bench. All right. Begin. Look at that. Back's perpendicular to the ground. Knees are bent in case they need to slip off. They have something to brace the fall. This is the way it should look each time. Exhale on the way up. Breathe in on the way down. In through your nose, out through your mouth. All right. Off. Get down on our fronts. Back extension. Last set. Get in the ready. Fingers clasped and behind your head. No jerking. 5 count. Begin. Good. Good. Remember, the lower back is also part of the core training that you need to do every single day. This is a great example of how to do it right. Good, good, good. Push back for the mountain climber. Last set. Pick up the heart rate. We're going to end with our heart bouncing hard. Okay. Begin. Climb down the ladder together, folks. We're making a short workout what would be intense enough for a big workout. On your feet. How do you feel? Good? Good? Not impossible, achievable, but right outside the comfort zone. And that's extreme conditioning at its best. Make certain you try this. If you wanted to make it 35 and then count down from that by 5 counts to 30, 25 and down, then you're just making the workout longer. Do the best you can and stay the course.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this edition of Inside the Naval Postgraduate School. From our campus in Monterey, California, I'm your host, Alan Richmond, right here on the Pentagon Channel. Welcome to the show. Well, on this episode, we'll cover all the activities that took place at the 31st Annual Fleet Week celebration up in San Francisco, California. And of course, NPS was there. We were on hand to participate and film many of the activities during the celebration. Here's the Executive Director of Fleet Week, Louis Leuven, to give us an overview of all the activities. Louis, what a big event you have in store for us this year.
Thank you, Alan, and thank you for coming out here with the Naval Postgraduate School. They're wonderful partners in the program here. This year, we're doing as we did for the last 2 years, emphasizing humanitarian assistance and disaster response missions of the military. And we've really formed an incredible bond between the military and the civilian emergency response community in the Bay Area. The lead agency that we work with for planning exercises is San Francisco Department of Emergency Management, and they've reached out to all the branches of the military, federal, state, and local partners throughout the region to create just a fabulous program to help us all work together to better respond to disasters.
Now, over 1 million people come to this event. That's quite an impact on the city of San Francisco and a great gathering for the military, isn't it?
Oh, it really is. And San Francisco opens the doors up for the military. They go into the restaurants and the bars. I ran into a handful of sailors last night. I started talking to them, and they were just absolutely thrilled with the fact that they had all gone into a restaurant, sat down and ordered a wonderful meal. They were prepared to pay for the check, and the restaurant owner came over and said, "I'm sorry, but somebody's already taken care of this meal for you." So they were very happy to be in San Francisco. I think San Francisco is a wonderful liberty call.
We also had the opportunity to speak with San Francisco Mayor Ed Lee and find out his thoughts on Fleet Week.
I'm very lucky to be the mayor of San Francisco. We are so appreciative of our Fleet Week. Obviously, to give a very strong nod a whole week to our men and women in uniform, to our leaders in the military, from the Navy to the Coast Guard to the Marines. But we're also doing something in addition to that that's very special to our city. We're really practicing what it takes to get ready for a major disaster and experiencing the on-the-ground movement and logistics expertise of our military to help us in time of need.
Well, the city of San Francisco has certainly thrown out the welcome mat, so thank you very much.
Thank you, and let's celebrate that, but let's also make sure we're also paying attention to what we have to be prepared for, and this is why we're right down to our neighborhoods, very thankful to our military.
Well, special thanks to San Francisco Mayor Ed Lee for taking time to talk with us. Well, one of the other important activities associated with Fleet Week celebration is the Senior Leadership Seminar. The Senior Leadership Seminar provides a platform for senior leaders from the U.S. military, state, local, and federal emergency response agencies, and community leaders to continue to develop working relationships and encourage cooperative emergency planning. As a follow-up to the 2011 SLS, in August, approximately 24 civilian and military organizations participated in a cooperative functional exercise to evaluate tactical emergency route opening activities 72 hours post-disaster, and a drill that tested interoperable communication coordination and interagency information exchange. An exercise briefback was conducted aboard the USS Macon Island, who hosted the seminar this year. One of the important topics discussed at the SLS was cybersecurity, and NPS professor Cynthia Irvine was there to moderate the panel. Well, cyber and protection of the network, everybody is concerned about that. That's not just the military, but it's every single U.S. citizen and people all over the world, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Well, and particularly here in the United States, because we're ahead of a lot of countries in cyber, and so we're more dependent upon it by being a more advanced country.
Now, everybody has devices now. I mean, we live in a world that you can't get people to talk almost anymore. They're at the table, they're texting, they're doing all these things. Do you think that people put too much information out there? I'm not talking just about military now, but don't people divulge an awful lot, leave themselves vulnerable to people hacking them and that kind of thing?
It's very easy to put out too much information. You can, just by making a phone call, reveal information. A lot of 800 numbers, they record the calling number, for example. And there are automated ways of doing this. In the past, we didn't have the capability of collecting and storing as much information as there is now. And so people are often doing the same sort of things that they might have done 10 or 15 years ago, but the collectors, and this may be corporate collectors, not necessarily government ones, are able to amass large databases so that they can determine what you might want to buy next. And this information may not be what you really want other people to know.
Now, we can't go into great detail about what you and your colleagues will be talking about today on cyber, but it does play into the theme of Fleet Week, which is disaster control around the world and how that technology plays into it. Is that part of what you're looking at?
Well, the military depends a lot on communications, and the cyber communications is a large part of that. Our communications around the world require us to have ship-to-ship communications, ship-to-shore, ship-to-satellite, back to the United States types of communications. And so in the context of a disaster, you need to keep those communications up and going.
Well, we'd certainly like to thank everyone who participated in the Senior Leadership Seminar during Fleet Week. We'll be back with more Fleet Week activities right after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Inside NPS in San Francisco, California. Well, time now to board the USS Macon Island. While aboard the USS Macon Island, we had the privilege to meet and speak with the commanding officer, Captain Cedric Pringle, a native of Sumter, South Carolina. He graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in economics and received his commission via the NROTC from the University of South Carolina in 1986. He earned his master's degree in systems management and national security strategy from the Naval Postgraduate School and the Naval War College, respectively. Captain Pringle reported to the USS Macon Island as the executive officer in August of 2010 and took command as the ship's third commanding officer in February of 2012. We had the opportunity to tour the ship and participate in the Senior Leadership Seminar. Here's Captain Cedric Pringle.
Well, Macon Island is the eighth ship of the WASP-class LHDs. We're an amphibious assault ship, so we bring a lot of helo capabilities and vertical lift capability to the fight, as well as the possibility of using the well deck for LCACs and LCUs. That capability certainly works well in an HADR type mission where we have to provide humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. The thing that's different about Macon Island than the other sister ships in our class is that we have an electric propulsion drive system. A hybrid system actually allows us to save quite a bit of fuel. On our most recent deployment of 7 months, we were able to save $15 million of fuel over the course of that 7-month period just by using our electric drive at slower speeds. The other interesting thing about our ship is that we've got just a phenomenal, very talented crew who all just strive forward with the culture of excellence in mind.
Talk a little bit about the type of aircraft that come aboard and the capabilities of takeoffs and landings.
Well, the LHD has the opportunity to operate with just about any type of aircraft in the Navy's afloat aircraft inventory. We have MV-22s on board here for San Francisco Fleet Week. We also have Cobras. We also have 53s on board in the SX60. But we also have the opportunity to operate with Harriers should we see a need to do that as well. So very, very flexible air-capable platform.
Well, one of the big bottom lines of Fleet Week, of course, is disaster preparedness around the world and how the military fits into that big picture. And you have quite a medical facility. We had an opportunity to tour. Talk a little bit about that.
The medical facility on board the LHD class ships is probably the best medical facility afloat, right behind the USNS Mercy and Comfort, which are designed as hospital ships. Our capability certainly starts with the flight deck and being able to receive casualties back on board, our personnel that we need to assist, bring them back on board on the flight deck, bring them through flight deck triage, process them down to our medical capabilities. We have 6 operating rooms on board should we need to do that. Then we have another 15 15 beds in our ICU, intensive care room, and then another 40 beds or so in our primary ward. And we have an overflow capability of about 250 additional beds. So very, very robust medical capability.
We're proud to say that you're a Naval Postgraduate School alum.
Absolutely. And even in 2010, when we came up, had an opportunity to do an interview, the true irony of being a Naval Postgraduate School alum and being on the ship is that on my thesis, I actually worked on the Smart Gator concept. And part of that thesis talked about the machinery control system. That machinery control system is now used on board this ship. So although it's quite a few years removed, it's great to see the body of work that I did at the Naval Postgraduate School actually come to life in the shape of a ship here on board. So for any students that are toiling through the rigors of academia there at Naval Postgraduate School, my advice to them would be stick with it. It is certainly worth it, and nothing's better than being immersed in an academic environment and putting all of your time and effort into doing something worthy that could help influence the Navy in the future. So it is definitely worth it, and certainly proud to be a part of the Naval Postgraduate School Alumni Association.
Well, sir, congratulations, and thank you for your service, and thanks for hosting us aboard the Macon Island.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Well, we offer our sincerest thanks to Captain Pringle and the fine crew of the USS Macon Island for their courtesy during our stay. One of the other participants is very well known. Here's George Shultz, former Secretary of State. George Shultz is an economist and Republican presidential advisor, best known as the Secretary of State, who was sworn in on July 16, 1982, as the 60th U.S. Secretary of State and served until January 1989 under President Ronald Reagan. He graduated from Princeton in 1942 with an economics degree and served in combat operations in the Pacific as a United States Marine during World War II. Leaving the Corps as a major, he earned a PhD in industrial economics from MIT. He taught there and was a professor and dean at the University of Chicago from 1962 to 1968, and then a fellow at Stanford University's Center for Advanced Study in the Behavioral Sciences before serving as Secretary of Labor, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and Secretary of the Treasury under President Nixon. He returned to the private sector in 1974 and became president of the Bechtel Group, a San Francisco-based engineering and construction firm. He left his post there to replace Alexander Haig as Secretary of State in 1982. He served for the remainder of President Reagan's term and is credited with being the architect of the national security strategy that ended the Cold War. In January 1989, he rejoined Stanford University as the Jack Steele Parker Professor of International Economics at the Graduate School of Business and as a distinguished fellow at the Hoover Institution. We had the honor of speaking with him at the Senior Leadership Seminar aboard the USS Macon Island. Now, you've been, sir, in government service for many, many years, most of your life. What's your overview of today's U.S. military?
Well, our military is extraordinary. It's not just that they're the best in the world, they're just top-notch in every respect. And you know it immediately when you start talking to the people in the military. They're terrific people. And they're dedicated and professional. And you look around this ship at the equipment here, what they can do. So they've got the tools, we've got the people. That's all.
You are now at the Hoover Institute at Stanford. What kind of work are you doing these days?
Well, I work on the economy, ideas about the economy, and we write stuff about that. I work along with former Secretary of Defense Bill Perry, who's there, and Sam Nunn, who's a visiting fellow at the Hoover Institution, and Henry Kissinger, who will be a visiting fellow at the Hoover Institution. We work on how can we make the world safer in terms of nuclear weapons, eventually getting rid of them, the step-by-step process that we need to go through. I work on the subject of energy. I worry about problems of governance. I worry about how we make our diplomacy more effective. So I've got my hands full.
That's a big menu. I know that you'll be coming down to the Naval Postgraduate School in Monterey after the first of the year, and we're looking forward to your visit. And we're going to be having a discussion on energy. Can you give me a little preview about the kind of work and what that message will be to the Naval Postgraduate School?
Well, the Naval Postgraduate School has, among other things, a major program on the subject of energy. And we have a program as well. So we look forward to a fruitful collaboration between the two of us so both can benefit and learn. My own perspective on energy right now is that in the United States, we have a gigantic opportunity to change the energy picture drastically if we take advantage of our opportunities. And it's always a question. We have, more than any other time before, a very large scientific and engineering base of people in universities around the country. I know about Stanford and I know about MIT because I'm involved in both of those, where they're doing a lot of work on how you get better energy out of the sun, out of wind, how you convert cellulosic materials into energy, how you use different means of propulsion, how you work to see ways where you can use less energy to get the same job done, and so on. And these are long-run efforts that will pay off so that we can meet the three big things we have to do in energy. We have to think about our national security. Among other things, that means learning how to produce energy where you use it, so you don't have a big supply line. We have to think about our economy, which uses energy, vitally important. And we have to think about our environment, the air you breathe, the climate that we're creating, and doing something about it. So we're on the cusp of being able to do something about all of those things.
Well, we appreciate your fine work and your service to our country, sir, and around the globe. We look forward to seeing you at the Naval Postgraduate School.
Look forward to being there. Thank you.
Sir. Special thanks to Mr. Schultz for taking time to speak with us during the SLS, and we look forward to having him visit the Naval Postgraduate School just after the first of the year. Well, time now to board another ship. Here we are at the USS Spruance. Well, while at Fleet Week, we were privileged to meet Commander George Kessler, Jr., commanding officer of the USS Spruance. He's a native of Albany, Missouri. He entered the United States Naval Academy in 1991, graduated with a Bachelor's of Science degree, and was commissioned as an ensign in 1995. Commander Kessler holds a Master of Arts in National Security Affairs from the Naval Postgraduate School in Monterey. Here's Captain George Kessler.
USS Spruance was commissioned on October 1st of 2011. We're the newest Arleigh Burke class destroyer on the waterfront. We actually will maintain that distinction for about 6 more days when DDG 111 is replaced by 112 as the newest destroyer. We were commissioned in Key West, Florida. We are a Flight 2 Alpha variant of the Arleigh Burke destroyer, which means that we're able to carry helicopters on board. We have actual heel hangers. We're a multi-mission destroyer, which means we can deal with anti-air threats, we can deal with surface threats, we can deal with subsurface threats, and we can operate in maritime and interdiction operations. Fleet Week is so special in that we get an opportunity to share with the American public what their tax dollars have gone for. It gives us an opportunity to expose members of the United States that may not know or have a heritage with the Navy to what we do, what our sailors do, to help them recognize what their tax dollars have paid for, help them understand what missions we employ. The San Francisco Fleet Week has actually established a huge humanitarian assistance disaster relief component to its makeup. And so it's actually really neat in which the local agencies here in San Francisco and the Greater Bay Area can actually work with the government and specifically the United States Navy and the United States Marine Corps, and actually see what we bring to that mission and how we can help them accomplish what they need to do if a disaster did strike. So our crew is 282 people. It's roughly around 34 officers right now and 248 sailors. We have 19 countries represented. We have every state in the union represented. We're right now about 20% women on board, and come from all over and been together for about 2 years now through the pre-commissioning process and now into our first year of commission. I had a wonderful time at the Naval Postgraduate School. I actually went there for a National Security Affairs degree. My focus was on Central and Eastern Europe, and my thesis was on the Ukrainian Navy. But also I enjoyed the time just getting to know other shipmates, other officers, both from the United States Navy, but also from National Guard, the Army, the Air Force, and from foreign countries and ministries of defense. I also had the rare privilege of meeting my wife in Monterey. She was working at Pebble Beach. So for me, Monterey has a special place in my heart, has a special place in my family. I have 2 other siblings who have also received degrees from NPS. So love it there, would gladly go back in a heartbeat.
We also had the pleasure of participating in the parade of ships, being aboard the USS Spruance, as well as many other ships that passed beneath the Golden Gate and the Bay Bridges in San Francisco. In fact, here's a list of some of the other ships that participated. Well, stay with us. More to come from Fleet Week in San Francisco as we turn our attention to the Marina Green and the cruiser team from NPS right here on the Pentagon Channel. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Inside NPS. During Fleet Week, there was also a peer-to-peer medical exchange, which included a battlefield emergency medicine conference. We also viewed the landing of a landing craft air cushion, or LCAC. That was on Ocean Beach in San Francisco. We participated in a helicopter lift and saw a demonstration of static military medical capabilities. 2 days were focused on tours of the shock trauma platoon on the Marina Green to continue dialogue between civilian and military medical professionals. The public had the opportunity to see the new technology, including the team from NPS showcasing our consortium for robotics and unmanned systems education and research, or CRUISR.
CRUISR is a Secretary of the Navy initiative to align disparate efforts in unmanned systems technology. Unmanned systems and technology is changing so quickly and growing, and there are so many different efforts at so many different, not only DoD commands, but in industry and academia that could benefit from aligning and sharing resources, sharing information. And CRUISR, our primary mission is to develop that community of interest. At Fleet Week here, we have talked to a wide variety of people. A lot of people just coming to ask, what is Naval Postgraduate School? What do we do? So it's provided us the opportunity to really share what goes on at Naval Postgraduate School, who we serve, and we've had a lot of young sailors come and ask us, here's where I am in my career, how do I get to where you are? What do you suggest my next steps are? So it's been really great to have some students here to help them navigate where they are and how to get to Naval Postgraduate School.
It's Commander Jeff Hink. I'm currently on faculty at NPS. I'm a prior student. I graduated in 2007 from the Ops Research School. Liked my time, enjoyed the curriculum there, and tried to line myself up for a staff job, and it worked out. And I just returned to NPS last month as a military faculty. This is Fleet Week here, so this is the Navy's chance to talk to or engage with the public on the activities within the armed services, let them know about opportunities such as the postgraduate school for folks who are already in the service, tell them about the benefit of those degrees and what those degrees bring to the Department of Defense and to the nation for keeping our officer corps educated and engaged in current topics and research areas. We talk with a lot of younger folks who are they're here to take a look at the Navy demonstrator next door here, but they also come over and take a look at some of the remote control planes and gliders that we have. They're fascinated by those. They're asking a lot of interesting questions about how they work, what we use those for. We explained to them that many of those are affiliated with the CRUISR project, which is involved in researching unmanned systems, and it's an engagement opportunity for us to tell them about those opportunities for research and education. Talk about how unmanned systems are being researched within the armed services for possible missions and employment overseas. And the vehicles that we have here to talk about are used for basic level research. We have PhD faculty and military students using them to explore different concepts of operations and different ways of using them to achieve military objectives. So that's pretty interesting. And of course, the kids just like to come up and tweak the fins on the planes and take a look at the propeller and talk about how it works and how it communicates with either a phone or a computer and what kind of interesting things you can do with them. I did spend 2 years here in a graduate program several years ago. It was a challenging program. I went through the operations research curriculum, which is a lot of computer simulation, data analysis, those type of things, which really advanced my education personally, and it allowed me to be a more effective officer in some follow-on jobs and perform some analysis work for the Navy. So the education was great. I enjoyed my time. It was quite challenging.
And last but not least, of course, is the air show. The ever-popular air show, featuring the Blue Angels under beautiful sunny skies. The Angels were established in 1946 by order of Chester W. Nimitz, the Chief of Naval Operations. They performed at Craig Field in Jacksonville, Florida for the very first time that year and continue to be a crowd favorite today with a maximum speed of just under Mach 2 or about 1,400 miles an hour. Other exciting aircraft featured were the F-22 Raptor, the new Air Force fighter aircraft. The F-22 is a critical component of the Global Strike Task Force. It's designed to project air dominance rapidly and at great distances. The F-22 cannot be matched by any known or projected fighter aircraft. United Airlines flew one of the largest commercial aircraft in operation at slow speed for a real bird's eye view of the bay. There was an amazing aerobatic display by Lucas. Better hold on to your hat for this one and fasten your seatbelt. This is definitely an A-ticket ride. And finally, our friends to the north, the Canadians, joined in with both ships and aircraft. The CF-18 demonstration team personifies the excellence required to keep the Royal Canadian Air Force among the best aviation organizations on the planet. The air show was another success. Well, before we leave you with this episode, if you'd like to follow activities or learn more about the Naval Postgraduate School using social media, here's how. You know, you can get the latest news and information on the Naval Postgraduate School as it happens through the university's official Twitter site. Follow NPS and stay connected and stay informed at twitter.com/NPS Monterey. Well, that's it for this edition of Inside the Naval Postgraduate School, on location in San Francisco at the 31st Annual Fleet Week Activity Celebration. Thanks for joining us. We'll look for you next time at SPAWAR in San Diego on Inside NPS here on the Pentagon Channel. Bye-bye, everyone.
There's a lot of reasons that we do Mountain Fest. Mountain Fest is a week-long series of events. As are going on right now here at the softball fields, we've got sporting events. It's an opportunity for units to compete against other units to ultimately try to win the Commander's Cup.
Mountain Fest is more like coming together as a team, you know, just competing with each other and other units to be successful, you know, learning new people, not knowing who they are, bonding together through sports is a pretty dope thing to have.
This is a big year. It's the 80th anniversary of our assault on Riva Ridge. It's the 40th anniversary of the 10th Mountain Division standing up at Fort Drum, New York. And ultimately, you know, just 2 weekends ago, we celebrated the Army's 250th birthday. So all of that culminating in a week-long series of events.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this edition of Inside the Naval Postgraduate School. From the beautiful Rose Garden here on the campus of NPS in Monterey, California, I'm your host, Alan Richmond, right here on the Pentagon Channel. Thanks for joining us. Well, coming up in this episode of Inside NPS, we'll look at the Joint Interagency Field Exploration down at Camp Roberts, California. We'll look at off-road cart research and a new UAV called Puma. We'll also visit with an EOD officer who happens to be an NPS student on explosive remnants of war collection points. First, we all know we live in a world, of course, of acronyms, and JIFX is just but yet another of them, JIFX. Aha, what does it mean, you ask? Well, we're on the road again and out in the field with Ray Bittner from NPS to find out. Welcome to JIFX.
Yeah, JIFX is Joint Interagency Field Exploration, and it's the result of a research proposal we provided to the Office of Secretary of Defense, AT&L, suggesting that we take the successful TNT program that we conduct for the special operations community, take that same model that has been going on since 2002 here at the Naval Postgraduate School, and adjust that to the needs not only of the special operations community, but the joint warfighter and the interagency community that supports our combatant commanders around the globe.
Well, as in many cases, it's all about collaboration. Who comes to JIFX and who's involved?
So the main leads out here at JIFX and the folks that OSD sponsors us to support are the combatant commander S&T representatives. So the combatant commanders around the globe, the U.S. has geographical combat commanders, Central Command, which are the folks who are fighting the current wars, Pacific Command, which with our pivot to the Pacific Theater, their vast AOR covering the largest percentage of the globe of any of the combatant commanders is supported by our work here. At home, NORTHCOM is out here looking for ways they can better protect the homeland as their mission, and a few regions in the Caribbean basin that fall under their responsibility. So we're really reaching out to provide an integrating mechanism, if you will, where they can come and see a lot of exploration, a lot of technologies. There's more than 50 experiments right now. We've got more than 70 companies and other non-federal agencies. So we put this mix together just like we were successful with TNT for those combatant commanders so they can get a very rich understanding of where capability might take them. And those technology providers can understand the requirements that those combatant commanders have. So if we can shorten that gap, we'll have more effective, lower risk acquisition eventually and get better things to those warfighters and first responder warfighters more quickly and more efficiently.
So really, as in many cases with research at NPS, it's about collaboration and communication, isn't it?
It's interesting that many of these companies are technology and collaboration companies from a technological perspective, but there aren't many events that allow them to collaborate to this level with the technology and about the technology. You know, a trade show or a straight demonstration doesn't allow them to take things in the field in 100-degree temperatures as we have now, and work with 6 other companies that have capabilities that enhance their technology. And we've had great examples out here this time from big companies like Boeing and Lockheed Martin working together to little companies that, you know, have 5, 10 people, all sharing technology, working together to solve each other's problems.
And the bottom line is it really supports national security and focuses on solutions for the warfighter, right?
The environment we create out here is intensely collaborative. So folks have to be free to explore or play with new concepts and new ideas. And as we try to do that, the warfighter in this case sometimes is that National Guardsman, sometimes it's the firefighter or the Emergency Operations Center person.
Well, as always, special thanks to NPS Professor Ray Bittner and to all the researchers who do such important work in the field in support of the warfighter. Well, stay with us. Coming up after the break, we'll look at explosive remnants of war collection points with an NPS EOD officer. Stay with us. Well, while we were on the road down at Camp Roberts, California in the field, we happened upon an NPS EOD officer by the name of Luke Cummings. And Luke has a project called Explosive Remnants of War Collection Points, and it's certainly in support of the warfighter.
I am Lieutenant Deward Cummings. I am currently finishing my research for my Explosive Remnants of War Collection Point project here at the Naval Postgraduate School under the Defense Analysis, Special Operations, Irregular Warfare curriculum.
Well, Lieutenant, we always like to follow our NPS alum, and I'm wondering if you can start off by telling us a little bit about the time you were at the Naval Postgraduate School.
Coming to MPS was actually a unique opportunity for me because I'm an EOD officer. Getting into defense analysis and doing the special operations irregular warfare curriculum was great. It just fits so well into what we do in the field, you know, on a daily basis, which is beyond the scope of the normal special forces guys that go through the program. And it gave me a great opportunity to take a problem set that I had when I was out operating to an academic environment and look at it through that lens, find a solution for it, and then get it back out to the field as quick as I could.
So can you describe your project and your thesis work for us?
So anywhere in the world that there has been conflict, there is something left over from that conflict. And in a generalized term, it's called explosive remnants of war. That's bullets laying on the ground, anti-personnel mines, mortars, RPGs, anything you can think of, small arms, light weapons, anti-personnel mines, land mines, anti-tank mines, that whole spectrum of ordnance is all left over somewhere, whether it's in an active weapons cache or it's pulled off of an IED after the IED has been disrupted. That's all considered explosive remnants of war. It's all a hazard, is what it boils down to. And when I was operating in the field, I did quite a bit. I did some humanitarian demining missions. I'm an EOD guy, so by trade, it is my job to dispose of ERW when we find it, when we're called to it. So I've done it for many years, and I kept running into a common theme. Finding it is not the issue. That happens inadvertently every day, unfortunately, a lot of times. What the problem is finding a way to quickly dispose of it. It'd be great if we could go all over the world and simultaneously dispose of all the ERW, but that's just not realistic. So once something is found, it has to be stored while it waits for disposal. That's where the issue is. There was a capabilities gap to basically collect and store small amounts of ERW, and the optimal situation would be don't touch it. And that's what you preach as an EOD guy, as a humanitarian deminer. Don't touch it, mark it, report it, we'll come take care of it later. That's where the other capabilities gap comes from. We can't do that all the time. And that local farmer, whoever's trying to utilize that piece of land or that area, simply can't wait weeks or months or even days for us to come out, or that local authority to come out and try to dispose of it for him. So as much as we would like him not to, they're going to pick it up and they're going to move it. And I'd much rather have them pick it up and move it to a known collection point than walk up to the village elder or a uniformed security personnel, whatever the case is, and say, here's a piece of ordnance, please take care of this for me. That's the worst case scenario. So if these guys are going to pick it up, which the reality is that they do, as much as we would like them not to, they're going to pick it up. If they're going to pick it up, they need to be able to store it somewhere and secure it so it doesn't become a precursor, or basically what it does is it enters the IED cycle. It starts to become part of the IED process, or it sits out in the open and continues to degrade and becomes more and more sensitive as it's exposed to the elements.
I'm wondering if you can tell us step by step the process of how you actually build this device.
So the process has to be simple. In order for it to be adopted and implemented and used by that local population, it needs to be as easy as it can be. Nobody likes to do extra work. So you begin with clearing a nice level spot, and then you essentially are building a core and then a shell around that core with a reinforcement of some kind in the middle. And it's a really simple process. You're using fiber reinforced material. So the acquisition of the material, that's all pre-hand. You know, you do that before you get to building your structure. But the methodology is the same regardless of what you're using, whether you're using tires as your reinforcement or bamboo or just plain sticks, woven sticks together. Whatever that local population has used for centuries to build whatever structures they have, you're essentially reinforcing that with fiber reinforced concrete. And you're doing it in a cylinder. That's really all you're doing. There's a placement method that's no different than building an adobe wall, where you build 6 to 8 inch layers at a time. As you go up, you let it sit for a couple of hours, come back, build another layer, come back, build another layer, and it just goes up. And when you get to the right height, you stop. And then there's a poured method, which you see gets the nice smooth sides. But this one that we're looking at right here, that was built level by level, and then the outside was just smoothed off. And inside this one is just hemp net. So you build your core level by level, and then you wrap it in your reinforcement, which in this case is hemp net or jute netting. And then you seal all that up with another layer, and then you cap it off with a lid that's made in the same design. So once you get the structure up, you let it set and you let it cure. And as soon as it is cured, depending on your weather conditions, it's ready for ordnance to go in it, or ERW to go in it right away.
Well, yesterday was certainly a big day with the demonstration that you provided to a pretty big audience, and a lot of the COCOMs were here to witness this. How were you feeling about that?
Well, I was obviously very nervous because I was hoping everything was going to work well.
Burn a hole! Burn a hole! Burn a hole!
And it could not have gone better. It absolutely went as good as it could have gone. We hit all of our design requirements, and the parameters were all met. And it's great that it happened in front of everybody. And that's why we're here. That's what GIFX is for, and that's what NPS puts on events like this is for, is to bring those folks who normally wouldn't have the opportunity to see this and not necessarily be involved in all the research and the development and that process. They get to come see the end product, and if they like what they see, they have the authority to say, implement this as quick as we can.
How do you feel knowing that this technology and your project, the end result of your project, is actually going to be going back to the front line in support of the warfighter, in many cases, first responders?
And not so much the guys, but it's the indigenous populations that the guys are out there trying to help. Those regions that are trying to stabilize, but they can't for a whole slew of reasons. But one of the variables is, if you've got a minefield, you can't plant your crop, as an example. And with the demining efforts and a lot of that stuff, there simply isn't the full spectrum of, okay, we can dispose of this stuff immediately and get the process going. There's a whole slew of variables that are really hard to get into, in this venue. But essentially what this is doing is it's providing an interim solution, that it's filling that capabilities gap that existed. And if we can get that done, then it's been a success.
Well, it's a pretty unique story and situation, having been on the front lines and then back to an academic environment, solve the problem, and then take it back to the front lines again. I'm just wondering, what's the way ahead? What's the next step?
Venues just like GIFX. It's anybody who's been involved with acquisitions or the approval process of getting anything out in the field understands how difficult it is. For me to come from the field to NPS, do my research, do my thesis, and then have the opportunity to stay on and go after and do what I'm doing now, which is essentially fielding it. And GIFX provides that platform for the COCOMs to come look at what we're doing. Other international aid organizations, all the people that need to be involved in helping to resolve the ERW problem, they can come here, they can see this solution firsthand, and the turnaround is incredible. It's going to be 24 months from me coming from the field with a problem, finding a solution, and then getting that solution out to the guys, out to the warfighters within 24 months is pretty impressive. And that's all part of the NPS process.
Well, as you know by now, NPS collaborates with many different agencies and institutions, and one of them happens to be Lawrence Livermore National Lab. Here's Dr. Lorenz.
At the High Explosives Application Facility, we develop explosives and explosives formulation for the National Nuclear Mission of the stockpile, and we also develop explosives for work for others. For example, under Memorandum of Understanding for the Department of Defense. It's been in existence, the High Explosives Application Facility, for about 20 years. So it's a new facility, cutting edge for the nation. This work is in cooperation with the Naval Postgraduate School to develop an explosives remnants of war containment capability. It's a new kind of work for us because it's having to do with blast effects, non-traditional explosives work. We generally deal with ideal high explosives work. This is a little bit different in terms of mitigating blast in a very non-traditional environment. But NPS came to us asking about some help, and we have some capabilities at the High Explosives Application Facility, cutting edge diagnostics, high-speed cameras, blast gauges, contained firing facilities, a lot of things that are not typically available at other places around the country. So they came to us and we were very happy to help them. The partnership is fantastic. It's a long-standing partnership. The work comes and goes. There's a lot of different projects that come about every year. This is a new project and we welcome it because it's got such impact for our forces around the world. And it was particularly interesting when it was presented to us, and it was a new kind of project, so we could study blast effects, and it's new work for us. We're always learning at the High Explosive Application Facility, so when a new project comes along, it excites the workers, it excites the investigators, and it benefits our partners at NPS.
Well, we'd like to thank everybody who is involved in this very important supportive project of the warfighter down at Camp Roberts. Well, coming up next, research into Puma. You'll not want to miss that. Also, you know, you can get the latest news and information on the Naval Postgraduate School as it happens through the university's official Twitter site. Follow NPS and stay connected and stay informed at twitter.com/NPS Monterey. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the show. Well, UAVs play a huge role in supporting the warfighter. And while we were at Camp Roberts, we got an update on Puma with Martin Cowley.
So the Puma is a UAV system manufactured by AV. It's the largest of our family of UAVs that are small, portable, rugged, and hand launchable. So the Puma is approximately 10-foot wingspan, weighs 13 pounds, and can fly for just over 2 hours. The normal payload that a Puma carries is a camera payload. It carries an EO camera, an IR camera, and a laser illuminator. And this is a gimbaled camera, so it can look around in all directions during flight. For this particular exercise today, we have installed an additional modular payload, which is a communication relay, so that it will allow dispersed ground forces with handheld radios that may no longer be in contact because of terrain features or because of distance. They're no longer in connectivity. If we put the Puma up with a communication relay, it will reestablish link for them. We've done this on many occasions over the last couple of years on military frequencies, and this time at the relief exercise, this is the first time that we've used the civilian emergency response first responder band of radio frequencies.
Boeing also plays a role with Puma.
We have come to a TNT event here before with a unit that was programmed for military frequencies, and that unit went directly from TNT of May of 2011 into theater. It's been there for 14 months, supporting active evaluation and actual missions. They are never going to send it back, is the word that we've got. So we produced more military units, but this particular unit is modified to work with civil frequencies to provide connectivity for handheld radios for first responders and emergency where they don't have connectivity because of hills and urban structures and things like that. So the UAV is a tremendous small tactical UAV that can be deployed practically out of a trunk is a tremendous asset because it's like being able to launch your own personal satellite and putting a communication relay in it, but for instantaneous use and whether it's military or civilian use.
Well, from UAVs, time to do a little off-roading. Come on along.
Well, we're part of the JIWC, the Joint Information Operational Warfare Center, and our branch is the JIWC Vulnerability Assessment Branch. And what we are doing, we're funded to test the vulnerabilities of systems and act as a red team. So we stress the system, let the vendor know what their issues might be so that they can fix those problems in the development process to avoid costs, mitigations to the warfighter, et cetera, et cetera. This is one of our platforms. We have several here on site with us, and it has the capability right now to provide or simulate system-on-system interference. It's more mobile, but we can suite out any of our equipment with the rack here, so it can be used for other things as well. Inside, we have several RF amplifiers and signal generators to create our own signal and boost the power. And we hook them up to the antennas, and depending on the frequency range, we'll transmit that signal towards the intended target. There's also a spectrum analyzer in there to monitor the RF spectrum, and then once we locate it, then we'll hook up the SIGGEN and the amplifiers. We modified it and put over, it's a commercially available piece of gear, but we made our modifications, all the back stuff, added about a little over 1,000 pounds with modifications and equipment. And those 2K Honda generators power everything on there. Basically, it's used as a test vehicle for equipment, and it's been in operation about 2 years now. And we can go anywhere. We've operated on the sand. We've operated up the mountains over here in Camp Roberts. Basically, a more mobile platform that our bigger 450, our bigger instrumentation vehicles can't get to emulate that. Mobile red team adversary.
Well, Justin, thanks very much for that off-road adventure. Well, coming up next, it's the NPS Spotlight. And this time, it falls on distinguished NPS professor, Dr. Nancy Hagel, who was recently awarded a Fulbright Scholar Award for research and lecturing for her work in near-field scanning optical microscopy. Her work will take her to Hebrew University in Israel, where she'll have the opportunity to work and learn from the head of the Department of Applied Sciences, Professor Aaron Lewis, a world-renowned expert and a pioneer in near-field imaging techniques. Congratulations to Dr. Nancy Hagel. Well, as we close the show today, we want to thank you for joining in NPS history. McNitt passed away peacefully on Sunday, August 12th at his home in Annapolis, Maryland. He was 97. McNitt served as superintendent of the Naval Postgraduate School from 1967 to 1971. He completed a detailed program of study in physics and ordnance engineering at NPS before finalizing requirements for Master of Science degree in mechanical engineering from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. After a year aboard the heavy cruiser Chicago and 3 years as chief engineer of the destroyer Rhind, McNitt completed 5 successful World War II war patrols as executive officer of the submarine Barb, receiving 2 Silver Star medals. Upon completing his studies at NPS and MIT, he served as gunnery officer in the aircraft carrier Midway and helped design the Navy's first underwater atomic weapon at the Naval Ordnance Laboratory. McNitt is credited for inspiring many young men and women throughout his naval career, including a Southern California high school student named Mike Mullen, who would become the first NPS alumnus to serve as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and acknowledged McNitt's role of his success during his induction speech into the NPS Hall of Fame. Admiral James D. Watkins passed away on Thursday, July 26th at his home in Virginia at the age of 85. A 1958 mechanical engineering graduate of the Naval Postgraduate School, Watkins went on to become Chief of Naval Operations, Secretary of Energy, and later a member of the university's Hall of Fame. Following a highly decorated 37-year naval career, Watkins was asked by then-President Ronald Reagan to lead the embattled Presidential Commission on AIDS in 1987, for which he was widely praised. He also served as Secretary of Energy under President George H.W. Bush and is considered one of NPS's most notable alumni. On the heels of decades of service to the Navy, Watkins found a new passion in our world's oceans. He served as chairman of the Commission on Ocean Policy and was deeply committed to advancing fishing and anti-pollution regulations and decreasing dependence on foreign oil. His memory lives on in the halls of the Naval Postgraduate School and in Watkins Hall, the building named in his honor. Thanks for joining us for this edition of Inside NPS. From Monterey, California, I'm your host, Alan Richmond. We'll see you next time.
Oh my gosh. Hey babe, just want to let you know I just finished up game night at the bar and I'll be home in like 15 to 20 minutes.
Are you sure you're okay to drive, babes? Do you want me to come pick you up?
Yeah, I didn't drink tonight, babe. I'm just tired, so I'm good to drive. I'll be home in a bit, all right?
If it becomes necessary to upgrade or modify your home or vehicle as a result of a service-connected disability, you may be wondering how you're going to pay for it. After all, these types of upgrades or modifications can get expensive. Fortunately, the VA offers several programs that might be able to help, both for housing and vehicles. First, let's talk about housing grants. The two big programs here are the Specially Adapted Housing Grant and the Special Housing Adaptation Grant. Both are available for service members and veterans who are looking to buy, build, or upgrade a home to accommodate their disability. Each grant has its own qualification criteria, application process, and maximum payout amount, with the Specially Adapted Housing Grant offering the most assistance. The third grant we'll mention today is the Temporary Residence Adaptation Grant. This grant is for those who qualify for at least one of the grants we just covered and who are temporarily living in a family member's home that requires modifications to meet their needs. As the name implies, this grant provides funds for these modifications. To learn more about each of these grants, including how to apply for them, visit the website shown on the screen. One quick related item. If you currently live in base housing or plan to, be sure to check with your base housing office to address any specific housing needs you may have. Now, let's briefly talk about vehicles. Having a vehicle that accommodates your disability is obviously important, and the VA offers programs to help here as well. For those who qualify, there is a grant program to help with the purchase of a specially equipped vehicle, and there are other grants available to help offset the costs of adaptive equipment that may be needed. The website on the screen contains more information on these programs. So that's it for our discussion of housing and transportation needs in the case of a service-connected disability. Now, let's move on to our next topic.
Ready to go. Ready to go.
Welcome to Tour of Duty at Nellis Air Force Base, Nevada. I'm Tech Sergeant Dan Duncan.
And I'm Senior Airman Alana Ingram. In the next 30 minutes, we're going to show you why Nellis Air Force Base is such a great place to live, work, and play.
From unique base missions to housing and recreation, we'll show you why Nellis should be at the top of your gotta go there list when Tour of Duty returns.
Ready to go.
Welcome back to Tour of Duty. Nellis Air Force Base earned its name in memory of Lieutenant William H. Nellis, a P-47 combat pilot who lost his life during an airstrike against a German counteroffensive near Bastogne, Belgium during the Battle of the Bulge. His legacy lives on today. More than just the center of excellence within the Air Force and a beautiful place to live, work, and play, this is the home of the future Air and Space Warriors.
Nellis is probably best known as the home of the fighter pilot and the Thunderbirds, but we'd like to start your tour with a facility that caters to the smallest members of Team Nellis, kids.
The Nellis Child Development Center has a friendly and dedicated staff and flexible hours to meet the challenging schedule of today's warfighters.
I really love here in Nellis. It's a very structured program. Our curriculum is awesome. It teaches our kids a lot of cognitive skills, social skills. It's very sociable, so I like doing kindergarten here in Nellis.
We host the largest Army Air Force base exchange in the United States.
The things that I like about the BX at Nellis is the prices, for one. They don't price gouge you. They make it easier for the people in uniform to actually get a fair price, especially in Las Vegas, because it is so expensive to live here. You get a fair deal, and you get the same quality stuff that you get on the outside, but at a better price.
We've also expanded our commissary to rival any grocery store off base.
It's the biggest commissary I've ever seen compared to all other Air Force bases or any other base, in fact. Big selection of produce. And for myself, I'm Asian, so got a lot of Asian selections too in one aisle.
I like the commissary because it's really convenient. I mean, you can walk in and get what you need, and then you can just like get in line and it doesn't take long. I mean, you go off base and it takes forever, literally. And you can pretty much find everything you need for like home ingredients and everything.
I think it's nice because there's a different variety of foods here, so you can just get whatever you need and get through the lines.
When our community has health needs, they visit the Michael O'Callaghan Federal Hospital. It's not only the second largest medical facility in Air Combat Command, it's one of only 10 Veterans Affairs military joint ventures ever created. With over 1,300 devoted employees, the facility offers more than 55 medical subspecialties. This joint partnership meets the medical dental needs of Nellis personnel and members in the local area.
The Air Expeditionary Force is alive and well at Nellis. And to keep our Air and Space Warriors fit to fight, Runner's World was created. A 1.5 mile serpentine track with a rubberized surface to minimize impact on your knees, back, and shins. When the weather heats up, the track is well lit for nighttime running. Or you can visit the fully equipped air-conditioned gym, open 24 hours to meet everyone's fitness needs.
The fitness center at Nellis is a great place because it's open 24 hours and it has a variety of equipment available. It's friendly, it's clean, it's just a great place to work out.
I like the Nellis Fitness Center because the weights, they offer a lot of free weights there. I like the cardio room because it's got an ample supply of machines to work on, and they have a racquetball, and they're open at good times, so you can go any schedule. And it's one of the better facilities that I've been to in my Air Force career.
After a long day outdoors, you can kick back and relax in one of the 1,278 2-, 3-, and 4-bedroom homes located in 2 areas, Nellis Terrace and Manch Manor. Unaccompanied airmen also have spacious housing. Nellis provides 16 enlisted dormitories accommodating nearly 1,300 enlisted. The facilities are centrally located and provide a comfortable home for Nellis's single community. All have spacious day rooms, laundry facilities, parking, and ample storage space. Some are equipped with individual bathrooms, along with outdoor entertainment and barbecue areas.
Ready to go.
The stage for winning the air battle is Nellis Air Force Base, home to advanced fighter pilot training and combat tactics. Beginning in 1940, Nellis grew its roots out of a company known as Western Air Express, a burgeoning airline that operated regular airmail and passenger service between Los Angeles and Salt Lake City. While scouting locations for bombing and aerial gunner training, the Army Air Corps discovered Western Air Express and quickly began joint usage of the runway and facility. With the outbreak of World War II, the demand for aerial gunner, rocketry, and dive bomber training grew, transforming the little airfield into a cornerstone of aviation research and experimentation, resulting in better combat Air Force tactics and training.
As the Air Force entered the jet age, airplanes and munitions became more complex and sophisticated, demanding greater airspace to operate in freely and test safely. With changing air battle threats, this evolution of technology and tactics continues today and forms the foundation of the U.S. Air Force Warfare Center, the center of excellence in managing advanced pilot training and tactics development for the combat air forces. Under Air Combat Command, the center has blossomed into several dynamic organizations. The 57th Wing, the largest composite wing in the Air Force, with 12 different weapon systems and over 130 aircraft, is home to many unique missions.
The United States Air Force Weapons School teaches graduate-level weapons instructor courses, which provide the world's most advanced training in weapons and tactics employment to officers of the combat air forces. Students perfect delivery of air and space power. Red Flag, where American and Allied forces can practice against the latest threat systems in the most realistic air combat training environment in the world. The Air Ground Operations School teaches how to integrate air and ground forces through training and realistic battle exercises at the National Training Center, Fort Irwin, California. They also conduct close air support exercises out of Barksdale Air Force Base in support of the Army's Joint Readiness Training Center at Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Distinctive missions are not uncommon at Nellis Air Force Base. Combat search and rescue provided by the 66th Rescue and the 58th Pararescue Squadrons are responsible for worldwide combat rescue in support of our air forces. They also provide rescue support over the Nellis Range Complex and backup rescue for civilian agencies in the local area and greater southwestern United States. The 11th, 15th, and 17th Reconnaissance Squadrons provide unmanned aerial reconnaissance, surveillance, and target acquisitions, target prosecution, and produce near real-time multi-sensor imagery and intelligence and battle damage assessment for our warfighters.
The Thunderbirds are our ambassadors in blue. They fly precision aerial maneuvers to exhibit the capabilities of modern high-performance aircraft and the high degree of professional skills required to operate these aircraft in a precise aerial demonstration. They have thrilled audiences around the world for the past 50 years. The 53rd Test and Evaluation Group is the focal point for the Combat Air Force in electronic combat, armament and avionics, chemical defense, reconnaissance, command and control, and aircrew training devices. Although the 53rd Wing is home based out of Florida and has 17 different locations around the United States, their Test and Evaluation Group is located here at Nellis. In addition to all the aircraft they fly, they're working hard to bring the FA-22 Raptor into full operation.
The 98th Range Wing manages the Nevada Test and Training Range. Stretching over 3 million acres, more than 12,000 square miles of airspace, and encompassing 2 airfields. This is where our operational combat air forces come to hone their combat skills, using advanced composite force training, testing, and tactics. More than 55% of all Air Force munitions are released across the Nevada Test and Training Range. And more than 75% of all munitions dropped in the continental United States are dropped here. Without this range and its more than 1,600 realistic targets, realistic array of air defense systems, and its complex and robust data collection and processing, the Air Force would not be able to train its warfighters on how we fight. We fight the way we train, to win wars for America.
Ancestors of 17 contemporary tribes once occupied the land that is now the Nevada Test and Training Range. Working with Native Americans and archaeologists, we're protecting their ancestral habitation and sacred properties. In fact, only 5% of the land is disturbed by range activities. The foundation for supporting these dynamic and varied missions lies in the capable hands of the men and women of the 99th Air Base Wing. It's the home of the Ground Combat Training Squadron, responsible for warrior skills training of Air Combat Command security forces in desert warfare combat operations. The Nevada Test and Training Range is the only Air Force location in the United States that our security forces can fire their complete inventory, small arms to heavy weaponry, at full distance. Additionally, Creech Air Force Base provides an ideal environment to practice combat tactics in an operational airbase environment.
Ready to go.
Nellis ensures that those who perform these missions are well taken care of. From services to assistance, every need is met. Nellis Air Force Base marches to an intense operational tempo while serving as a flagship of challenging missions.
Nellis is ACC's largest base. Flying Wing. The 99th is the largest air base wing. We have the largest mission support group and security forces group here at Nellis. We support ACC's largest equipment maintenance squadron, aircraft maintenance squadron, operations support squadron, civil engineer squadron, and logistics readiness squadron. Nellis also manages ACC's largest supply account.
Ready to go.
The size of a small city, employing nearly 11,000 permanent party personnel, Nellis also supports over 55,000 flight missions and 400,000 visitors annually. Between military and civilian payrolls, retirees visiting and living here, TDY visitors and contracting awards, Nellis pumps an amazing $1 billion into the Las Vegas economy. But despite the intense operations tempo, there's time to enjoy parts of Nevada that are just a short drive from the base.
10 miles from Nellis is the 24-hour entertainment capital of the world. Between eye-catching sights and shows, there's plenty to see and do.
more to Nevada than just casinos. For people who love the great outdoors, there's plenty to do, just a short drive from the base.
Mount Charleston offers excellent skiing and snowboarding. If you prefer your ski surface a bit wetter, beautiful Lake Mead may be just the ride you're looking for. Spectacular views is what you'll find in the Valley of Fire, along with many vertical challenges for climbing enthusiasts. Hoover Dam is an ideal place to stand back and marvel at man's ingenuity. Red Rock is the perfect getaway to see many of the desert's unique animals. The Las Vegas Motor Speedway, located directly across the highway from Nellis, hosts Busch and NASCAR racing. If you're feeling the need for speed, you can hit the Speedway Oval yourself, courtesy of the Richard Petty driving experience.
There are just as many activities on base as there are off base.
Besides our two 18-hole golf courses, if you enjoy the great outdoors, Nevada has many breathtaking and diverse activities for everyone within an hour or two of the base.
If you don't have your own equipment to do all these wonderful activities, don't worry. The Nellis Outdoor Rec Center is here to make sure you don't miss out on any of the fun.
We've got kayaks for paddlecraft. We've got 14 canoes, 3 tandem kayaks, 3 single kayaks, and 2 sit-on-top kayaks, like you can see here, as well as a large number of fishing boats. We have bass trackers, 3 of those, 4 crestliners, and 4 aluminum boats, aluminum craft, and 1 pontoon boat. So we're very well equipped to take care of the fishermen or the person that just wants to putt around out on the lake.
During the past 30 minutes, we've shown you just some of the many diverse and one-of-a-kind missions accomplished here every day at Nellis, from testing new air and space platforms like the Predator and FA-22 to supporting the global war on terror.
And we've given you just a glimpse of the many outdoor activities you can enjoy during the 300-plus cloudless days a year here in the Las Vegas Valley.
So now that you've seen what our base has to offer, we invite each of you to join Team Nellis, home of the fighter pilot, and so much more.
Thanks for watching Tour of Duty.
Right here on the Pentagon Channel.
Ready to go. Ready to go.
A promotion is a great time to celebrate your professional achievements and successes. It's also not a bad time to figure out the next step in your career. Think about it. You have a reliable job and paycheck, so why not explore ways to further develop yourself professionally? And guess what? The Department of Defense agrees. Check out the DoD Career Ready portal listed below and prepare your career for transition from the military to the civilian sector. Here's what you need to know. There are 3 Career Ready programs offered through the Department of Defense that can help you grow in your profession and increase your earning potential. First up, the United Services Military Apprenticeship Program offers opportunities to enhance your skills and expand your post-service career options. Take your career into your own hands and consider registering for an apprenticeship related to your MOS. You can even earn a U.S. Department of Labor Certificate of Completion for programs you complete. These certificates are nationally recognized and can be an advantage in getting a better job in the future. Visit the United Services Military Apprenticeship Program website shown below to identify and register for apprenticeships, track progress, and report completion. Next, the Credentialing Opportunities Online Program, or COOL for short, can help you determine if your military experience translates into a civilian credential. Think about all the training, education, and experience you've received throughout your military career. The COOL program has mapped over 1,700 civilian licenses and certificates to military skills, and that number increases all the time. To learn more about this helpful program, visit the website shown below. And finally, the Tuition Assistance Program may provide you with support to further your education. As they say, learn more, earn more. So consider taking advantage of the tuition assistance to earn an associate, bachelor's, or even graduate degree. For more information about this valuable program, visit the website shown below. So that's it. Invest in yourself today to prepare for more career options and opportunities tomorrow.
Leaders, I want to emphasize the importance of supporting emergency essential employees and volunteer civilians to deploy, even when it presents short-term challenges to your units. And while losing a team member, even temporarily, may require adjustments, the long-term benefits for both the Army and the individual are immeasurable. Deployment gives our civilians a rare opportunity to serve alongside soldiers in combat and in the field. These experiences build stronger, more capable teammates who return with a renewed sense of purpose, expanded skills, and a better appreciation for the mission we all share. When our civilians deploy, they become force multipliers. Not only do they provide critical support, they contribute directly to the operational success and national defense. So I urge you to consider the larger Army mission and allow your emergency essential employees and volunteer civilians to deploy. They are a critical part of achieving peace through credible strength and deterrence. This will defend.
Whether this is your first deployment or your 10th, it's important to have a solid financial plan in place before you leave. To help with that, here are 3 financial planning tips to set you up for success. Tip number 1, know your income and expenses. This is all about really knowing your current income and expenses, as well as what might change because of your deployment. For instance, here's a list of some potential income changes you might experience. Will you be impacted by any of these items? On the flip side, you may also experience changes in your expenses. Some may go down or go away as a result of your deployment, and others may go up or start. The key is to make sure you've planned for all of them. Tip number 2, set achievable goals. Think about what you want to accomplish financially. Maybe you plan to use extra deployment income to pay off debt, build an emergency fund, save for a down payment on a car or a house, or start a college fund. If debt reduction is your thing, visit powerpay.org or the Army Community Service Center for tools and tips to pay down debt. Or maybe you plan to use extra deployment income to save more for retirement. If you are going to a combat zone, you may be able to put almost 3 times the normal limit into your thrift savings plan. The key here is to personalize your financial goals so that you are motivated to take action and stick with them. And finally, tip number 3, make a workable plan. Every household faces its own unique challenges, so make sure you have a plan in place that works for yours. For instance, be sure to budget for everyone in the family. Talk about spending habits and limits, access to accounts, and when to use a power of attorney if needed. The bottom line here is to communicate and make sure everyone back home is on the same page. So there you have it, 3 quick tips to help you prepare financially for deployment.
Marching south. Head. Hut.
Once again, good afternoon and welcome. Today, the United States Army, Military District of Washington, represented by the soldiers of the 3rd United States Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard, and the United States Army Band, Pershing Zone, pay a special tribute to several soldiers who are retiring after many years of distinguished service to the United States Army and our nation. Participating in today's review, from left to right, is the United States Army Band Pershing Zone. Formed in 1922 by then Army Chief of Staff, General John J. Pershing, the United States Army Band is the premier band of our senior service. Pershing Zone provides musical support for ceremonies and special events in our nation's capital and throughout the United States. The United States Army Band is under the direction of Major Aaron Morris and led by Drum Major Rob Moore. Elements of the Old Guard include Honor Guard Company, commanded by Captain Matthew McGovern, and led by First Sergeant Shane Grinder. Next on line is Bravo Company, commanded by Captain James Seiger and led by First Sergeant Joshua Plant. Next on line is Hard Rock Company, commanded by Captain Martino Ahn and led by Sergeant First Class Sean Polloy. Following is the Commander-in-Chief's Guard, patterned after the unit created by General George Washington in 1776 to be his personal guard. The Commander-in-Chief's Guard is commanded by Captain Sean Martin and led by Staff Sergeant Dennis White. The last element online, dressed in the Continental Musician's uniform, is the United States Army Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps. During the American Revolution, musicians wore the reverse colors of their parent infantry unit. The men and women of the United States Army Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps maintained this tradition by wearing red coats instead of the infantry blue. The Corps is led today by Drum Major Barrett Newman. Ladies and gentlemen, moving into position is the commander of troops for today's ceremony, Lieutenant Colonel Maxwell Pappas, Commander, 1st Battalion, 3rd United States Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard. Since the days of the American Revolution, the colors have been one of the most important elements of a military unit. Therefore, taking the center of our formation in just a moment and bearing the national color is the nation's foremost color team, the 3rd Infantry's Continental Color Guard, led by Sergeant Eric Drizwicki. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the advancing of the colors.
Post the colors. Staff. Right. Face. Color. Forward. Push.
Please be seated.
Code, ready, code. Code, dress center, dress. Officers, dress center, dress. Code, ready, code. Officers, ready, front.
The history of the 3rd United States Infantry Regiment reflects the growth and development of our nation. 55 well-earned battle streamers, 2 Valorous Unit Awards, 3 Meritorious Unit Commendations, and 5 Superior Unit Awards attest to the Old Guard's record of bravery in action and achievements during peacetime. In 1922, the War Department granted permission for the Old Guard to pass in review with bayonets fixed. The Old Guard will now fix bayonets to the traditional beat of the drum.
Sound, kicks, bayonets. Firelocks and one and cool, right shoulder on.
Ladies and gentlemen, taking the reviewing stand are the reviewing officials for today's ceremony. Major General Deborah Kotulich, Chief Warrant Officer 3, Kevin Padilla, and Command Sergeant Major Ruben Cherry, accompanied by the hosts, Major General Trevor Bradenkamp, Commander, Joint Task Force, National Capital Region, United States Army Military District of Washington, and Command Sergeant Major Nicholas Rocky, Command Sergeant Major of the 3rd United States Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard.
Code, ready, code. Huh, ready? Rest. Sound off. Step. Ready. Rest. Hold guard. Urgent goes. Up and jump. Pull. Right. Shoulders. Oh. Oh. Close. Ready. Close. Man, your guys prepare. Post to staff. Staff. Like, fix.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the advancing of the colors and remain standing for the United States National Anthem.
Forward. March. So the persons to be honored and colors are present. Present the command. Shoulder, balance, and one, and two, and three. Present. On, and one, two, and three. Detachment. Present. All. Order. All.
Please be seated.
Order. All. Order. Balance. Ceremonial. Ceremonial. At ease.
Major General Bradenkamp and Command Sergeant Major Rocky are now moving into position to honor the retirees. Please feel free to applaud your soldier as they are called. Headquarters, Department of the Army Special Orders. By order of the Secretary of the Army, the following soldiers of the Department of the Army are retired. Major General Deborah Kotulich, Office of the Chief Army Reserve. Chief Warrant Officer 3, Kevin Padilla, Aviation. Command Sergeant Major Ruben Cherry, Transportation. Colonel James Cahill, Strategist, Aviation. Colonel Brett Forbes, Field Artillery. Colonel Gary Golubsky, Signal Corps. Colonel Lisa Hendrick, Adjutant General. Colonel Daniel Haberreiter, Infantry. Colonel Stephen Howell, Logistics. Colonel Brian McGarry, Military Intelligence. Colonel Quentin Portis, Cyber. Colonel Michael Pelsner, Medical Corps. GS-15 John Rodamichio, U.S. Army Medical Department. Colonel Joshua Seagraves, Infantry. Colonel William Stevens, JAG Corps. Colonel Joseph Sturbis, Medical Corps. Colonel Kevin Smith, Medical Services. Colonel Christopher Todd, Medical Services. Lieutenant Colonel Derek Anderson, Logistics. Lieutenant Colonel Jacob Atkins, Information Operations. Lieutenant Colonel Brian Baptist, Cyber. Lieutenant Colonel John Byler, Infantry. Lieutenant Colonel Bradley Cowan, Judge Advocate. Lieutenant Colonel Paul Carrillo, Military Intelligence. Lieutenant Colonel Jennifer Feltwell, Army Nurse Corps. Lieutenant Colonel Emperatriz Henriquez, Adjutant General. Lieutenant Colonel William Horton, Chaplain Corps. Lieutenant Colonel Michael Lewis, Cyber. Lieutenant Colonel Rajiv Patel, Special Operations. Lieutenant Colonel Matthew Samonte, Medical Specialist Corps. Lieutenant Colonel Oliver Stolley, Logistics. Lieutenant Colonel Tracy Tewia, Signal Corps. Major Latanya Martin, Adjutant General. Chief Warrant Officer 3, Brent Vance, Adjutant General. Sergeant Major Paul Robinson, Medical. First Sergeant Richard Corrales, Military Intelligence. First Sergeant Deidre Hooper, Aviation. First Sergeant Joseph Moreno Jr., Field Artillery. Master Sergeant Monique Austin Malone, Adjutant General. Master Sergeant Miriam Campbell, Signal Corps. Master Sergeant Antonio Ceballos, Medic. Master Sergeant Philip Durham, Signal Corps. Master Sergeant Maria Gomez, Adjutant General. Master Sergeant Jonathan Cruzcamp, Signal Corps. Master Sergeant Brian Mitchell, Military Police. Master Sergeant Josephine Pride, Signal Corps. Master Sergeant Alex Villasenor, Adjutant General. Sergeant First Class Frankie Bunn, Quartermaster. Sergeant First Class Dario Franco, Military Intelligence. Sergeant First Class Uriah Jones, Military Intelligence. Sergeant First Class Travis Morrissey, Adjutant General. Sergeant First Class Guillermo Ochoa, Medical. Sergeant First Class Sarah Padilla, Signal Corps. Sergeant First Class Gary Tuggle, Motor Transport. We are proud to recognize these soldiers' devotion to our country, and we wish them happiness and prosperity in their well-earned retirement. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the posting of the colors. Please be seated.
Ceremonial farewell at ease.
Ladies and gentlemen, Major General Trevor Bradenkamp.
Distinguished guests, senior leaders, command sergeants, majors, friends, and above all, the soldiers and families to be honored here today, thank you for making time to attend this retirement ceremony at historic Joint Base Myer-Henderson Hall. On behalf of the Secretary of the Army, the Admiral Don Driscoll, Chief Staff of the Army, General Randy A. George, and the Sergeant Major of the Army, Mike Weimer, welcome. It's another beautiful yet hot day here in the nation's capital, and it's a great day to be a soldier. Before I address our distinguished retirees and families, I would like to take a moment and thank those who have worked so hard to make today such a special occasion. On the floor in front of you are the soldiers of the 3rd U.S. Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard, the Army's oldest active duty infantry regiment, along with the U.S. Army Band Pershing Zone. You look tremendous, sound amazing, and your professionalism and precision honors those retiring here today. Thank you for your hard work and dedication, and thanks for serving in our Army. So the soldiers retiring here today joined the Army to be all they could be. Some joined the Army following Desert Shield and Desert Storm, others after America was attacked on 9/11. All have stood ready to meet the challenges and uncertainty of the global war on terror that brought almost 2 decades of continuous combat operations. They stand here today representing the best of America. Today we honor 54 soldiers and their families for their faithful and dedicated service to our nation, and again, for being all they could be. Collectively, these soldiers represent over 1,400 years of military service. With service around the globe and in a variety of combat arms, combat support, and combat service support specialties, these soldiers, leaders, and their families answered the nation's call and have not only served during a period of persistent conflict, but also led and trained our young men and women to deploy into harm's way and to do our nation's bidding. Our Army and our nation owes you a debt of gratitude for your service and sacrifice that can never fully be repaid. And the medal and the U.S. flag are but a small token of appreciation for your service. I would like to take just a moment to talk about our flag, Old Glory. That you receive a flag on the occasion of your retirement is significant in that it is a symbol of our nation and recognized around the world. We have fought to protect the freedoms in our way of life, and we wear the stars and stripes proudly on our uniform, both at home and while deployed. The red color in the flag symbolizes hardiness and valor, for which each of you has personified as a soldier and leader in our Army, operating on austere conditions with limited resources to accomplish difficult missions. The white color refers to the purity and innocence which you have sought to protect both here at home and abroad. And the blue color represents vigilance, perseverance, and justice, which each of you has demonstrated in the conduct of your duties as officers and non-commissioned officers. I'm sure the flag holds special meaning for each one of you, as it should, given your service to our nation. As you walk out of Conmy Hall today, take solace in knowing you leave behind a legacy in the lives of the countless soldiers you have trained, mentored, and inspired. The Army is better because of your service. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in a round of applause for these 54 great soldiers. But we would be remiss if we did not take some time to thank the family members of each of these retiring soldiers. Your sacrifice and support over the past 20+ years of service has been a foundation to the success of each of these retirees, allowing them to serve in the Army they love and accomplish their assigned missions without fail. You have remained steadfast in your support during a time of war that necessitated family separations, and for that, you will never be adequately compensated. Please accept our eternal thanks on behalf of a grateful nation for all that you have endured as military families. We could not fulfill our obligations to our soldiers, the nation, and the Army without the love and support of our families. So please join me in a round of applause for our Army families. To our retiring soldiers, thank you for your service. You are warriors and soldiers for life. So I humbly ask that you take on one last task: tell the Army story. Help to maintain the all-volunteer Army by sharing your experiences with America's sons and daughters so they might be inspired to follow in your footsteps to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. We continue to serve as a shining example around the world because men and women like you have volunteered to serve. So on behalf of the Secretary Driscoll, General George, Sergeant Major of the Army Weimer, Joint Task Force National Capital Region, the Military District of Washington, and the United States Army, and a proud and grateful nation, thank you, good luck, and Godspeed. This will defend and be all you can be. Pass and review.
Old Guard, pass and review. Right, face. Right shoulder. Arm. Advance.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the Army Song.
Sir, this concludes the ceremony.
Hold on, hold guard, Sergeant Joe.
Step forward. On.
The United States Army is honored to have presented today's special ceremony. Thank you for attending and enjoy the rest of your day.
Without good situation awareness, a pilot will not survive.
There should be less room for surprise.
The capabilities we need in the future, we're just not going to attain those with the current platform.
You know what's on the ground before you get there. It's a big advantage for that manned aviator.
The picture's worth 1,000 words, right?
But we can start using this cloud or this obscure to our advantage.
This is a way to give a person, shall we say, an extra edge and more awareness of what's going on around them.
Let me know if you lose sight of he's heading towards my direction.
You always save lives when you have information.
This technology represents the most novel, intuitive, and easily integratable technologies that I've ever seen.
That's really a game changer for the Army. I mean, it's a huge capability that we didn't have in the past.
Creating the Army aviation fleet of the future is no small task.
Although we have incredibly survivable aircraft now, the threat continually changes, the enemy continually changes the technology and the tactics that it uses against our fleet, and we need to get ahead of that game so that we're survivable. We're really focused on three main areas that we've evaluated as what we really need for the future: performance, survivability, and economy. Our legacy platform were designed for a certain fighting environment, and we found ourselves in an environment that's much more demanding. Greater distances, the need for more speed, and the need to carry more payload.
Engineers had speed in mind when they developed the Army's Apache Block 3 helicopter.
One of the major enhancements of the aircraft from a performance perspective, it's the fastest, strongest Apache we've had to date. I like to label it as riding a stallion, an Appalachian stud horse, because if you've ever ridden one of those, you know that it likes to go fast and it likes to go hard. That's really what this aircraft does. So at a payload that's much greater than what the Apache has ever carried before, it's going to be able to fly to spaces and places in Afghanistan, as an example, that our current Apaches cannot fly. So that's a significant enhancement to the aircraft because it's going to protect lives. So those ground troops that are up on the mountainside in Afghanistan right now that don't have air coverage because the Apaches can't get there, the Block 3 will change that.
The Apache Block 3 also has an upgraded electronics backbone.
One of the things that backbone allows us to do is networking and future capabilities that really are breaking the new technology barriers.
Capabilities that the Army says will enable the highest levels of interoperability between the pilot and the Army's fleet of unmanned aircraft, also known as manned-unmanned teaming. The interaction between unmanned aircraft, ground control, and pilots is fast becoming one of the Army's most effective tools.
Unmanned teaming, we've defined 4 levels from you just receive the video off the unmanned system into the manned aircraft to both platforms being able to transfer the sensor data from the manned and the unmanned back and forth and down to the ground. The next level up is the operators of the manned aircraft controlling the payload or the sensor on the unmanned vehicle so they can make it look where they want it to look, which simplifies operation. And the most advanced way to implement manned-unmanned teaming is that the manned aircraft actually controls the unmanned vehicle, not just the sensor, but the whole vehicle.
Basically, the control on the Block 3 aircraft is the first manned platform to be able to do level 2 through level 4 control, which means you can not only receive the video from the UAS, but you can control the UAS's sensor, you can control the navigation of where the UAS goes. And so really, if you think about it from an operational sense, the Block 3 crew will no longer have to hear someone talk them onto a target because a picture's worth 1,000 words.
Pilots flying the Apache Block 3 are actually able to fly an unmanned aircraft like the Army's Gray Eagle and the Shadow right from the cockpit of the Apache.
What's unique about the Army UAVs is you don't really fly them. You tell it where you want it to go, and it flies itself. It's on an automatic control, if you will, an autopilot. So different sort of from the Air Force UAVs where they actually fly them. We just tell them where we want them to go. And the UAV and the Block 3 aircraft actually share a database of control measures or waypoints. So I can simply, with a couple of button pushes, tell the UAV that I want it to go to a certain waypoint. And the UAV flies there. I can change its altitude, I can change its airspeed, and really via a couple of button pushes on the aircraft, I can send it wherever I want it to go. You don't actually fly it, you just tell it where to go.
That capability can provide invaluable information for pilots in the air and soldiers on the ground.
So the man-unmanned teaming works in several ways. The way I like to describe it is the hunting dog out in front of the hunter. When you know what's on the ground before you get there, when you know what your targets look like, when you know what the terrain looks like before you get there, it's a big advantage for that manned aviator. In addition, now with the incorporation of the laser designation, our UAVs can laze for a target, and then they can shoot their Hellfire missiles from a great distance, sometime without ever seeing the targets. Once those targets are engaged, then they can do battle damage assessment, all without ever flying over it and putting themselves in harm's way. So that's a very big advantage, in my opinion.
The manned-unmanned operating system is intended to work seamlessly between manned aircraft, UAVs, and a UAV ground station.
So why is interoperability important? It goes back to now that we've grown and are at all echelons of the Army, from small all the way to the big Gray Eagle, which is the Army's biggest UAV, to be able to talk the same language, to be able to share the same videos, to send the same messages up to the airplane and back, and to those same messages and photos, as well as full motion video to the tactical edge or to our UAV recipients. It's very important that we all have universal or interoperable products and standards.
The Army recently had the chance to demonstrate this cutting-edge technology at MUSIC, the Army's Manned-Unmanned Systems Integration Capability Exercise at Dugway Proving Grounds in Utah.
All of the MUSIC exercises are focused on getting new capabilities integrated into the platforms and out to the soldier.
In the old days, so to speak, we would look at a map and we would do as much map reconnaissance as we possibly could, and we would try to understand, looking at pictures, what it is that we're getting into. But now, literally with an unmanned aircraft vehicle overhead, looking at that landing zone in real time, that helicopter pilot is going to be able to know exactly what's going on, know exactly where he's going to land, and there should be less room for surprise.
I want you to keep eyes on him. Let me know if you lose sight if he's headed towards my direction. I'll go ahead and fall back. Right now, I'm trying to get eyes on him.
So obviously the benefit for the soldier on the ground is now he's got a level of situational awareness that he didn't have before, that just, really enables him to truly understand the situation that he's about to get into. And that's really a game changer for the Army. I mean, that's a huge capability that we didn't have in the past.
But we can start using this cloud or this obscurant to our advantage, because once we're hidden, the enemy can no longer precisely target us.
Another challenge facing military pilots today is the problem of degraded visual environment, or brownout, and a loss of situational awareness.
If you look at the mishaps that have happened over the last several years, there's a large percentage associated with controlled flight into terrain, degraded visual environments, meaning snow, dust, obscuration, and these certainly amount to probably at least 30% of the mishaps that we currently have now. Currently, when pilots are trying to land in a brownout now, they are trying to get the aircraft on the ground before the dust cloud catches up with them, so to speak. When they're coming forward and landing, the dust will be coming and approaching them from the rear. And a crew member will usually be calling where that dust is, and the pilot is hoping to get that on the aircraft, or get the aircraft on the ground before the dust cloud envelops them. If they are actually in the dust storm itself, there's not a lot of ways to get information as to drift cues. And they may be moving and they're not aware of their movement. And if they're moving slightly laterally when they touch down, they can get what's called a dynamic rollover, and the aircraft will roll over.
The Army is working to change that with a variety of new technology.
We've broken the solution set for degraded visual environment into three major areas: handling qualities, cueing, and sensors.
Special sensors and radar that allow pilots to see through dust, snow, or any type of bad weather, and helicopters that can safely land themselves are quickly becoming a reality.
There are several technologies. A particular one that we picked to do a quick reaction capability is a 94 gigahertz radar called the Helicopter Autonomous Landing System, or HALS. And we're in the process right now of integrating that onto a platform.
The Army is also developing better ways to alert the pilot to potential danger. Angus Rupert believes that the answer lies within our sense of touch.
This is the basic way that we get information when we first start out as infants. It's through the sense of touch before our vision and auditory and other senses really develop very well. Touch is our most basic sense. Touch is the sense that is the most real sense. When you really believe in something, you can say, I can feel it, because it's that important.
The concept of tactile or haptic technology isn't new to most of us. There's the vibrate mode on your phone and video games like Wii and Xbox.
Touch information is information that we have used somewhat reflexively most of our life, such as, for example, when someone comes up and touches you on the shoulder and you reflexively look over, but they're standing on the other side because they've tapped you on the other shoulder just to play a joke on you. It's so reliant and so quick that you don't have to think about it.
So what does our sense of touch have to do with flying?
Pilots now, all the information that they get as to how they're oriented in space and what's going on in them around the environment is entirely by vision. All the displays are visual. They have attitude indicators that tell them in roll and pitch, whether they're pitched up or down, rolled left or rolled right. They have heading indicators to tell them what direction they're going. They have altimeters for altitude, vertical velocity indicators to tell them how fast they're moving up and down. The reason that we need tactile cueing for pilots is that pilots will frequently get distracted. And if they're attending to some other task, anytime they're not looking at their attitude orienting instruments, they will be receiving information from their skin, muscle, and joint senses and their inner ear. And we call those the seat of the pants sensations. And those sensations do not tend to be correct all the time while pilots are flying. And the reason for that is that as an aircraft makes maneuvers and accelerates, that information that is presented to the person flying is frequently false.
That loss of situational awareness can prove deadly for pilots.
Oh, God. Our goal is that we prevent controlled flight into terrain by giving them a warning through tactile cues before they get to the point of impacting the ground, and that we give them continuous orientation information so they can never get disoriented to begin with. And hopefully that we'll be able to reduce the number of mishaps that pilots and our Army, Navy, and Air Force are currently experiencing.
Some of the tactor cues, you'll immediately start to feel the forward tactor fire. I have the forward tactor. And,
The Army's tactile situational awareness system consists of a belt and vest that vibrate, sending signals to guide pilots in the air.
This is the dual tactor array of the TSAS belt. This is a prototype of a system that we're going to employ later in an aircraft integration role. And what I'm doing is putting it on at the lowest level, so it's just over my flight suit as I start to build up wearing my flight gear for the flight. Now, in future versions of TSAS, it could be integrated into the life support equipment, but that is an endeavor that we're still investigating. And so in this prototype application, we have a couple of tactors that we indicate high altitude alerts. Thanks, bud. And we just put them under here to make contact with the skin. That's the only requirement. And they're actually a separate portion. This prototype version is a separate tactor. And what we envision later for aircraft integration will be, this will be sewn in to the webbing of the shoulder harness, or could be part of the aviation life support equipment. So from here, it's just a matter of starting the aircraft up and conducting our checks, and we'll go fly.
There's many types of information that we can give to a pilot through the sense of touch. A simple little belt around the waist can give them drift cues in what we call the XY or the horizontal plane. So whatever direction they are drifting, they will feel a tap. So if they're drifting to the right, they will feel it on the right side. The faster they're moving to the right, the higher the frequency. So if they feel a high frequency, they will make a big correction. And when they feel the frequency going down, they can ease up on that correction. And when they feel nothing, they're in a perfect hover. If they go too far, then it will be tapping on the other side. So it's very intuitive. Now, pilots also want to control the altitude, whether they're too high or too low. If they're too high, they feel the tap on the shoulder built into the harness. And if they're too low, they feel these 8 tactors that are built into the seat. That too low stimulus will help a great deal with controlled flight into terrain, since when a pilot is approaching the ground and they're getting too low, they will feel this large stimulus in the seat that will say, whoops, you better be pulling up now.
U.S. Army aeromedical research pilots like John Remicchio are testing the latest prototype of the TSAS belt and vest in both simulators and in the air.
This technology is not only helpful in stabilization in brownout or whiteout, but it will augment our basic hover skill tasks. So if you can imagine a medevac pilot having to do a hoist off the top of a building, if you can recall some of the video footage from the Hurricane Katrina rescues, that stabilization during a hover is extremely workload intensive. And so with a system like this, you reduce the amount of workload, the amount of hand movements and scan that has to be done. So it'll augment just basic tasks, hoists, sling loads, external loads, things that helicopters do by the very nature of their creation. So it's a great tool. Frankly, in 21 years that I've been flying Black Hawks, this technology represents the most novel, intuitive, and easily integratable technologies that I've ever seen. That I really, frankly, don't know how we've been flying it so many years, flying different systems, both fixed wing and helicopter, without this type of display.
This technology has applications whether we're in the air, on the ground, or underwater.
Army researchers say that the potential applications for haptic and tactile technology go beyond hovering helicopters in degraded visual environments.
Another one is targeting, and for either helicopters or fixed wing. Where is their target around them in space? So if they feel something tapping them on their left shoulder, they'll know that the target is up there. They may not see it, they may not be aware of quite how far away it is, but they'll know it's on their left side, up over their left shoulder, and they'll be able to track that target. If, for example, it now moves down across their back and is on their lower right side, they'll know the target is down there below them on the right side. Now, normally, they get that information from an instrument that's on the panel, an APR-39, and there's an auditory warning first that all three people in the cockpit hear, and it's a very noisy environment, while 2 or 3 people are all talking at the same time. However, when we use the tactile display, there's only one call made, and the pilot will say, "I have it." This technology has applications whether we're on the air, on the ground, or underwater. On the most obvious application in terms of navigation on the ground is simple left and right, where targets are, where other people are surrounding you. And it can be used for the soldier, it can be used for people that have visual incapacitations, and it can provide an intuitive sense of how and where I am on the ground.
In fact, this technology is currently being tested as a tool for ground troops by the Army Research Lab at Fort Rucker, Alabama, and in Fort Benning, Georgia. This one works by punching in waypoints off of a tablet computer, but eventually this technology could work through a smartphone or a small screen on the sleeve.
So we did put the soldiers out in rough terrain during the day, at night, having them answer radio communications, look for targets. We compared it with other systems, handheld GPS, head-up display, and what we found was that they were just as fast or faster with the tactile belt than with the other systems, and that it was particularly effective at night, especially when your visual displays are fogging up.
Still got one on my stomach, going in the right direction. And he's giving me another signal to the front, so we're still good.
The soldiers loved it. The feedback was overwhelmingly positive.
And this is a great thing because, as you can see, hands-free.
When we took the concept to the snipers, they really liked the idea of using the belt to not only navigate, but to send covert signals to each other, because very often they need to communicate. They don't want to use a radio. They don't want to use a visual display because that lights up their location.
The Army is also working with several companies in order to develop a haptic glove as a way to relay information during covert operations through common hand signals.
So the soldier wears the glove, does his usual hand signals in the way that he normally does it, and it translates into a tactile pattern.
I think the first community that will have the opportunity to use something like this will be special operations, because it takes a shorter period of time for them to develop and to adopt new technologies. The length of time it takes something to get into the cockpit, whether it's the Army, the Navy, or the Air Force, is a very long period of time. And in part, that's because we have an acquisition system that does not move very quickly.
As for the future,
It would be nice if we could operate in the dust. Our goal would ultimately be, as the Night Stalkers say, the Army's 160th unit, we own the night. They would like to also be able to say, we owned the obscuration or the degraded visual environments. Being able to operate deliberately in those environments would be a very good thing.
Right now, that pilot does all the work in his brain. What we want the aircraft to do is take a lot of that information and integrate it and provide the pilot with options that are relative to whatever mission set he's conducting. So over the next 5 years, we'll actually develop some additional technologies. As an example, cognitive decision aiding systems. So it allows workload reduction on the pilot. So the aircraft is going to start to do more of the work and the pilot's going to be along for the ride.
It seems that time and technology stop for no man. Army aviation officials are already looking at replacing their fleet down the road.
All of our aircraft today were basically designed in the 60s or the 70s, and we've upgraded them with major and minor upgrades over the years, but we've recognized that the capabilities we need in the future, we're just not going to attain those with the current platforms, that we need entirely new platforms of technology. So we're going under a deliberate process called Future Vertical Lift to look at and demonstrate and then develop the technologies needed for the next generation of vertical lift assets.
And while the technology is constantly evolving, one thing is for sure.
You always save lives when you have information. Information before you get to a tactical objective, before you go on a convoy, before you run any kind of operation. If I know what's there, I can be better prepared to meet the objectives.
And while the threat continually changes, Army aviation is determined to stay one step ahead, pushing the limits of technology to provide greater performance and survivability, ultimately creating a more lethal force for the next generation.
The transportation operators are running convoy missions between Langley Air Force Base and Craney Island. Each one of those missions is about $36,000. So they're doing that twice, plus the $25,000. You can see how the number grows quickly, so how much fuel we can move in a very short amount of time.
And that support for that fuel is going to go to the F-22s up there at Langley Air Force Base. The entire mission that we're doing right now is going to be supporting those fighter pilots to fly those F-22s. So this location right here is the pipeline, and the pipeline would be set up at a port, and it would be connected to a ship out in the sea. So they would bring the fuel into this area, circulate through the pipeline into these bags. The fuel that we would gather here would be then shipped with our trucks and tanks to the fuel system supply point that would be forward. And then from there, we would use our tanks and trucks to then deliver that fuel to any of our military customers that we need to deliver it to.
The soldiers get the opportunity to set up the fuel system supply point. They can use 30K, 50K, even up to a 210K bag, talking in gallons, of storage of product. Most opportunities to do that across the Army are using water in the place of fuel. Here, specifically as a part of Mojave Falcon, we're also storing actual fuel that we received from the Craney Island through the Department of Logistics. We have another MOS associated, the 92 Lima, that focuses strictly on testing of the fuel. They're getting to do that up at the site as well to meet the standards to go into the F-22 aircraft. We'll go from the pipeline into the bag system. Here at Barfoot, they've also incorporated rail car. So we can move fuel or product from the bag system or through rail car, which is a unique opportunity across the entire Army. As a part of Mojave Falcon, we've incorporated our 91 series maintenance, our 92 Foxes petroleum, the 91 Limas, the lab technicians from shore all the way to the front line, using also our 88 mics, the transportation operators, all together to paint the big picture of how we support the active fight.
This time on The American Veteran,
We'll show you how VA is implementing a new innovation initiative. Then, see how veteran amputees are learning about golf and life at the Next Step Golf Clinic. And we will take a look at an exhibit of historic model ships at the Naval Academy Museum. Those stories and more coming up on The American Veteran. Welcome to The American Veteran, a public affairs program produced by the Department of Veterans Affairs. I'm Matt Webb, a Marine Corps veteran. We're here at the United States Naval Academy. Established in 1845, the United States Naval Academy's campus is located in Annapolis, Maryland. Students here are officers in training and are referred to as midshipmen. Graduates are usually commissioned as ensigns in the Navy or second lieutenants in the Marine Corps. We begin our show with a conversation between our executive producer, Jeremy Wheeler, and the current brigade commander, Jonathan Poole, a senior at the Naval Academy, who will tell us more about the Academy and its role in American history.
What's the Naval Academy's relationship with veterans like?
The Naval Academy has an outstanding relationship with veterans. Many of our instructors are retired Navy, Marine Corps, Army, Air Force, and we also have many graduates who serve as instructors here in our academic buildings. We also honor our military history around the yard from all the monuments that you see before you, and then we also honor them in what's called Memorial Hall, which is one of the finest halls we have here on the yard. It has all the names of the graduates who have lost their lives serving their country, and it's broken up by class year, and we use the hall as a place of reflection where we can go and realize how good our lives are. And we need to realize that what we're doing here is serious and that one day our name could be on that wall itself.
Can you tell me just very briefly how somebody would actually apply to the Naval Academy, or at least maybe where they could go to get more information?
To get more information on the Naval Academy, I recommend, one, the Naval Academy Facebook page, also the Naval Academy website, usna.edu, and they'll give you a step-by-step process on who to get in touch with and how to get more information on applying to the Naval Academy.
To learn more about the Naval Academy and for directions on how to visit, go to the website on your screen. Amputee veterans in the Philadelphia area gathered recently for camaraderie and a round of golf as they took part in the 5th annual Next Step Golf Clinic. The goal of the clinic is to provide veterans the tools they need to play a game of golf on their own and motivate them to continue along the path of rehabilitation and recovery.
Today we're at the Pittman Golf Course in Sewell, New Jersey, and we're here for the Amputee Veterans Next Step Golf Clinic held by the Philadelphia VA Medical Center. They come out here with their peers and they get to play in a 9-hole tournament with one of their veteran amputee peers, a VIP, as well as a professional golfer on each team.
That's the Timmy I remember.
There you go.
We're trying to get them to lead a full and productive life, which includes sports, recreational activities in the community, not always centered around rehabilitation.
Teaching someone with a disability the golf swing is no different than teaching somebody else with the golf swing. The golf swing remains constant. It's what you do with the disability and those restrictions that matters.
They get a lot of confidence when they come here for the game of golf and for being physically active, but what you find is that sort of transfers over into the rest of their lives, and you see that they're more confident as individuals to try new things and to get out there a little bit more. So really, it does wonders for mind, body, and soul.
I was involved in a crash on September 22nd, 1993. One moment you're free and you're 28 and you think you're king of the world because you're flying a $30 million jet and life is good. And then in the next instant, your life's totally changed. Everything I'd worked for was gone. It was over.
I was with the United States Marine Corps from 93 to 96. We did deploy over to the Persian Gulf, and we rode around in Zodiacs, the rubber rafts, and right leg hung over the gunnel tube, left leg hung in the gunnel tube, and the right leg got crushed by one of our own Zodiacs.
I was in the burn center at Brooke Army Medical Center in San Antonio. My fiance, she was there the whole month I was in intensive care. And then the other 2 months that I was going through multiple surgeries, she would fly back and forth to be there for me. And those are the things that really matter in life. It's not airplanes, cars, houses, none of that stuff, you know. It's what she gave me and what we give each other.
By asking someone about their disability to get to know what the restrictions on shows that that golf teacher cares about that individual enough to know what he's working with so that he could really help him. And the person with the disability realizes that. And that's where the first bond becomes between the teacher and the student.
I was very hesitant about coming out to the first swing in April of 11, but I'm glad I did, because not only did I find it therapeutic in that sense, but I was able to be around men and women who were in very similar situations.
I was wounded in Vietnam in 1969. I was with the 82nd Airborne Division. I was blown up. I was blown up by a booby-trapped mortar round, and I spent 8 or 9 months in the hospital with several surgeries and rehabilitation before I got out in January of 1970. I started walking in November of 1969, and I didn't start golfing until only about 20 years ago.
When they came back from Vietnam, somebody had to guide them, and they had to find their way through it. And they spent well over 30 years teaching other guys, guiding them through. And they're also mentors of life, because they live their life, even though they're double amputees, they're fine, they're happy.
And once you get an amputee veteran who may not have been very active to hit a golf ball, then a light bulb goes off in their head and says, well, if I can do this, what else can I do?
He stood up and he started swinging with the pro teaching him. And I was sitting back with other veterans that were in wheelchairs that had prostheses. And they said, if he can do it with one leg, I can try it with two. So after the clinic, we told him that, and his face lit up, and he hasn't missed one since.
I'm out here for inspiration. Everyone's telling me they're getting inspiration from me because I don't have a prosthetic and can't use a prosthetic.
We've seen a lot of repeat veterans coming back because they enjoyed the clinic and they want to get more and further their knowledge and experience. Then they're telling their peers about it, and they're bringing in more amputees to come in to try it for the first time.
I have a wife and 3 beautiful kids who supported me 100% of the way. And when my son sees tonight, when I come home and show him the trophy, he's going to be ecstatic that, you know, Dad won, you know, compared to where they've seen me before and where I'm at now. So it's really exciting.
It's our goal to see that they're out there being active and healthy and involved in their community and not sitting at home when there's so much out there that they can do.
I lost focus on the things that were important. And then I realized that my drive all through my life was to serve others. Whatever I end up doing, I want to make sure that it has something directly involved with helping veterans.
To learn more about rehabilitation and recovery options available at VA, contact your local VA Medical Center. When we come back, we'll show you how VA is implementing a new innovation initiative. In early 2010, the VA Innovation Initiative, known as VAI2, was launched to bring fresh thinking to solve departmental challenges, gathering ideas from VA employees, entrepreneurs, and industry. VA has created a mechanism that brings private sector style competition and agility to public service. The result is a portfolio of more than 120 funded innovations. One of those is an idea presented by the Specialty Care Clinic at the VA hospital in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. As we will see, they created a whole new environment to help their very special patients.
You've done this before, right, Herbie?
Well, this is our multisensory environment, and the multisensory environment is made to target the different senses of people who have dementia or Alzheimer's disease. What we do is we try to get them to come into our environment here, and it's a structured area. We can provide comfort and safety, and we're trying to engage them back into reality.
And those caissons go rolling along.
In 2011, there was an email sent out asking for different ideas how to better the VA and how we can help our veterans. So I wrote a small little blurb about how special care units need to have some more training, and we need to have multisensory environments so we could be helping our veterans achieve the maximum potential while they're living with us. Fortunately, my idea was chosen to continue, and it received funding. So today we're going to do an activity, and from this funding we were able to have different training opportunities, to have different sensitivity training, and to purchase the equipment for a multisensory environment. Well, when people are diagnosed with Alzheimer or related dementia, a lot of the physiological problems come along with that. They start to lose their different levels of functioning with their speech maybe, or their ability to walk or feed themselves. Depending on what their functionability is and what they like to do, we are able to coordinate a program with that veteran that's specifically geared towards them.
I'm an occupational therapist. I've worked at the VA for approximately 6 years now. I came prior to that from pediatrics, and I'm only stating that because my specialization before was autism. And autism has lent its way well to transition to dementia, because a lot of the strategies, such as this multisensory room, are used with both populations.
When we won the innovation grant, we were able to contract with a company called Dementia Care Specialists. Dementia Care Specialists came to our facility, and they completed a Train the Trainer program.
How would you define function?
There are 7 of us who are trained to provide education for the rest of the staff in the community living center, as well as the hospitals and our community outreach programs.
I am repairing the fence with a hammer and nail.
We go through all of behaviors that you might see with someone who has dementia or Alzheimer's disease. The focus of our training is not what people are losing, is that what abilities still remain. So we want to always focus on the positive, what's still remaining abilities for the veterans that we are serving. Your job is to get her to stand up, but you have to do what's on that card before she can do that.
So yeah, I was hoping we'd go to the store together and do a little shopping. You know, we could buy you a new outfit or something, maybe catch the bus or a taxi, or we go for a bike ride. You want to go outside for a little bit, get some fresh air? Yes. All right, guys, go.
What we're going to do now is a virtual dementia tour. We're going to simulate what some of the physical disabilities feel like that our veterans have every day.
Put the goggles on to simulate macular degeneration. So the email goes out, and anyone who is interested in this can join and ask to be part of the training.
I can't hear anything you're saying.
What you're going to do today is set the table and match the colored socks. As they go through the continuum with dementia, their visual field will narrow. It tends to end up being about a 12 to 18-inch box, which is sort of in front of their eyes. They have a tendency to not look up and seldom look down. Not looking down becomes a hazard when they're walking with a walker. You want to maintain the upward gaze as long as you can, so you're going to try to use stimulating things like the bubble tube. So that's what the goal of all of this is to really get, give them quality of life as we help them share the end of their journey. And have this sensory impact so that they can, have an enjoyable, meaningful final days, that it's not with chemicals and drugs and medications.
When they have problems with their vision, macular degeneration, glaucoma, some cataracts, they have a harder time being able to see. We all know that when we were kids, we enjoyed looking through kaleidoscopes and seeing the different colors. Well, now we're able to do that with them again. Just by touching the screen and moving your finger along the screen, it has a kaleidoscope effect.
From the sensory perspective, what a weighted blanket does is it triggers the proprioceptive system. And what that is just deep pressure, but it's very calming and it's also organizing. So if somebody's feels out of control, this has an organizing effect. It's going to let them help calm down a little bit.
This is a lighted system where we can put different colors onto the wall. So if someone's favorite color is red, blue, green, or yellow, that can be there and it can help soothe them. It can also change different colors as well.
That's the way. One more push.
Perfect.
Good. It's really neat to see the people come in and see
their life change when they have meaning and they're focused and you're accommodating them and not doing for. You know, because it's so easy to put someone's shirt on. It's so much harder to stand back and watch them struggle through it, but that's the goal.
I was in World War II.
I know.
That was quite something I never forget.
That's the hard part, is just watching them not necessarily struggle through it, but be able to do it and realize a sense of accomplishment, because nobody wants to be totally dependent.
Going through things with the Big Red One, that's something. When we actually fought in Europe and fought the Germans, and I was part of that, so
We love you, Daniel.
thanks.
To learn more or submit your own innovative idea to VAI2, please visit the website on your screen.